How to Survive a Magical Marriage You Didn't Ask For. A cozy fantasy rom-com with binding trials, unexpected feelings, and a vault that remembers everything. By Wynn Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Wynn Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons living or dead, events or localities, is entirely coincidental. Wynn Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Chapter 1. The Spark That Shouldn't Be. Jinx was sure there had to be a perfectly reasonable explanation for why magical repositories of forbidden knowledge were always located at the bottom of creepy spiral staircases that never ended where you thought they would. Maybe dust traveled downward. Maybe magic got stronger in basement-adjacent spaces. Or maybe the architects of magical buildings had a flair for the dramatic and a subscription to Villains Quarterly, Lairs and Labyrinths edition. Whatever the reason, her silencing charm was completely giving up the ghost by the 20th step. The little pops of glitter that fizzled from her heels kept getting louder, like magical hiccups that refused to be stifled. "Shh," she whispered to her own feet. "We're on a secret mission." The staircase responded by adding 3 more steps that definitely hadn't been there a moment ago. "Oh, come on," she whispered. "I'm trying to help someone." The temperature dropped another 5 degrees. Jinx pulled her mismatched cardigan closer. Left sleeve purple, right sleeve mustard yellow, a fashion crime even by familiar standards, and shivered as the rich aroma of ancient parchment and residual spellwork wrapped around her. It smelled like history and secrets, and probably at least 6 different magical law violations. She paused at the base of the stairs, the enormous vault door looming before her like a disapproving librarian. The restricted archive vault wasn't just restricted, it was forbidden. Specifically to unaccompanied familiars like herself. But what else was she supposed to do? Mira's licensing test was tomorrow, and the poor girl was so anxious she'd accidentally turned her practice familiar into a panicked cloud of butterflies that had taken 3 hours to recapture. "It's not really breaking rules if it's for a good cause," Jinx reasoned to herself, digging through her pockets. "And technically, as a familiar, I'm not even subject to human magical restrictions." That last bit was flimsy legal reasoning at best, but Jinx figured if she ended up in magical court, she could claim she was just following familiar instinct. It had gotten her out of that incident with the enchanted tapioca last spring. The massive iron door gleamed impassively, its surface etched with warning runes that shifted and rearranged themselves like nervous sentries. Just a quick peek, she promised it, 15 minutes tops. Extracting her wand, a slightly crooked affair with dried flower petals embedded in the honey-colored wood, she attempted her first unlocking charm. "Preserare," she whispered. The spell fizzled against the door in a spray of pink sparkles that smelled faintly of cotton candy. The door remained stubbornly shut. The runes rearranged themselves to spell what looked suspiciously like "nice try." "Tough customer, huh?" Jinx muttered. She rolled up her sleeves. "Deferere claustra." This time, the sparkles were blue and shot outward with such enthusiasm that Jinx had to duck. When she straightened, Her hair was dusted with sapphire glitter, and the door hadn't budged. Normally my magic is way more efficient than this, she informed the door. I think you're deliberately making things difficult. After her third attempt produced a cascade of golden sparkles and the distinct scent of buttered popcorn, Jinx gave up on conventional magic. She rummaged in her hair until she found a decorative pin, one she'd enchanted last week when she'd locked herself out of her temporary lodgings. "Don't judge me," she told the door, inserting the pin into the ancient lock. "A familiar's gotta do what a familiar's gotta do." The hairpin warmed between her fingers as its embedded spell activated, a little enchantment she'd crafted after her third lockout in as many weeks. The lock made a noise like an elderly dragon clearing its throat, then paused as if confused. Jinx felt the ward scanning her magical signature, searching for the mage who should be accompanying her. That was the thing about ancient security spells. They were designed to keep out unauthorized human magic users. Familiar magic had a different signature entirely, slippery and adaptable. The protective enchantments rippled around her, trying and failing to categorize the glittery chaos of her essence. "Looks like you weren't expecting someone like me," she whispered, giving the pin a final twist. With palpable reluctance, the door swung inward. With a creak so judgmental Jinx felt personally attacked. "Thank you," she said, slipping inside. "I promise not to disturb anything." The vault spread before her like a dream. Shelves rose impossibly high, books and manuscripts glowing with their own internal light. Scrolls whispered to each other in ancient languages as she passed, coiling tighter as if embarrassed to be overheard. Several massive tomes were chained to stone pedestals, their bindings rippling like they were breathing. Near the more dangerous texts, small containment spheres of blue-white magic hovered protectively, their surfaces shimmering with warning symbols. The air itself felt different here, heavier with old magic, preservation spells creating odd pockets where time seemed to move differently. In one corner, dust motes hung suspended in a beam of magical light, neither falling nor rising, just waiting. "Wow," Jinx breathed. "Okay, confidence spell for Mira. Quick in, quick out." She moved carefully through the stacks, trying to decipher the organizational system. Who cataloged by emotional aura? Seriously. The labels shifted color depending on her mood as she approached them. A leather-bound journal snapped shut with an audible clap as she reached for it. A scroll curled away like a startled caterpillar, disappearing into a shelf that hadn't existed a moment before. A grimoire with teeth along its binding actually hissed at her. "Sorry, just browsing," she whispered to the offended book. "Not trying to steal your dark secrets or anything." The grimoire seemed unconvinced, its pages ruffling threateningly. That's when she spotted it. A raised pedestal in the center of the room, illuminated by a soft golden glow that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. On it sat an ornate tome bound in what looked like mother of pearl, its cover inlaid with swirling patterns that moved lazily across the surface. The title, inscribed in shimmering script that translated itself as Jinx approached, read, "Harmonious Magical Unions and Sympathetic Enchantments." "Perfect," she whispered excitedly. Compatibility spells were exactly what Mira needed, something to help her bond better with her practice familiar. If Mira could establish that connection during her test, she'd pass for sure. Jinx approached the pedestal with unusual caution for her, scanning for obvious traps or wards. Nothing seemed amiss. No warning signs, no protective barriers, not even a "do not touch" placard. Honestly, they were just asking for someone to borrow it. "I'll just take a quick look," she murmured, reaching out one finger to gently touch the cover. The moment her fingertip made contact, ancient runes circling the pedestal's base flared to life, illuminating the floor with geometric patterns that had definitely not been visible before. Golden light spiraled upward along the pedestal's length. "That's not good," Jinx said, trying to pull her hand away. She couldn't. A thread of golden magic wrapped around her wrist like a friendly snake, pulsing with warm energy that was altogether too pleasant for something that was effectively imprisoning her. "That's definitely not supposed to happen," she muttered as the magic crawled higher, spreading up her arm in intricate patterns. "Whatever you think I'm doing, book, I promise I'm not." The spell intensified, enveloping her in a whirlwind of golden light. Ancient symbols floated around her, rearranging themselves into configurations that seemed to be evaluating her. She could feel the magic reading her essence, sorting through her magical signature with brisk efficiency. In her panic, Jinx twisted, bumping into a floating inkwell that had been minding its own business nearby. The inkwell tipped, spilling shimmering black liquid across the book's pages. "Oh no, 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 stop doing whatever this is," she yelped as the ink, rather than ruining the text, sank into the pages and transformed the runes. They rearranged themselves, forming new patterns that pulsed with increased urgency. The magic lifted her off her feet, and she flailed helplessly in the air. "Put me down," she demanded, shedding glitter in her distress. "This is not how research is supposed to work." The magic had other ideas. It intensified, cocooning her in light so bright she had to close her eyes. She felt a peculiar sensation, like being magically evaluated and then sorted, as though some ancient algorithm was matching her to something, or someone. With a deafening magical crack that sounded like 1,000 library cards being ripped in half at once, Jinx was suddenly propelled upward, her physical form passing through solid matter like a ghost. She caught flashing glimpses of other library levels as she passed through them, her body literally phasing through floors and furniture, and one very surprised custodial golem. The disorienting journey lasted only seconds before Jinx felt gravity rudely reintroduce itself. She crashed through what appeared to be a ceiling and then plummeted downward, landing with an ungraceful thump and an explosion of startled glitter on what felt like a desk. Papers scattered. Something that sounded expensive shattered. Jinx groaned and opened her eyes, finding herself sprawled across what had once been meticulously organized scrolls and ancient texts. Glitter covered everything in a 5-foot radius. What, in the name of all regulated magical practices? The deep, incredulous voice made Jinx look up, straight into the most outraged gray eyes she'd ever seen. The man had lurched backward in his chair so violently he nearly toppled over. One hand gripped the edge of his desk, knuckles white, while the other clutched a quill that was leaking ink onto what looked like an irreplaceable manuscript. His dark hair was disheveled, as though he'd been running his hands through it before her dramatic entrance, and his ink-stained robes marked him clearly as some kind of scholar or scribe. He was also, objectively speaking, the most thunderously furious person Jinx had ever laid eyes on, and she had once accidentally turned a master conjurer's familiar inside out. It got better. "Hi," she offered, trying to extricate herself from the pile of now glittery documents. "So, funny story." She got no further because at that exact moment, a wave of magic pulsed between them. Golden light swirled from the floor, encircling both her wrist and the wrist of the outraged man. The light solidified into matching bands emblazoned with the same runes that had decorated the book's pedestal. A moment of perfect silence followed as they both stared at the bands. Then, simultaneously, the runes synchronized with a pulse that briefly aligned their heartbeats. Jinx could feel his racing, probably from shock, match hers for 3 strong beats before settling into a subtler glow. "That's new," she said weakly. "I'm Jinx, by the way, familiar, mostly shapeshifter, sometimes magical consultant, currently in huge trouble, I'm guessing?" The man's expression darkened with each word she spoke. The magical documents around the room began to flutter in response to his rising agitation. and Jinx could swear the temperature dropped another 5 degrees. "So, I was helping a friend," she continued, words tumbling out faster as his frown deepened. "And there was this book about magical unions that I thought might have a compatibility spell, and I literally just touched it and then, well, I think we might accidentally be magically married now." His eyes widened in horror, the quill in his hand snapped. "But don't worry," Jinx added hastily. "I'm sure there's some kind of magical annulment process. Probably, hopefully." The magical bands chose that moment to pulse again, sending a warm current of magic up her arm that felt distressingly like approval, as though the spell was pleased with this disastrous match. "Thorne Blackmoor," he finally said, voice tight with barely contained fury. "Head archivist, and you have exactly 30 seconds to explain how a familiar broke into my restricted archive before I call magical security and have you remanded to the Summoner Oversight Committee." Jinx swallowed hard. "About that 30 seconds. Does it start now or 25?" he cut her off. "Right, so quick version." She scrambled to her feet, acutely aware that she was smearing glitter across what seemed to be ancient scrolls. "My friend Mira is taking her summoning license test tomorrow, and she's brilliant but super anxious, and during practice, she accidentally turned her temporary familiar into butterflies. Not permanently, we got him back to mostly normal except for the antennae, which I'm sure will fade. And I just thought if I could find a simple compatibility charm it would help her confidence, but then the book activated and now we're..." She gestured helplessly at the bands, magically connected. "Somehow..." "Marriage bonds," Thorne said flatly. "These are ancient marriage bonds, from the concordance of permanent magical unions, which is kept locked in the deep stacks for precisely this reason." Jinx blinked. "Marriage bonds?" she repeated. "Like actual marriage? Not just a temporary magical connection or test or..." The band on her wrist flared briefly, as if offended by her attempt to downgrade its significance. "Binding magic doesn't get much more permanent than this," Thorne said, holding up his wrist where the matching band glowed. His voice had gone dangerously quiet. "Ancient spells designed to harmonize magical practitioners with their perfect magical counterpart, used in a time when magical bloodlines were strengthened through arranged marriages." "But we didn't arrange anything," Jinx protested. "And wait, I'm not even human, I'm a familiar, that shouldn't be possible." "Evidently," Thorne said through gritted teeth, "the concordance disagrees." He rose from his chair, and Jinx realized he was quite tall, towering over her by nearly a foot. Despite his obvious fury, his movements were controlled and precise as he carefully set down the broken quill and reached for what appeared to be a small communication crystal on a nearby shelf. "What are you doing?" Jinx asked nervously. "Calling the Magical Advisory Council," he said. "This level of magical disturbance requires immediate intervention." "Wait!" Jinx stepped forward, accidentally knocking a stack of parchment to the floor. She winced. "Sorry about that. But please, before you call in the magical authorities, can we just figure out what exactly happened? Maybe check the book? There's got to be some way to reverse this." Thorne glared at her, gray eyes cold. "The book that you improperly accessed from a highly restricted section? The priceless artifact you've potentially damaged with your haphazard magic?" "Well, when you put it like that..." Jinx trailed off, trying for what she hoped was a winning smile. It did not win over Thorne Blackmoor. "Let me make something perfectly clear. Moss," she supplied. "Juniper Moss, but everyone calls me Jinx." She paused. "For obvious reasons, I guess. And as for Moss," he continued as if she hadn't spoken, "what you've done isn't simply breaking and entering, it's tampering with foundational magic. These bonds," he held up his wrist again, "are not easily broken. They were designed to be permanent." "But there must be a loophole," Jinx insisted. Every spell has one, some kind of escape clause or... Concordance is not some hastily written charm, Thorne cut her off. It's old magic, deep magic, the kind with rules and consequences. As if responding to his words, the bands pulsed again. This time, Jinx felt something new. A brief, unsettling glimpse of emotions that weren't hers. Frustration, alarm, and underneath it all a strange, rigid control that felt like a tightly wound spring. From the way Thorne's eyes widened slightly, she guessed he'd felt something too. "Did you just..." she began. "Emotional bleed," he said grimly. "The first stage of the bond settling." "That's not ideal," Jinx said weakly. "No," Thorne agreed, his voice icy. "It is not." He turned away from her, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. The controlled movement seemed at odds with the magical tension crackling around him. Loose papers fluttering, a nearby quill spinning slowly in the air. "The concordance requires trials," he said after a moment. "Tests of magical compatibility." "Like a magical honeymoon?" Jinx asked, then immediately wished she hadn't, when he turned to glare at her again. "Like a binding contract," he corrected. "One that will either strengthen to permanence or, if we're very lucky, find us incompatible and dissolve." "Oh, well that's easy then," Jinx said, relief washing over her. "We're obviously incompatible. You're all..." She waved vaguely at his rigid posture and immaculate workspace, or what had been immaculate before she crash-landed in it. "And I'm..." She gestured at herself, from her wildly curling strawberry blonde hair stuck with enchanted hairpins to her mismatched cardigan and the trail of glitter she was still inadvertently shedding. Thorne's expression didn't change, but one dark eyebrow arched slightly. "If we were incompatible," he said slowly, as though explaining a basic concept to a particularly dense child, "the bond wouldn't have formed in the first place." "But that's ridiculous," Jinx protested. "The book can't just decide we're compatible. It doesn't know anything about us." "It know everything about our magic," Thorne corrected. "And magical compatibility is what matters in a binding like this, not personality, not preference, raw magical resonance." Something about the way he said it made Jinx's stomach flip uncomfortably. "So we just do these trials, fail spectacularly, and the book lets us go our separate ways? Then," Thorne said, "is the best-case scenario. But first, we need to report this incident properly. The concordance isn't just any magical artifact. It's arcane law given form. Breaking or subverting the trial process could have consequences." The way he said consequences made Jinx shudder slightly. "What kind of consequences?" she asked, though she wasn't sure she wanted the answer. Thorne's mouth tightened into a thin line. "Magical corruption, essence degradation. In ancient accounts, some who tried to break the bond without completing or failing the trials properly lost their magical abilities entirely." Jinx felt the blood drain from her face. For a human mage, losing magic would be devastating. For a familiar, a being made of magic, it would kill me, she whispered. Something flickered in Thorne's stormy eyes. Not quite sympathy, but perhaps a reluctant acknowledgement of the severity. "Which is why we're going to follow protocol," he said firmly, "starting with a full report to the council." He reached again for the communication crystal. This time, Jinx didn't try to stop him. "For what it's worth," she said quietly as he activated the crystal, "I am really, really sorry about this. I was just trying to help my friend." Thorne paused, his fingers hovering over the glowing crystal. For a brief moment, the rigid set of his shoulders softened almost imperceptibly. "Your intentions," he finally said, "however well-meaning, do not change our current predicament." With that, he tapped the crystal 3 times in a specific pattern. It flared to life. projecting a small, ghostly form of a stern-looking woman with spectacles perched on her nose. "Archivist Blackmoor," the projection said. "This is unexpected. What?" She stopped, eyes widening as she seemed to notice the golden bands and Jinx's presence. "Is that a binding signature I'm seeing? From the concordance?" "Yes, Magistrate," Thorne said formally. "I'm reporting an unauthorized activation of the concordance of permanent magical unions and a resulting binding between myself and—" He glanced at Jinx with an expression that suggested he still couldn't quite believe the situation. "Familiar juniper moss." The ghostly magistrate's eyebrows shot up so high they disappeared into her hairline. "A familiar?" she repeated. "Bound by the concordance? That's unprecedented and highly irregular." She peered at Jinx through her spectacles. "How did you even access the concordance, young lady? It's kept in the most restricted section of the deep stacks." Jinx shifted uncomfortably. "I'm really good with locks," she offered weakly. The magistrate made a disapproving sound. "This is most serious. The concordance doesn't make mistakes, which means—" She trailed off, looking between them with newfound interest. "This could be quite significant, magically speaking. A human mage and a familiar, bound by ancient marriage magic. The research implications alone—" "Magistrate," Thorne interrupted, his voice strained. "With all due respect, we're more concerned with dissolving this unwanted connection than with its research potential." Of course," the magistrate said, though she didn't sound particularly convinced. "Well, the process is clear. You'll need to undergo the traditional trials of compatibility. Pass or fail, the concordance will render its final judgment once you've completed them all." "And how many trials are there?" Jinx asked. The magistrate adjusted her spectacles. 5.
Chapter 2, Binding Clauses and Bureaucrats. Thorne Blackmoor's morning had been perfectly orderly until exactly 37 minutes ago. He'd cataloged 16 minor enchantments, reorganized an entire shelf of temperamental scrolls, and even managed to repair a binding spell in a particularly nasty volume of transmutation failures. Now his meticulously controlled day lay in ruins, shattered by a chaotic familiar with ridiculous hair and an apparently terminal case of magical incompetence. He strode through the corridors of the ministry annex, his ink-stained robes billowing behind him like storm clouds. Magical energy crackled around his clenched fists, tiny sparks of blue-white light that betrayed his fury more effectively than any outburst ever could. The few bureaucrats he passed flattened themselves against the walls, recognizing the dangerous combination of a powerful mage and barely contained rage. He didn't slow down, didn't acknowledge them, didn't dare look back at the source of his problems, literally trailing in his wake. As he entered the main atrium, the golden band on his wrist pulsed uncomfortably, making him acutely aware of the familiar struggling to keep pace behind him. He deliberately quickened his steps, taking grim satisfaction when he heard her stumble, followed by a soft, "Oof." "Do try to keep up, Miss Moss," he said without turning. "The sooner we get this absurdity reversed, the sooner we can pretend it never happened." "You could slow down a smidge," came the breathless reply. "Some of us weren't blessed with giraffe legs." Thorne's jaw tightened. 3 minutes in her presence, and she'd already compared him to a spotted African herbivore. Marvelous. An atrium buzzed with the usual ministry chaos, memos folding themselves into paper birds and zooming overhead, harried-looking officials clutching scrolls that occasionally snapped at their fingers, the constant background hum of at least 19 varieties of organizational enchantments. Thorne approached the receptionist's desk, where an enchanted quill was sorting visitor requests into color-coded piles based on urgency, department, and what appeared to be emotional temperature. He cleared his throat and addressed the quill with cold precision. "Archivist Thorne Blackmoor, I need to see whoever is responsible for undoing accidental magical binding." The quill paused its sorting, rose into the air, and examined him with an unsettling level of sentience. It hovered near the golden band on his wrist, then frantically scribbled a note that folded itself into a paper bird and zoomed down the hallway with unusual velocity. "Is that good or bad?" Jinx asked, finally catching up. She leaned against the reception desk, slightly out of breath, tiny flecks of glitter drifting from her curls onto the polished surface. The quill immediately returned to scribble another note that simply read, "Please do not shed on ministry property." While they waited, Thorne maintained a rigid distance from Jinx, though the bond between them created a subtle, irritating pull whenever they stood more than 6 feet apart, like a fishhook caught beneath his skin, tugging insistently. He noticed with mounting annoyance how she fidgeted with everything in reach, tapping her fingers against the counter, readjusting her wildly curling hair, and worst of all, humming some nonsensical tune under her breath. "Must you?" he finally snapped. "Must I what?" She blinked those hazel green eyes at him in apparent innocence. "Fidget. Exist so." He gestured vaguely at her entire being. "Loudly?" "Sorry," she said, not sounding remotely sorry. "I get nervous in government buildings. All these rules and regulations make my skin itchy." As if to demonstrate, she scratched her arm, releasing another small puff of glitter that made the enchanted quill vibrate with what could only be interpreted as indignation. Before Thorne could deliver a scathing lecture on professional decorum in magical institutions, a doorway materialized in the wall across from them, one that had definitely not existed moments before. It swung open with a dramatic creak that Thorne felt certain was entirely unnecessary. Quenly Thistlefawn emerged with theatrical slowness, dressed in robes currently shifting between burnt orange and acidic green. The elf's thin eyebrows rose nearly to their hairline as they spotted Thorne and Jinx, lips curving into an expression that could only be described as delighted malice. "Well, well," they said, eyeing Thorne's binding band with undisguised pleasure. "The vault has chosen a new trial pair. How absolutely unexpected?" Thorne's stomach plummeted at the word trial. His hand instinctively moved to cover the golden band, as though he could hide the evidence of his humiliation. "We're not a pair of anything," he said firmly. "There's been a magical accident that needs immediate reversal." Quinley's smile only widened. Of course. Why don't we discuss this in my office?" They gestured toward the doorway, which had now transformed into an ornate archway carved with symbols that Thorne, despite his extensive arcane knowledge, couldn't fully decipher. Quinley's spiral-shaped office defied several laws of physics and at least 2 principles of sensible interior design. Bookshelves curved at impossible angles, a chandelier made of suspended inkwells cast prismatic shadows, and the ceiling appeared to be a map of some celestial system Thorne had never encountered in any astronomical text. He remained standing rigidly while Jinx immediately sank into a plush purple chair that seemed to materialize specifically for her, making a soft "ooh" sound as it adjusted to her exact proportions. Quenley's hovering clipboard fluttered into the room and began circling Thorne like an anxious bird, occasionally prodding him with its corner until he reluctantly sat in a high-backed chair that felt deliberately less comfortable than Jinx's. "Now then," Quinley said, settling behind a desk that resembled a cross between a seashell and a particularly ambitious filing system. "Let's discuss your situation." "There is no situation to discuss," Thorne stated flatly. "I demand immediate dissolution of this bond, citing my position as archivist and the obvious mistake." He straightened his already impeccable posture. "The familiar in question was trespassing in a restricted area, triggered an unknown enchantment without proper authorization, and caused a magical disturbance that interrupted important archival work." Jinx had the decency to look slightly abashed, though the effect was ruined when she leaned forward and whispered, "I was trying to help a friend." An unauthorized help is precisely how spellcraft disasters occur, Thorne hissed back. Quinley's expression grew serious, or as serious as someone whose eyes contain actual visible sparkles could manage. "The vault trials aren't mistakes, Archivist Blackmoor," they said, steepling long fingers. "They're ancient compatibility tests designed to identify magically resonant pairs. The vault hasn't selected a couple in over 70 years. "We are not a couple," Thorne insisted, the words coming out sharper than intended. "Yet," Quinley added with infuriating calm. Thorne felt his blood pressure rise to potentially dangerous levels. I don't believe you understand. I have critical work that cannot be interrupted by some archaic magical bonding ritual. Surely there's a procedural override for accidental activation. Quinley's clipboard swooped down and positioned itself between them, projecting a series of legal paragraphs into the air in shimmering gold text. The elf ran a finger along one particularly dense section, murmuring, "My yes, here we are. Consequences of trial refusal." Thorne leaned forward, scanning the ancient text with growing horror as Quinley summarized. Complete revocation of magical licensing for both parties, confiscation of all magical implements, and a binding spell preventing either of you from practicing magic again. The blood drained from Thorne's face. The loss of his magic would mean the loss of everything: his identity, his life's work, his purpose. He imagined his days stretching ahead in a colorless blur of mundane existence, unable to feel the current of arcane energy that had been his constant companion since childhood. "That can't be legal," he managed, voice uncharacteristically faint. "Oh, it predates most magical legislation," Quinley said cheerfully. "The enchantment was created during the Concordant era, when magical binding contracts were rather more permanent than modern sensibilities prefer." "But this is absurd," Thorne argued, his voice growing increasingly tense. "I'm an archivist, not some participant in a magical dating ritual. Surely there must be an exemption for accidental triggering." Quinley's clipboard emitted a negative buzzing sound, red sparks shooting from its corners. "The vault doesn't make mistakes," they responded, suddenly serious. "It identified a compatibility. The only way forward is through." "It could be broken," Jinx suggested, speaking up for the first time since they'd entered the office. Her fingers twisted a loose thread on her sleeve. "Magical contracts can be broken, right? If both parties suffer equally?" Quinley winced. "Technically, yes, but the penalties for breaking vault-level enchantments are, well, historically, participants have preferred death." Jinx's eyes widened. "Oh!" An uncomfortable silence fell, broken only by the soft scratching of Quinley's clipboard taking notes on their discomfort. "Look on the bright side," Jinx finally said, turning to Thorne with a forced smile that made a few sparks of glitter dance in her wild hair. "We could make the best of it, yeah? It's just a few trials, and then we can go our separate ways. No death required." Thorne gave her a withering glare. He noticed, with increasing irritation, how the golden flecks in her hazel green eyes seemed to dance when she was trying to be optimistic, a telltale sign of a familiar's magical nature that he found both distracting and unprofessional. "This is not a situation where making the best of it applies," he said coldly. "This is a catastrophic disruption of my work and life due to your recklessness." Her smile faltered slightly, but didn't disappear entirely. "I did say I was sorry about the whole accidentally magically marrying you thing. Multiple times, actually, with increasing sincerity. Sorry doesn't untrigger ancient binding spells," he muttered. "Children, please," Quinley interjected, though the elf looked thoroughly entertained by their bickering. "Let's discuss what the trials actually entail, shall we?" The clipboard projected a new series of images into the air, symbols and diagrams that shifted and rearranged themselves into a complex calendar. "There were 5 trials in total," Quinley explained, "each testing a different aspect of your magical compatibility. They must be completed in sequence within 30 days. Thorne scanned the projected information, his archivist's mind automatically cataloging details. "And they increase in difficulty," he noted grimly. "And intimacy," Quinley added with a waggle of eyebrows that Thorne found deeply unprofessional. "The trials begin with basic magical resonance testing and progress to more profound connections." Jinx leaned forward, squinting at the floating symbols. "What's that last one? It looks like a heart being eaten by a book." "Oh, that's the... The final challenge will either solidify or dissolve your bond, depending on your choices and compatibility." Quinley smiled benignly. "Think of it as a magical marriage with a built-in probationary period." "How romantic," Thorne said flatly. Quinley's clipboard swooped down and produced a contract with flourishing ceremony, the parchment unfurling with a sound like distant thunder. "You'll need to sign, of course, both of you, a formal acknowledgement of your participation in the trials." Thorne stared at the contract, searching for loopholes, escape clauses, anything that might spare him this indignity. Finding none, he finally reached for his personal quill, a severe black affair with a steel nib that produced ink the precise color of his mood, currently a stormy gray with dangerous tinges of red. 30 days, he said coldly. Not a moment longer. As his quill touched the parchment, the binding band on his wrist tightened momentarily, and he felt a disconcerting wave of emotions that weren't his. Relief, anxiety, and an infuriating spark of hope. Huh? His head jerked up to find Jinx watching him, that ridiculous, almost smile playing at the corners of her mouth. He deliberately shielded his thoughts, raising mental barriers honed through years of working with psychically invasive texts. The last thing he needed was this chaotic familiar sensing his emotions, especially given how utterly, completely furious he was about the entire situation. The contract glowed when he finished signing, then sealed itself with a flash of golden light that matched the binding bands on their wrists. It split into 3 identical copies that flew to different filing cabinets around the room. Excellent, Quinley clapped their hands together. Now, let's discuss scheduling. The first trial should occur within 72 hours, followed by... Send the details in writing, Thorne interrupted, already rising from his chair. I have work to return to. Actually, Quinley's voice took on a new tone, something bureaucratically ominous. You've both been temporarily reassigned. Thorne froze. I beg your pardon. Standard procedure for trial participants, Quinley explained, completely unfazed by Thorne's darkening expression. You'll be granted leave from your regular duties to focus on the trials. Archival work can be so demanding, and we wouldn't want it interfering with your magical connection development. Archival work is my magical connection, Thorne growled. Not anymore, at least not exclusively. Quinley handed them each a sealed scroll, the ministry's official seal glowing faintly in the dim light. These are your trial schedules and temporary reassignment notices. The first trial begins tomorrow morning at the Crystal Pavilion in the Eastern Gardens. Jinx took her scroll with visible curiosity, turning it over in her hands. Do we need to bring anything? Prepare somehow? Just yourselves, Quinley said with a smile Thorne didn't trust for a second. Oh, and perhaps dress comfortably? The first trial can be a bit physically demanding. Thorne buttered something under his breath that made a nearby inkwell blush and hide behind a stack of papers. Oh, more thing, Quinley added as they reached the door. The binding bands have certain properties you should be aware of. They respond to proximity, emotional states, and especially dishonesty. I'd advise against lying to each other during the trial period. The consequences can be rather uncomfortable. Define uncomfortable, Thorne demanded. Quinley's smile was serene. You'll find out if you try, won't you? Thorne stalked from the office, scroll clutched so tightly in his hand that the parchment protested with a faint magical whine. He heard Jinx scurrying to follow him, her shorter legs working double time to keep pace with his furious stride. So, she said, sounding infuriatingly chipper, temporary roommates, huh? Thorne stopped so abruptly that she nearly collided with his back. He turned slowly, fixing her with the glare that had once caused a junior archivist to hiccup continuously for 3 days. Miss Moss. Jinx, please. Miss Moss sounds like someone who has a retirement plan and remembers to water their plants. We are not roommates, we are not friends, we are not anything except 2 people who will tolerate each other's presence for the minimum time required to dissolve this magical... She tilted her head, studying him with those unsettlingly perceptive eyes. You know, for someone with such a scary reputation, you're not very intimidating up close. Thorne blinked, momentarily thrown off balance. What? All the junior archivists talk about you like you're some kind of boogeyman who'll turn them into bookmarks if they misshelve something, but you're just, she waved a hand vaguely, tall and grumpy. The binding band chose that moment to pulse warmly against his skin, as though approving of her assessment. Thorne resisted the urge to scratch at it. I have standards, he said stiffly, which apparently include being magically shackled to walking chaos for a month. To his surprise, she laughed, a bright sound that startled a passing clerk into dropping their scrolls. That's fair. I'm not exactly everyone's cup of tea. She stuck out her hand. Truce, at least until we figure this out. Thorne stared at her outstretched hand with its chipped nail polish and a small ink stain shaped remarkably like a smiling face. Everything about her was the antithesis of the order he valued. from her wild hair to her mismatched socks visible beneath the hem of her robes. Against his better judgment, he shook her hand briefly. A temporary arrangement of non-aggression, he conceded. Not a truce. Her smile widened, and the binding band gave another warm pulse that sent an unwelcome tingle up his arm. I'll take it, she said. See you tomorrow, reluctant magical husband. Before he could formulate a suitably cutting response, she bounced away down the corridor, leaving a faint trail of glitter in her wake. Thorne watched her go, a mixture of dread and something else. Something uncomfortably like curiosity, settling in his stomach. He glanced down at his temporary reassignment scroll with a scowl. 30 days? He could survive anything for 30 days. Even Jinx Moss. Probably.
Chapter 3. House of Emotional Hazards. Standing on the cobblestone walkway, staring at the most aggressively meticulous townhouse she'd ever seen, Jinx fought the urge to turn and run. The pristine facade, with its perfectly aligned windows and immaculately trimmed hedges, practically screamed no glitter allowed. The door knocker, shaped like a stern owl, seemed to narrow its brass eyes at her approach. "Are you coming or not?" Thorne called from the doorway, his tall frame blocking most of the entrance. "I'd prefer to get this over with before the trials committee shows up with more paperwork." The binding band on her wrist pulsed with a gentle but insistent tug, as if magnetized to its twin on Thorne's arm. She'd barely had time to grab her emergency satchel from the scriptorium lost and found before he'd marched them across town, maintaining exactly 7 steps of distance between them the entire way. "Well, here goes nothing," she whispered, adjusting her satchel and stepping over the threshold. The moment her foot crossed into the house, a wave of curious magic washed over her like walking through a warm summer rain. The sensation wasn't unpleasant, more like being gently inspected by thousands of tiny, friendly fingers. Inside, the house awoke. Lamps flickered on in sequence, creating a welcoming pathway deeper into the home. What had appeared dormant and still suddenly buzzed with life, enchantments humming from within the walls like a distant beehive. A delicate scent of lavender and cedar wood swirled through the air, wrapping around her like an invisible embrace. Thorne froze mid-stride, his jaw clenched, as his eyes darted from one illuminated lamp to another. "Mimsavelle, stop it! She's not staying." Before Jinx could ask who Mimsavelle might be, a collection of floating scarves materialized in the entryway. They swirled together in an intricate dance that somehow managed to convey both excitement and careful assessment. One scarf, pale blue with delicate silver embroidery, detached from the group, circling Jinx with obvious curiosity. It brushed against her cheek with the gentleness of butterfly wings before rejoining its companions. "The house spirit," Thorne explained tersely, watching the display with narrowed eyes. "Mimsavelle, typically well-behaved until now." Jinx couldn't help but smile. "A house spirit, and not just any kind, one with enough personality to directly challenge its stuffy owner. Hello there. I'm Jinx," she addressed the floating scarves directly, giving a little curtsy. "Sorry for intruding, but I think we're stuck with each other for a bit." The scarves fluttered excitedly, rippling with what looked remarkably like pleasure. A nearby crystal vase that had been empty moments before suddenly filled with fresh wildflowers, daisies, buttercups, and sprigs of lavender arranged in a cheerful bouquet. Thorne pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering something that sounded suspiciously like a counting exercise. "She's being unusually demonstrative," he said finally. "Normally she restricts herself to adjusting the temperature and occasionally rearranging books I've misplaced." "I think she's lovely," Jinx replied, watching as the scarves performed an elaborate twirl that somehow conveyed preening. "Most house spirits I've met are either too shy to show themselves or completely obsessed with scouring cauldrons." Thorne cleared his throat. "Let me show you to the guest room. The trials don't technically begin until tomorrow, but the proximity requirement is already in effect." He gestured toward a hallway. "This way." Jinx followed him down a corridor lined with framed certificates and magical diagrams rendered in precise calligraphy. No personal photos, she noticed. No mementos or trinkets or anything suggesting a life beyond work. Thorne stopped before a plain door and reached for the handle. "You can stay," he pulled, but the door remained firmly shut. Frowning, he tried again with more force. The door didn't budge, but it did emit a sound suspiciously like a disapproving humph. "Mimsavel," Thorne warned, his voice dropping to that particular tone adults use with misbehaving children. "Open this door immediately." The house spirit's response was to make the hallway lights flicker in what could only be described as laughter. "Perhaps there's another room?" Jinx suggested, trying not to giggle at the flush creeping up Thorne's neck. "Fine," he muttered, stalking further down the hall. He stopped at another door and turned the handle with unnecessary force. This door swung open obligingly, revealing Thorne's bedroom. At least Jinx assumed it was Thorne's bedroom, though it had clearly undergone some recent renovations. The space looked mysteriously expanded, with a second wardrobe that hadn't been there that morning standing beside the original. Additional bookshelves now lined one wall, filled with colorful book spines that contrasted sharply with the serious academic tomes on the opposite shelves. Most noticeable of all was the bed. What had presumably been a sensible single had transformed into a spacious four-poster, complete with plush pillows and a duvet that somehow managed to blend Thorne's preferred navy with scattered embroidered stars that looked suspiciously like Jinx's favorite constellation patterns. On the nightstand beside the expanded bed sat an unusual stained glass lantern that glowed a deep, rich purple. Thorne's eyes widened at the sight, and he quickly averted his gaze. A few sparkles of emotional magic escaped as Jinx tried to suppress her giggle, floating around her head like tiny shooting stars. "Your house seems to have some, strong opinions about sleeping arrangements." "This is completely inappropriate," Thorne stated flatly. "Mimsavel, restore my room at once." The purple light from the lantern intensified briefly, then settled back to its previous hue. Nothing else changed. Jinx stepped into the room, running curious fingers along the spines of the new books. Compatibility through compromise, the joy of magical unions, building bridges between magical beings. She pulled one out and flipped through it. These are surprisingly progressive for magical relationship guides. Most of the ones I've seen insist familiars exist to serve their summoners, not partner with them. "I don't own those books," Thorne said stiffly, still hovering in the doorway as if afraid to fully enter his transformed domain. "Mimsavel must have conjured them." "Your house has excellent taste," Jinx replied, replacing the book and wandering deeper into the room. "And impressive conjuring abilities. Most domestic guardians can only manipulate what already exists." While Thorne began what appeared to be a silent negotiation with his house spirit, indicated by his intense staring at the ceiling and occasional muttered phrases, Jinx explored the now-set bedroom. The space perfectly blended their styles in ways that seemed impossible for something conjured. His meticulous organization remained intact, but softened by colorful accents and whimsical touches that matched her taste exactly. She opened the new wardrobe and found it filled with clothes in her size: flowery dresses, practical pantsuits for official business, and comfortable loungewear for relaxing. At the front hung a set of pajamas, emblazoned with animated stars that twinkled in response to her touch. "Does Mimsavel often redecorate for guests?" she asked, turning to find Thorne glaring at the magical mood lantern. "Never," he replied tersely. "She's never taken to anyone before." "Well, I'm honored," Jinx said to the room at large. A pleased breeze ruffled her curls in response. "But I should probably get my things from Fern's place. I've been couch surfing while helping her with her familiar registration." Thorne nodded, seemingly relieved at the prospect of a temporary reprieve. "Yes, fine. Get your belongings. I'll prepare the—" He glanced at the transformed bed and sighed. "I'll prepare for your return." Jinx headed back down the hallway, Thorne trailing at a careful distance. When she reached for the front door, her fingers met what felt like an invisible wall of gelatin. She pushed harder, but the barrier simply yielded slightly before pushing back. Simultaneously, the binding band on her wrist tightened with a gentle but unmistakable pressure. The air around her thickened, creating resistance with each step toward the exit. She turned to Thorne, who was now arguing with a copper teapot that had appeared on a side table. The teapot appeared to be refusing to pour, lifting its spout with what could only be described as teapot haughtiness whenever Thorne reached for it. "I think your house is enforcing some kind of proximity spell," Jinx called, trying another experimental push against the barrier. "I can't seem to leave." Thorne abandoned his tea standoff and approached, maintaining what appeared to be the maximum distance allowed by their binding. "That's not possible. The ministry said the bond would allow for separate lodgings, just not separate cities." He reached toward the door and encountered the same resistance. The copper teapot behind them whistled sharply, as if laughing. "I suspect Mimsavel has her own interpretation of the rules," Jinx said, watching the scars dance smugly in the corner. "House spirits can be very protective once they decide they like someone." Thorne's expression suggested he was mentally calculating the energy required to dismantle a centuries-old house enchantment versus simply enduring her presence. Endurance won. "Fine," he said after a long moment. "We can send for your things." "Already done," came a staticky whisper from the teapot. "Coming. Soon." Thorne's eyes widened. "Norbert hasn't spoken to me in months." "Nor be Edie Ike's the glittery glee-eye world," the teapot hissed, its lid rattling cheerfully. As if on cue, the front door's barrier disappeared, and a gentle knock sounded. Thorne opened it to reveal a startled young witch holding Jinx's familiar-sized trunk. "Delivery for Juniper Moss," the witch said, glancing between them. "The, teapot at the boarding house insisted it was urgent. Said something about a honeymoon?" Thorne's face went through at least 7 distinct emotions before settling on resigned despair. "Thank you," Jinx said brightly, accepting her trunk. "Please tell Norbert's friend we appreciate the speedy service." After the delivery witch departed, Thorne insisted on attempting to conjure a simple dinner rather than going out. "The fewer people who know about our situation, the better," he explained, producing a respectable but uninspired pasta dish with a wave of his wand. But dinner, like everything else in the house, became an exercise in forced intimacy. The moment they sat down with their plates, the dining table, previously long enough for 8, shrank to a cozy 2-person size. The main lights dimmed of their own accord, replaced by floating candles that drifted just low enough to create a romantic atmosphere. When Thorne attempted to read a book during the meal, it gently but firmly closed itself whenever he opened it, the pages making a soft tisk-tisking sound. "I think your house believes in undivided attention during meals," Jinx observed, trying not to laugh at his frustrated expression. "My Aunt Heather's cottage was the same way. If you tried to read at the table, your soup would suddenly taste like book paste." "Mimsavel has never objected to my reading during meals before," Thorne muttered. "She's showing off." "I like her style," Jinx said, grinning at the pleased flutter of curtains this comment elicited. "Say what you will, but your house has excellent dinner ambiance." The comment earned her the briefest glimpse of what might have been amusement in Thorne's stormy eyes, quickly suppressed. Throughout the meal, Jinx found herself observing Thorne's mannerisms. The precise way he prepared tea when the teapot finally deigned to pour, 3 stirs clockwise, 1 counterclockwise, never making a sound against the china. His habit of running his hands through his hair when discussing complex magical theory. The unconscious way he traced old spell forms in the air when thinking through a problem. She noticed the contrast between his controlled movements and the chaotic energy that occasionally flickered behind his eyes. For someone so dedicated to order, he possessed surprisingly vibrant magic. She could sense it coiling around him like a slumbering storm. far more powerful than he allowed the world to see. "What?" Thorne asked, catching her staring. "Nothing," she replied, quickly averting her eyes. "Just thinking about the first trial tomorrow, the co-casting one." His fingers twitched, almost forming a protection sigil before he caught himself. "Yes, co-casting can be unpredictable when magical signatures are incompatible." "What's your primary magical frequency?" she asked, genuinely curious. Most mages operated within specific magical wavelengths. It determined which spells came easiest to them. "Low-resonance blue with sigma harmonics," he answered without hesitation. Jinx nearly choked on her pasta. "Really? I'm high-resonance gold with sigma undertones. We're practically complementary." Thorne's fork paused halfway to his mouth. "That's unusual. Most familiars have alpha or epsilon patterns." "I'm not most familiars," she said with a shrug, sending a few unconscious sparkles floating into her wineglass. They dissolved with tiny pings, making the liquid briefly glow from within. Thorne watched the display with undisguised fascination before catching himself and returning to his careful composure. After dinner came the ultimate standoff, bedtime. Thorne spent nearly an hour attempting various transmutations, trying to conjure a second bed, transform a chair into a sleeping cot, even attempting to split the existing bed into two. Each effort was subtly but firmly thwarted. The chair kept morphing back to its original form whenever he turned away. The conjured cot disappeared in a puff of apologetic lavender smoke. The bed refused to be divided, its posts actually growing more ornate with each attempt. Meanwhile, the mood lantern shifted through various colors, settling on an amused orange each time one of his spells failed. Finally, Jinx suggested, "How about we build a pillow barrier down the middle? I promise to stay on my side." Thorne looked from the stubborn bed to the increasingly smug lantern, then back to Jinx. His shoulders sagged slightly in defeat. "Fine. A pillow barrier. But this arrangement is temporary until I figure out how to override Mimsivel's interference." Just as he reluctantly agreed, the mood lantern shifted to a calming blue, and the temperature in the room adjusted to perfect sleeping conditions. The bedsheets turned down invitingly on both sides. Jinx changed into the star-speckled pajamas in the bathroom, giving Thorne privacy to change in the bedroom. When she returned, he had constructed an impressive pillow fortification down the center of the bed and was sitting stiffly on his side, wearing sensible navy sleepwear. She climbed carefully onto her designated half, keeping well away from the barrier. The mattress was absurdly comfortable, conforming perfectly to her body while remaining supportive. "Your house has excellent taste in bedding," she murmured, already feeling sleep tugging at her. It had been a very long day. "Good night, Thorne," she whispered, then added, "Good night, Mimsivel." The house responded with a gentle fluttering of curtains and a subtle musical chime. Thorne merely grunted, turning away to face the wall. But just before the lights dimmed completely of their own accord, Jinx noticed him placing one of his books on her nightstand. A slender volume titled, "A Practical Guide to Magical Cohabitation." The gesture might have seemed small, but from someone as private as Thorne, it felt significant. She smiled to herself as she settled deeper into the pillows, feeling a tiny spark of hope bloom in her chest. Glitter dust settled on her pillow as her eyes drifted closed, and the binding band on her wrist emitted a soft, contented glow that matched the rhythm of her heartbeat. Maybe, just maybe, this accidental marriage wouldn't be a complete disaster after all.
Chapter 4, Terms of Engagement. Thorne startled awake at precisely 5:30 IEM, his internal clock as reliable as any enchanted timepiece. Something was wrong. The careful pillow barricade he'd constructed down the center of his bed had migrated during the night, and there was a suspicious warmth at his side that hadn't been there when he'd fallen asleep. He turned his head cautiously to find the source of the disturbance. Jinx lay curled on her side, one hand tucked beneath her cheek, lips slightly parted. Above her sleeping form, a small cloud of glitter dust hovered, rising and falling with each breath like some ridiculous magical nightlight. The effect was irritatingly enchanting. Thorne carefully extracted himself from the bed, freezing when she murmured something that sounded suspiciously like marshmallow butterflies, and shifted position. A strange pang of something almost like fondness flickered through him before he ruthlessly quashed it. This was precisely the problem with familiars. They cultivated an aura of endearing chaos that clouded rational thought. Once he was certain she wouldn't wake, he slipped from the bedroom and headed straight to his study, the only room in the house that still felt entirely his own. Mamseville had been suspiciously accommodating of Jinx's presence elsewhere, adjusting the temperature to her apparent preference and generating inexplicable decorative cushions in previously austere spaces. In his study, Thorne pulled out the trial scrolls Quenley had provided with obvious glee. He unrolled a sheet of his finest enchanted parchment, the kind that responded to thought as much as to ink, and began creating a meticulous timeline. His quill scratched across the surface as he organized each test by difficulty, magical requirements, and historical precedent. The systematic approach would reveal patterns, and patterns would provide solutions. He'd analyzed 6 of the scrolls when his quill paused mid-stroke. There was something familiar about this sequence, something that tugged at his archival memory. He reached for a reference text on the upper shelf, flipping through it with increasing urgency. "No," he muttered, scanning the faded illustrations. "That can't be right." But the evidence was undeniable. These weren't standard compatibility tests or even the more rigorous bonding evaluations used by magical academies. These were the resonance trials, ancient evaluations designed to test emotional synchronicity as much as magical ability. Thorne's stomach tightened with anxiety. The resonance trials hadn't been implemented in over 70 years. Not since the last catastrophic vault incident. Most of those records remained classified, accessible only to the highest echelons of the ministry. He'd only encountered references to them during his advanced archival training. He pulled out another book, cross-referencing the activation parameters with growing concern. According to every source, the binding spell should have needed intentional activation by 2 compatible parties, not accidental triggering by one person. It was designed with multiple fail-safes specifically to prevent accidental bondings. "This wasn't random," he muttered, examining the golden band on his wrist. It pulsed faintly at his words, as if acknowledging the truth in them. The reaction sent an uncomfortable chill down his spine. Someone had tampered with the activation requirements. But who would benefit from forcing a compatibility trial between a spell-scribe and a familiar, and why them specifically? A nervous knock at the front door interrupted his spiraling thoughts. Thorne glanced at the brass clock on his desk. 6:45. I am an entirely inappropriate hour for visitors. He considered ignoring it, but the knocking persisted, growing more frantic. Mimseville's presence manifested as a disapproving shimmer in the air. The house clearly felt Thorne should answer the door. "Fine," he grumbled, making his way to the entrance. He opened the door to find a small, green-tinged figure shifting uncomfortably on the doorstep. A ministry-sealed crate hovered beside him, surrounded by the faint blue glow of a levitation charm. "Mr. Blackmoor." The goblinkin adjusted his enchanted glasses, which immediately began to fog slightly at the edges. "Drixel Tap, Trial Assistant Department." "Special delivery from the trial department." He gestured nervously to the floating crate. "Congratulations on your, bond activation." The congratulations hung awkwardly in the air between them. Thorne fixed the bureaucrat with his most intimidating stare, the one that made junior archivists confess to misfilings they hadn't even committed. "That's interesting, Mr. Tapp," Thorne said coldly, "considering I didn't activate anything." Drixel's glasses fogged further. "Well, yes, technically, the familiar triggered the... Was there any unusual activity in the vault records recently?" Thorne cut in, stepping closer. "Any unauthorized access beyond Ms. Moss?" The bureaucrat took a step back, nearly tripping over his own feet. "Nothing beyond routine maintenance." The glasses were now completely opaque with condensation. All protocols were followed according to standard procedures. Classified procedures for a binding spell that shouldn't have activated through accidental contact? Thorne pressed. Drixel wiped frantically at his glasses. I really wouldn't know about that. I just deliver the equipment. He pushed the floating crate forward. All the required materials for your first trial. Instructions inside. Good luck. Before Thorne could ask another question, the Goblinkin turned and scurried down the path with remarkable speed for someone with such short legs. Thorne glared at the retreating figure before turning his attention to the crate. He brought it inside and carefully examined it for hexes or tracking spells before opening the latch. One could never be too careful with ministry deliveries. Inside, he found several items nested in protective spell silk, ornately sealed trial prompts that resisted his attempts to peek ahead. A mood-mongering lantern currently glowing a suspicious amber color, and 2 enchanted rings in a velvet box. A neatly folded note explained they would heat up painfully if either participant attempted to lie during official trial discussions. Truth-binding jewelry. Wonderful. Oh, presents? Thorne nearly jumped at the voice behind him. Jinx stood in the doorway, her strawberry blonde curls a wild tangle around her face. She wore what appeared to be mismatched socks and an oversized shirt with an animated teapot dancing across the front. A trail of sparkles followed her as she moved closer, immediately clinging to his meticulously clean floor. Before he could stop her, she reached for the velvet box. Are these for us? Don't touch. Too late. As her fingers made contact with the rings, they emitted a soft musical chime and visibly adjusted their size. Thorne's archival brain immediately cataloged the phenomenon. Adaptive enchantments responding to the unique magical signature of a familiar. Even as he scowled at her intrusion, "What do they do?" she asked, holding one up to catch the morning light. Thorne sighed. "They are truth-binding rings for the trials." He took the ring from her hand and placed it back in the box. "They heat up if either of us lies during official proceedings." "Well, that's not terrifying at all," Jinx said cheerfully. "I guess honesty really is the best policy. Not that I'm a liar, but sometimes I get nervous and say things are fine when they're not, or exaggerate about how many enchanted toasters I've accidentally created, which is only 3, by the way, not 7 like I told that one proctor. Yet my schmaws. And there was this one time I told a wizard his familiar looked very distinguished when actually it resembled a moldy turnip with eyes." "Jinx," Thorne said more firmly, and she stopped mid-sentence, looking at him with surprise. It was the first time he'd used her first name. The ring in his palm warmed slightly. Not quite a burn, but a warning, reminding him that he hadn't shared everything he'd discovered. "Is that everything?" Jinx asked suddenly, those perceptive hazel green eyes narrowing slightly. "About the rings, I mean." The ring heated further. Thorne quickly set it down before he could force a confession. "We should focus on the first trial," he said, redirecting her attention to the sealed scrolls. "We have less than 30 hours to prepare." He selected the first trial prompt and broke the seal. The parchment unfolded itself into a complex magical diagram showing 2 figures standing back to back, hands linked at specific points, with spell notations spiraling around them. "The first trial begins tomorrow at noon," he explained, relieved to be back on safer ground. "We'll need to practice the binding position and spell cadence if we're to have any chance of success." To his surprise, Jinx didn't immediately make a joke or disrupt his explanation. Instead, she leaned forward with unexpected seriousness, studying the diagram with focused attention. "Looks like a modified affinity casting," she noted. "The positioning is similar to what summoners use when they're aligning with a new familiar, except we'll be using mutual magic rather than a dominance pattern." Her finger traced the spell notation with practiced ease. "I've done something similar before, though not with this level of complexity." Thorne blinked, momentarily thrown by her competence. The binding band on his wrist brightened slightly, which he found distinctly unsettling. "Yes, well," he recovered, "we'll still need to practice. The synchronization appears to be the critical element." "I can gather the spell components while you figure out the cadence," she suggested. "I'm pretty good at finding obscure magical ingredients." Thorne nodded stiffly, still unsettled by this glimpse of capability beneath her chaotic exterior. As Jinx began making a list of the required materials, he watched her with new curiosity. Perhaps there was more to her than glitter and disorganization. While she worked, he surreptitiously returned to his notes, adding a cryptic reference to the Blackwell Sumner incident. the last failed vault trial that had resulted in magical sanctions so severe they were still referenced in hushed tones at the ministry. He glanced at Jinx, who was humming softly to herself while making her list. Was it possible her apparent airheaded cheerfulness concealed something more calculated? Could she somehow be involved in whatever was happening? The paranoid thought fell wrong even as it formed, making the binding band tighten uncomfortably around his wrist. He winced and quickly redirected his focus to the spell requirements. "Think we have most of what we need already?" Jinx announced, looking up from her list. "Except for crystallized moonbeam? But I know a night vendor in the lower market who sells it. We could go this evening?" "I have suitable components in my laboratory," Thorne replied. The thought of navigating the chaotic lower market with Jinx by his side was enough to trigger a mild panic, including preserved moonbeam essence. "Right. Of course you do." She smiled, but something in her expression flickered briefly, like disappointment quickly masked. The mood lantern on the table shifted from amber to a deeper orange. Thorne frowned at it. The enchantment was clearly malfunctioning. They spent the afternoon in his laboratory, measuring ingredients and practicing the precise movements required for the spell. Thorne was surprised to discover that beneath her chaotic demeanor, Jinx had remarkably steady hands when handling delicate magical components. She followed his instructions with unexpected precision, only occasionally lapsing into digressive stories about past magical mishaps. By evening, they had prepared everything for the following day's trial. Thorne felt reasonably confident in their technical preparation, though the emotional synchronicity component remained worryingly nebulous. As nightfall approached, they faced the awkward prospect of their second night of forced cohabitation. Thorne tried to ignore how quickly this bizarre arrangement was beginning to feel routine. He entered the bedroom to find Jinx arranging small objects in a careful semicircle around her side of the bed. Simple protection charms crafted from string, polished stones, and what appeared to be a preserved acorn cap. The items radiated subtle but effective warding magic. Thorne paused in the doorway, observing the methodical way she positioned each charm. The wards were sophisticated despite their humble components, significantly more advanced than what a typical familiar would know. Jinx glanced up, catching him watching. A faint flush colored her cheeks, but she didn't stop her work. "A familiar learns to be careful about magical vulnerabilities during sleep," she said simply, placing the final charm, a tiny silver bell, at the edge of her pillow. The explanation hung in the air between them, laden with implications Thorne hadn't considered. Familiars were magically bound to serve their summoners. That relationship wasn't always benevolent. How many uncomfortable or dangerous situations had she navigated? How much protection had she needed over the years? For the first time, he wondered what hardships might lie beneath her sunny exterior. The mood lantern, which he'd placed on the dresser, shifted unexpectedly from amber to a curious, questioning blue. "The wards are well constructed," he said awkwardly, unsure how to acknowledge this glimpse into her reality. "The acorn cap, I assume it's for nullifying dream leak?" Jinx nodded, looking slightly surprised by his recognition. "Most people don't notice that part. I specialized in protective enchantments before focusing on archival work," Thorne explained, moving to his side of the bed and maintaining a careful distance. "Your technique is unconventional but effective." "That's me," she said with a small smile. "Unconventionally effective." She sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers idly tracing the binding band on her wrist. "Do you think we'll pass tomorrow? The trial, I mean?" The genuine concern in her voice caught him off guard. He'd been so focused on solving the mystery of their situation, he hadn't considered that she might be worried about failure, about facing magical sanctions if they didn't succeed. "The spell mechanics are straightforward," he said, more gently than he'd intended. "As long as we maintain the positioning and pronunciation we practiced, the technical components should align correctly." In the emotional synchronicity part, her eyes met his directly, those hazel green depths unexpectedly serious. Thorne hesitated. The truth was, he had no idea how to ensure emotional alignment with someone he barely knew, someone so fundamentally different from himself. "We'll manage," he said finally. It wasn't exactly a lie, but the ring on the nightstand warmed slightly nonetheless. Jinx nodded, seeming to accept his non-answer. She slipped under the covers on her side, careful not to disturb her protective arrangement. "Good night, Thorne. Try not to worry too much." "Good night," he replied stiffly. extinguishing the lights with a gesture. He lay awake in the darkness, listening to her breathing gradually slow and deepen. The binding band on his wrist emitted a faint golden glow, just enough to illuminate the canopy above. On the dresser, the mood lantern continued to pulse a questioning blue, as if the enchantment itself were confused by the emotions in the room. Tomorrow they would face the first trial. Tomorrow they would begin to discover if this bizarre pairing had any chance of magical compatibility, or if they were destined to join the ranks of failed bonds like Blackwell and Sumner. Thorne turned away from Jinx's sleeping form and closed his eyes, determined to get at least a few hours of rest. The last thought that crossed his mind before sleep claimed him was uncomfortably clear. He was no longer certain which outcome he was hoping for.
Chapter 5. Compatibility Trial. 1. A Spell Shared. Jinx tugged at the sleeve of her trial robe for the 17th time in as many minutes. The silky fabric clung to her arms like a needy kitten, then billowed dramatically when she tried to smooth it, almost as if the clothing itself was teasing her. "Are you quite finished fidgeting?" Thorne asked from across the room. He stood perfectly still, his own regulation robe hanging in crisp, dignified lines. Of course it behaved for him. Magical garments probably wouldn't dare wrinkle in his presence. "These robes have opinions," Jinx muttered, feeling the fabric tighten slightly around her shoulders as her anxiety spiked. "And they're judgy." "They're standard-issue enchanted conduct gauges." Thorne adjusted his cuffs with military precision. "The fabric responds to emotional fluctuations to help the trial department monitor our compatibility." He said the last word like it tasted of spoiled milk. Jinx tried to take calming breaths as she surveyed Thorne's living room. He had cleared the space with ruthless efficiency that morning, banishing comfortable chairs and side tables to the periphery. The antique Persian rug remained, its intricate patterns subtly shifting beneath their feet. Another enchantment that seemed to eye her warily, as if expecting her to spill something on its pristine fibers. The binding band on her wrist pulsed with warm light, the magical sigil embedded in her skin counting down to noon with steady, inevitable rhythm. Like a heartbeat. Or a time bomb. "You know," she ventured, "I'm actually pretty good at cooperative magic. My last summoner and I could turn her entire garden invisible with just—" "Let's not discuss your previous arrangements," Thorne interrupted, consulting a pocket watch that looked old enough to have timed the first sunrise. "The trial begins in exactly 43 seconds. "Right. Previous arrangements, totally off limits. Got it." The robe tightened uncomfortably around her ribcage as her nervousness fluttered. "But maybe we should, I don't know, strategize? Compare magical wavelengths or something?" Thorne's eyebrow arched with such perfect condescension that Jinx wondered if he practiced in a mirror. "I think we'll manage to follow basic instructions without a committee meeting." The grandfather clock in the corner, a hulking mahogany monster with brass fittings that occasionally rearranged themselves, began to chime. Each resonant note seemed to vibrate through the floorboards and up into Jinx's bones. On the 12th strike, the air between them shimmered. With a theatrical unfurling, the first trial scroll materialized, hovering at eye level. Golden light spilled from the parchment, casting both their faces in a warm glow as elegant script appeared stroke by stroke. Trial of shared spellwork. The bonded pair must successfully cast the harmonic levitation charm while maintaining physical and magical connection for no less than 3 minutes. Jinx glanced at Thorne, trying for a hopeful smile. "That doesn't sound so bad, right? I mean, it could have been the synchronized soul-swapping spell or something truly awkward." "The harmonic levitation charm," Thorne said flatly, ignoring her attempt at levity, "requires precise magical calibration between casters. It's not merely about lifting objects. It tests our ability to blend complementary magical signatures." "Oh." Jinx swallowed. So it's basically magical couples therapy disguised as a floating furniture exercise. If you must trivialize ancient magical tradition, then yes. He moved to the center of the room, his robe swishing with annoying perfection. We'll need to stand back to back, link our non-dominant hands, and achieve exact cadence synchronization. Jinx nodded, taking her position behind him. She could feel the tension radiating from his shoulders, rigid as castle battlements. His fingers tapped against his thigh. Once, twice, 3 times before he stilled them deliberately. "Ready?" she asked. "Just follow my lead and try not to add any embellishments." When their hands finally connected, palm to palm and fingers interlacing, a spark of magic jumped between them like static electricity. Jinx yelped in surprise, and a small cloud of golden glitter puffed from her hair, settling on both their shoulders. "Sorry," she said quickly. Startled glitter, "Can't help it." Thorne sighed with the weariness of a man who'd expected nothing less. "Let's begin. The incantation is Levitatis tar mo nia conjunctum, emphasis as indicated." They began the spell, and everything immediately went wrong. Jinx tried to follow Thorne's rigid pronunciation, but her magic flowed in intuitive bursts rather than his measured cadence. Her attempts to restrain it only made things worse, like trying to funnel a waterfall through a drinking straw. "It's Levitatis harmonia, not whatever you're saying," Thorne hissed as their conflicting energies caused a nearby bookshelf to break free from gravity's embrace, floating serenely upside down. Ancient tomes rained onto the ceiling with soft thumps. "I said exactly what you said," Jinx protested. "You added a trill to the second syllable and accelerated the third phrase by approximately 1.7 seconds. Who counts spell seconds?" She tried again, focusing harder on matching his rhythm, but this time their magic tangled into knots, causing a side table to sprout tiny wooden legs and scuttle under the sofa. By the 5th attempt, Jinx was sweating, and even Thorne's perfect posture had developed a slight slouch. Their latest failure had resulted in the furniture ranging itself in a conga line, dancing around the room to music only it could hear. An ottoman bumped cheerfully against Thorne's rigid form as it passed. "You need to control your magical output," he said through gritted teeth, his back still pressed against hers. She could feel every muscle in his body coiled tight as clockwork springs. "I am controlling it," she protested, as a shower of miniature stars fell from her fingertips unbidden. "This is me being subtle." For their 6th attempt, Thorne insisted on counting out loud to regulate their timing, which might have worked if the numbers themselves hadn't begun floating up to the ceiling, forming mathematical equations that solved themselves in midair. The 7th attempt went beyond mere failure and straight into magical catastrophe. As they tried once more to align their energies, something snapped in the space between them. Their discordant magics created a feedback loop, amplifying rather than harmonizing. Books began orbiting them like angry planets, the windows rattled in their frames, and the spell light turned an ominous purple that reminded Jinx of bruises and thunderstorms. "Break the connection!" Thorne called, but it was too late. Their hands seemed fused together by the malfunctioning spell. A particularly heavy grimoire, bound in what looked suspiciously like dragon hide, hurtled toward Thorne's head with alarming precision. Without thinking, Jinx twisted and shoved Thorne aside with her free hand, finally breaking their magical connection. Every levitating object in the room, books, trinkets, a surprised-looking teacup, crashed to the floor simultaneously. The impact shook the floorboards and sent dust spiraling into the sunlight. For a moment they both stood frozen in the aftermath, breathing hard. Jinx surveyed the chaos with a wince. The furniture had returned to its original position, but looked decidedly grumpy about the whole experience. "Well," she offered into the silence, "at least we know what doesn't work." Thorne didn't answer. He had moved to the edge of the room and was rubbing his temples, eyes closed. The binding band on his wrist pulsed with irregular light, the magical equivalent of a racing pulse. Jinx approached cautiously, reaching into a hidden pocket of her robe. "Here," she said, offering a small crystal vial filled with liquid that sparkled like liquid moonlight. "Familiar remedy. Won't fix everything, but it helps with magical feedback pain." Thorne eyed the vial suspiciously. "What's in it?" "Distilled starlight, essence of dream poppy, and a tiny pinch of pixie dust." She shrugged at his raised eyebrow. "Old family recipe." "Well, not my family, obviously. My third summoner's grandmother taught me." After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the vial. Their fingers brushed briefly during the exchange, and Jinx felt the binding band warm against her skin in response. He unstoppered the vial and sniffed it cautiously before taking a small sip. Almost immediately, the tension around his eyes eased, and his shoulders relaxed a fraction. While he was distracted by the remedy's effects, Jinx allowed herself to really look at him. She'd been so focused on their magical mishaps that she hadn't properly noticed the details. The precise way he buttoned his collar, how his stormy gray eyes shifted like thunderclouds with his emotions, the ink stains on his left hand that he hadn't noticed. There was a certain grace to his movements, economical and deliberate. For a brief moment, as the pain relief set in, his customary scowl faded. Without the perpetual look of disapproval, his features resolved into something quite different. Still serious, but almost handsome in a severe, scholarly way. Jinx felt a disconcerting flutter in her stomach that had nothing to do with magical feedback, and everything to do with the way the sunlight caught in his dark hair. She quickly looked away, flustered by her own reaction. "Better?" "Surprisingly effective," he admitted, examining the empty vial with professional curiosity. "The pixie dust is an unusual stabilizing agent. It binds the starlight so it doesn't, try to float back up to the sky." She gestured vaguely upward. "Magic has preferences sometimes. Instincts. You have to work with them, not against them." She paused, a thought crystallizing. "Which might be our problem." Thorne returned the vial, his academic interest engaged despite himself. "Explain." Jinx traced a finger through the dust on a nearby shelf, leaving behind a glittering trail. "I've been trying to cast exactly like you. Precise, measured, perfect. But that's not how my magic works. It's like asking a butterfly to march in formation. And my approach is too rigid for spontaneous adaptation," Thorne concluded, surprising her. "A valid observation?" For their 8th attempt, Jinx made a decision. She moved back to the center of the room and took her position, but this time she closed her eyes and really listened when Thorne joined her. To the cadence of his breathing, the subtle shift in the air when he gathered his magic, the particular resonance of his voice. "I think I've been trying too hard to be something I'm not," she admitted quietly as they stood back to back. "Let me try something different." She took his hand again, but this time, instead of trying to force herself into his pattern, she allowed her magic to find its own rhythm, like following the spaces between his notes instead of the notes themselves. "Like harmony in music, not unison," she suggested, feeling him tense at the break from protocol. "Your magic is the melody, mine's the harmony." Thorne hesitated, then gave a curt nod. "An unconventional approach, but our conventional methods have proven inadequate." As they began the incantation again, Jinx didn't try to match Thorne's precise timing. Instead, she let her magic dance around his, complementary rather than identical, filling the spaces between his carefully constructed phrases. His magic moved in straight lines and perfect angles. Hers swirled and eddied in response. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then, with an almost musical chime that reminded Jinx of crystal glasses touching, the spell clicked into place. Objects around the room began to rise gracefully. First, the smaller items, then books, cushions, and finally the heavier furniture. Each was surrounded by a perfect blend of Thorne's clean blue light and Jinx's shimmering gold, creating a soft lavender glow where the colors merged. The binding bands on their wrists activated in response, pulsing with the same lavender luminescence. Jinx could feel Thorne's back against hers, solid and no longer rigid with tension. Their breathing had synchronized without either of them trying, and their linked hands felt natural now, his larger one folded comfortably around her smaller fingers. For 3 minutes and 27 seconds, according to the trial scroll's exacting timer, they maintained perfect magical harmony. Different, but complementary, like sunshine and shadow, each enhancing rather than fighting the other. When the spell timer finally chimed completion, they separated slowly, both slightly dazed. All around them, objects settled gently back into place, some looking distinctly disappointed that the magical dance was over. The trial scroll glowed bright green with approval, before rolling itself up with a satisfied rustle. "We passed," Jinx said, unable to contain a wide smile. A few celebratory sparkles escaped from her hair despite her attempt at restraint, drifting down like tiny fireworks. "We actually did it." Thorne merely nodded, adjusting his robe with a precision that seemed more habitual than necessary, but Jinx noticed the binding band on his wrist was pulsing with a contented glow that matched her own, and for just a moment, so briefly she almost missed it, his lips quirked upward at the corners. Not quite a smile, but definitely not a scowl, before he caught himself and turned away to begin gathering scattered books. "The results were adequate," he said, his voice oddly gentle as he carefully reshelved a volume of magical theory. "Your intuitive approach has merit in certain applications." From Thorne, Jinx suspected this was practically a standing ovation. She hid her smile and bent to help with the cleanup, noticing how the trial robes had loosened comfortably around both of them, no longer registering anxiety or resistance. "So," she ventured, "same time tomorrow for trial number 2? "The scroll will activate at noon," he confirmed. "Though I suggest we spend the morning reviewing more harmonization techniques given today's challenges." "You mean the dancing ottoman in the book that tried to assassinate you?" "Among other irregularities." He paused in his organization efforts, looking at her directly. "Your quick reaction prevented potential injury. That was helpful." Jinx blinked, momentarily speechless at what might have been the world's most awkward thank you, but before she could respond, Mim Savell, the house spirit, chose that moment to materialize partially, her translucent form beaming with approval as she clapped incorporeal hands. "Wonderful," the house spirit gushed. "The harmonization was beautiful. I've prepared a celebratory dinner in honor of your first successful trial. The dining room is already set for 2. Thorne's almost smile vanished immediately. "That won't be necessary, Mim Savell. We have work to—" "Actually, I'm starving," Jinx interrupted, suddenly aware of how depleted her magical reserves felt. "Spell harmonization always leaves me ravenous. It's a familiar thing," she added, when both Thorne and Mimsavell looked at her. Something about borrowed magic needing more fuel. She didn't miss how the binding band on Thorne's wrist pulsed once, sharply, at her words. The reminder of her non-human status seemed to reset the boundaries between them. "Very well," he said stiffly. "A meal would be practical for magical recovery." As Mimsavell floated away, humming happily, Jinx caught Thorne studying her with an expression she couldn't quite read. Curiosity? Caution? Something else entirely? "What?" she asked, suddenly self-conscious. "Harmony," he said quietly, almost to himself. "I hadn't considered its applications in bonded spellwork before today." Then, seeming to remember himself, he straightened his already perfect posture. "I'll wash up before dinner. You should do the same." there's glitter in your hair." As he left the room with his usual measured stride, Jinx ran a hand through her curls, releasing a small shower of golden sparkles. She hadn't even realized she'd been producing them. But for once, she noticed with surprise, Thorne hadn't seemed annoyed by the magical residue. Progress, perhaps. Or at least a temporary truce. The binding band on her wrist pulsed gently, as if in agreement.
Chapter 6, Sparks and Silence. The dinner plates clattered softly as he set them on the table, a sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet dining room. He hadn't meant to create a formal setting. That had been Mim Savel's doing. The house spirit apparently considered dinner a required couple's activity, complete with floating candles and a tablecloth that hadn't existed in his possession until today. "Is this normal?" he asked, eyeing the elaborate play settings with suspicion. "From Mim Savel?" "Absolutely." Jinx slid into her chair with practiced ease, as though she'd been dining at his table for years rather than days. "House spirits are notorious romantics. Back when I was staying with Madame Periwinkle, her cottage would literally move furniture to trip us into each other's arms." Thorne frowned. "That seems hazardous." "Oh, completely," she agreed, waving her fork enthusiastically. 3 sparkles detached from her gesture and drifted toward the ceiling. "But you should have seen what happened when I lived with the Hargrove twins. Their brownstone played matchmaker with every guest who stayed longer than a week. The hallway would shrink if you weren't walking close enough together." Her laughter bubbled up, bright and infectious. "Once, the entire staircase turned into a slide when Master Hargrove was trying to give a formal tour to the Magical Architects Guild." Despite himself, Thorne's mouth twitched. He covered it by taking a sip of water, but not before Jinx caught the almost smile and beamed in response. The meal progressed, with Jinx carrying most of the conversation, describing bizarre magical mishaps and familiar licensing disasters with animated gestures. Thorne found himself oddly content to listen, occasionally offering a dry observation that would set her off on another tangent. "It wasn't terrible," he admitted to himself. Not that he'd say that aloud. Halfway through her explanation of a particularly successful levitation she'd managed for a young apprentice, Thorne noticed something off. Jinx's usual rapid-fire delivery had slowed, the words coming with longer pauses between them. The ever-present sparkles that typically accompanied her enthusiastic hand gestures were dimmer, appearing sporadically rather than in their usual clouds. "And then the teacups all just..." Her fork clattered against her plate as her hand went suddenly limp. "Sorry, just a little..." She blinked hard, her binding band flickering erratically where it encircled her wrist. "Just a little magical feedback." Thorne set down his utensils, attention fully engaged. "Are you..." "I'm fine," she insisted, though the unnatural pallor of her skin suggested otherwise. She pushed back from the table, clearly intending to stand, but her legs buckled instantly beneath her. Thorne moved with reflexes he hadn't realized he possessed, darting forward and catching her before she hit the floor. Her binding band flared with alarming intensity against his arms, the gold light now tinged with a sickly pale yellow. Her skin felt unnaturally cool against his hands. "This is more than feedback," he said sharply, his voice harder than intended. The edge in his tone wasn't directed at her, but at himself. He should have seen this coming. The trial magic was standardized, rigid, designed for conventional casters, not for familiars with Jinx's particular chaotic resonance. Without thinking further, Thorne lifted her into his arms, startled by how little she weighed. Her wild, strawberry blonde curls brushed against his chin, carrying that distinctive scent of sugar and ozone, the unmistakable signature of familiar magic under strain. His analytical mind cataloged her symptoms automatically. Delayed trial backlash, aura fragmentation, binding stress. Any proper mage would have recognized the warning signs hours ago. "Mim Savel," he called as he carried Jinx down the hallway toward the living room. "Clear the couch, please, and lower the ambient magic level." The house responded immediately, lights dimming to a soft glow, enchanted objects quieting their usual hum, and the large sofa by the hearth clearing itself of books and scrolls. A soft blanket appeared as if from nowhere, folded neatly on the armrest. He placed her carefully on the couch, trying to arrange her comfortably without jostling her too much. Her binding band pulsed weakly in sync with his own, the resonance sending a cool tingle up his arm. He hesitated, then gently brushed a curl from her forehead, his fingers lingering a fraction longer than necessary. Familiars often experience delayed reactions to structured spell work, he explained quietly, though she was barely conscious. Your natural magic fought against the trial constraints. I should have anticipated this. The familiar stabilization protocols taught at the academy would be insufficient. Those were designed for conventional familiars, not whatever unique variation Jinx represented. He pursed his lips, decision made. Watch her, he instructed Mim Savell, and hurried to his study. The wooden box sat on the uppermost shelf of his private bookcase, half hidden behind treatises on experimental enchantment theory. The container was worn smooth from years of handling, its brass hinges tarnished with age. He reached for it without hesitation, running his thumb across the carved protection sigil before opening it. Inside, nestled in faded violet velvet, lay his collection of healing stones, a private weakness he'd never fully admitted to anyone. The Academy taught that crystalline magic was unreliable, imprecise, everything Thorne typically avoided, but these had been his grandmother's, and they worked in ways formal spellcraft sometimes couldn't. He selected a piece of clear quartz for stabilization and a chunk of amber specifically suited for familiar-specific energy work. Not a word of this to anyone, he muttered, uncertain if he was speaking to himself or to the memory of his pragmatic colleagues who would certainly raise eyebrows at such methodology. Returning to the living room, Thorne found Jinx exactly as he'd left her, though her breathing seemed shallower. Mim Savell had adjusted the blanket to cover her more fully, the corners tucked with grandmotherly precision. The house spirit had even placed a cool cloth on her forehead. Where she'd found the cloth, Thorne couldn't guess. With methodical precision that belied his growing concern, Thorne arranged the healing stones in a careful pattern around Jinx's resting form. Clear quartz at her head for clarity, amber near her heart to stabilize her inherent magic, tourmaline at her feet to ground excess energy. Each stone was placed with consideration, forming a subtle constellation of healing intent. He closed his eyes, centered his breathing, and began casting a restorative charm, not the flashy magic taught at the ministry, but something older, learned in his grandmother's garden before he'd ever attended formal training. His normally rigid casting style softened out of necessity, hands moving in fluid motions as he channeled, stabilizing energy through the stones. The first hour passed in focused concentration, Thorne murmuring incantations in a low, steady rhythm. The binding bands on their wrists glowed in tandem, no longer the sickly yellow, but not yet returned to their normal golden hue. Another hour slipped by, then another. His shoulders ached from maintaining the precise gestures required by the healing protocol, but he refused to stop. A metallic tapping drew his attention. Norbert, the enchanted teapot, had appeared at his elbow, steam curling invitingly from its spout. The pot tilted slightly, as if indicating the empty cup that had somehow materialized on the side table. I'm occupied, Thorne muttered, not breaking his concentration. Norbert made an insistent clinking sound, hopping slightly on the table. Fine, Thorne conceded with a sigh, pausing his gestures long enough to accept the tea. The liquid within was a deep amber, the aroma complex with herbs he recognized as magical stamina boosters. He acknowledged the sentient kitchenware with a grateful nod, surprising himself with a gesture of courtesy toward one of the house's enchantments he usually found deeply irritating. The tea worked quickly, replenishing his depleted magical reserves. He set the cup aside and returned to the healing circle, noting with relief that Jinx's color had improved marginally. The sparkles that usually surrounded her still hadn't returned, but her breathing had deepened, taking on a steadier rhythm. Night fell outside the windows, the darkness gathering in the corners of the room. Without breaking his concentration on the healing spell, Thorne whispered a word that lit the fireplace, careful to modulate the magical resonance so it wouldn't interfere with the restoration work. Warm light spilled across the floor, casting dancing shadows over Jinx's still form. His grandmother would have approved of this setup, he thought unexpectedly. She had always insisted that proper healing required fire element balance. Magic isn't just in the casting, Thornton, she would say, using his full name in that way that demanded attention. It's in the space between the caster and the world. Jinx would probably agree with that sentiment. The realization was startling. When had he started to form opinions about what Jinx would think? He shifted from his cross-legged position on the floor to an armchair, pulled close to the couch, maintained the healing current while giving his cramping legs relief. A book appeared on the side table. Mimzavel again, apparently, but he only opened it as a pretense. His eyes kept returning to the slow rise and fall of Jinx's chest, reassuring himself of her continued recovery. Mimzavel dimmed the lights further but kept the fire steady, creating an atmosphere of hushed comfort. The house's approval of his vigil was palpable in the way the cushions of his chair seemed to adjust perfectly to his frame, and how the temperature remained ideal despite the dropping chill outside. The clock on the mantel ticked past 11, then half past. Thorne's exhaustion grew more difficult to ignore, the day's events weighing on him with increasing gravity. The trial itself had been magically demanding, and now hours of healing spell work had depleted his reserves, despite Norbert's restorative tea. Near midnight, his head nodded forward against his will, eyes closing briefly before he jerked awake again. This pattern repeated several times until finally his exhaustion overcame his vigilance. His head drooped forward as he drifted into an uncomfortable sleep, still seated in the armchair. In this vulnerable state, his usually impeccable shields lowered slightly, and the binding band activated a shallow empathic connection, allowing him to sense Jinx's dreams as abstract impressions, warmth, movement, a reaching towards something just beyond grasp, colors he couldn't name, a longing for something he couldn't identify but somehow recognized. He dreamed of golden sparkles and laughter, of books that sang when opened, of a garden where spellfire bloomed as flowers, where the rigid lines of his magic intertwined with something wilder, creating patterns he'd never imagined possible. A soft sound pulled him abruptly back to consciousness. Thorne woke to find Jinx's eyes open, watching him with an uncharacteristic quietness. The healing stones still glowed faintly in their arranged pattern, but their light had dimmed as their work completed. "You stayed," she murmured, voice rough from sleep. The firelight caught the gold flecks in her hazel eyes, making them shimmer. For once, no sparkles manifested around her, her magic still too depleted for her usual glittery displays. Thorne realized with surprise that he missed that small chaos. "The healing protocol requires monitoring," he said, the words coming out more softly than intended. Of course," she replied, a hint of her usual smile touching her lips. "Very logical." Something shifted in the atmosphere then, the magical resonance creating a moment of suspended tension. The healing stones pulsed once in unison, responding to something neither of them was saying. Thorne found himself leaning forward slightly, drawn by an impulse he didn't fully understand or care to examine. Jinx's breath caught, her eyes widening in surprise. They hovered on the precipice of something neither was ready to acknowledge. Then Thorne cleared his throat and pulled back, retreating behind his usual reserve. "You should rest," he said, voice rougher than intended. "The magical depletion will take time to fully resolve." He stood, gathering the healing stones and returning them to their box with careful movements. Each crystal was wrapped in its silk cloth, the motions practiced and precise. He could feel Jinx watching him, but he didn't meet her eyes. "I'll prepare a proper restoration tonic tomorrow," he said, focusing on closing the box's brass latch. "The standard protocols weren't designed with your particular magical signature in mind." "Thank you," she said simply. The lack of her usual verbosity felt wrong somehow, like a familiar spell missing a crucial component. Thorne hesitated. Then, instead of returning to his bedroom, settled back into the armchair, reopening his book. "I'll stay," he said, not looking up from the page, "to monitor the healing spell." From the corner of his eye, he saw Jinx smile faintly as she drifted back to sleep. The moon lantern on the mantelpiece, that ridiculous enchanted object Drixel had delivered, shifted to a deep, contented blue. Thorne pretended not to notice, just as he pretended not to notice the way Mimsivel adjusted his blanket and conjured a footstool at just the right height. Just as he pretended not to notice how the binding band on his wrist felt warmer, more settled than it had since its appearance. None of that signified anything important, he told himself firmly. It was simply the natural progression of a correctly executed healing protocol. That was all. The fire crackled softly, sending shadows dancing across the walls as he turned the page of his book. Though he couldn't have said what words were written there, his attention still inexplicably drawn to the familiar sleeping peacefully on his couch, her wild curls splayed against a pillow, one hand tucked beneath her cheek. For organizational purposes only, he made a mental note to research familiar recovery protocols first thing in the morning, and perhaps acquire some amber-infused tea blends, purely for their magical efficacy, of course. Nothing more.
Chapter 7. The Vault Whispers. Jinx woke with a start, blinking against the early morning light filtering through Thorne's absurdly practical curtains. For once, she'd beaten him to consciousness, a minor victory that made her grin despite the lingering ache in her muscles from last night's magical exertion. Her body felt like she'd been tossed in a magical washing machine, then hung out to dry in a lightning storm. The binding band around her wrist hummed pleasantly, its golden light pulsing with renewed energy. She stretched her fingers, watching tiny sparks dance between them like miniature shooting stars. Her magic had replenished overnight, which was a relief. Nothing worse than a familiar running on empty. Like trying to cast with a magical head cold. A soft snore drew her attention to the armchair across from the couch where she'd slept. Thorne had nodded off there, his normally perfect posture betrayed by exhaustion. He'd slumped sideways, one arm dangling toward the floor, a leather-bound tome teetering precariously on his lap. His features, usually arranged in careful neutrality or outright disapproval, had softened in sleep. The worry lines between his brows had smoothed away, and his perpetual frown had relaxed into something almost peaceful. "Well, would you look at that?" she whispered to herself. "The scary librarian is actually human." Without disturbing him, Jinx eased off the couch and tiptoed across the rug. She carefully lifted the book from his lap, some impossibly dense text about binding enchantments, and set it on the side table. A folded throw blanket draped over a nearby ottoman caught her eye, and she gently shook it open, the soft fabric smelling faintly of cedar and parchment. She laid it over him with the lightest touch she could manage, allowing herself just one moment to study his face without his knowledge. Sleep had stripped years from him. The perpetual tension in his jaw had released, and his dark eyelashes rested against his cheeks without the accompanying glare. A lock of black hair had fallen across his forehead, making him look almost boyish. "You should try this relaxed look more often," she murmured. "It suits you." Her stomach growled, reminding her that magical recovery required fuel. She slipped from the room, surprised when the usually creaky floorboards fell silent beneath her feet. The house was helping her let Thorne sleep. "Mimsy-Vel's doing, no doubt." "Thanks," she whispered to the empty air, running her fingers along the wallpaper. The house seemed to shiver pleasantly in response. As Jinx moved through the hallway, she noticed the framed photographs along the wall subtly shifting, their angles adjusting to follow her movement. Generations of Blackmoors stared back with the same stormy eyes and serious expressions. Not a smile among them, though one young boy, perhaps Thorne as a child, appeared to be suppressing a grin in what looked like a formal graduation photo. "Was he always so serious?" she asked, a particularly stern-looking portrait of an older woman with a silver-streaked bun. The portrait didn't answer, but the frame tilted slightly, as if in consideration. The kitchen welcomed her with a gentle brightening of the enchanted light fixtures. Norbert the teapot sat waiting on the counter, its spout lifting in recognition as she entered. "Good morning," she whispered conspiratorially. "Any chance you'd help me make some breakfast without waking our grumpy host?" Norbert rocked enthusiastically back and forth, then hopped to the edge of the counter and whistled softly. Like magic, well, literally magic, the kitchen came to life. Cupboards eased open without their usual creak, a measuring cup tiptoed across the counter to the flour bin, and eggs rolled gently from their basket into a waiting bowl. "You're much more cooperative than the kettle at Madame Ulstrom's," Jinx told Norbert, brushing her finger affectionately across its porcelain side. "That one used to wait until I was half asleep, then scream like a banshee." Norbert shuddered sympathetically, releasing a small puff of steam. While the enchanted kitchenware prepared breakfast, Jinx leaned against the counter, watching the choreographed dance of utensils and ingredients. A mixing bowl spun in lazy circles while a whisk beat eggs with remarkable precision. A pat of butter slid itself into a warming skillet, spreading evenly across the surface. "You know," she confided to a particularly enthusiastic spatula, "I've stayed in 17 different homes since I was first summoned. Not one of them had such helpful kitchenware. Most were either hostile or completely indifferent." The spatula flipped with what seemed like pride, and Norbert whistled cheerfully. As Jinx waited for the kettle to boil, her attention drifted to a narrow door in the corner of the kitchen. She frowned. Had that always been there? The door seemed to shimmer slightly, visible only when she looked at it from certain angles, as though it existed in multiple places at once. "That's new," she murmured, moving closer. As she approached, the door emanated a faint sense of resistance, a gentle magical pressure warning her away. But after a moment's hesitation, the resistance shifted to reluctant acceptance, and the door swung open with the softest of creaks, revealing a narrow staircase climbing upward into darkness. "Well, that's not ominous at all," she said, peering up into the gloom. A faint light flickered to life at the top of the stairs, illuminating worn wooden steps. "Mimsivel? Is this okay?" The house didn't exactly answer, but the light at the top of the stairs brightened encouragingly. Jinx glanced back at Norbert and the breakfast preparations. "Watch the food? I'll be back in a bit." The teapot rocked in acknowledgement, and Jinx began climbing the stairs, her fingers trailing along the wall for balance. The wood creaked beneath her feet, each step sending up tiny puffs of dust that sparkled in the magical light. At the top of the stairs, Jinx found herself in a sprawling attic space, utterly unlike the orderly rooms below. While Thorne's living quarters were meticulously organized, the attic was a chaotic jumble of magical artifacts, furniture draped in sheets and stacks of books reaching nearly to the rafters. Dust motes danced in shafts of morning light, streaming through small round windows. "Now this," she whispered, stepping carefully between teetering towers of boxes, "feels more like a real wizard's home." The space was a treasure trove of magical curiosities. Childhood spell components in labeled jars, training wands with scorch marks and worn grips, academic awards gathering dust on shelves. A display case held what appeared to be family heirlooms draped in fading preservation charms, jewelry, pocket watches, and ceremonial daggers whose enchantments had grown sleepy with age. Jinx moved carefully through the space, touching objects gently and feeling the residual magic they contained. A junior spellcaster's kit still held the imprint of excited hands, smaller hands than Thorne's adult ones. A collection of competition medals hummed with pride. A stack of student journals leaked occasional wisps of frustration and determination. "So you weren't born a perfectly starched archivist after all," she murmured, smiling as she discovered a box of partially melted candles. Evidence of experimental magic gone awry. She picked up a small crystal orb and watched as swirling smoke inside formed the shape of constellations, then the features of a younger Thorne, his face alight with ambition. As she ventured deeper into the attic, the binding band on her wrist began to pulse with an irregular rhythm. It wasn't painful, exactly, but insistent, like someone tapping for attention. The temperature dropped noticeably around one corner of the room, where stacks of old books surrounded what appeared to be a miniature version of the vault's archiving system, complete with tiny spinning classification orbs and indexed scrolls. Ambitious childhood project or obsessive adult hobby, she wondered aloud, unsure which answer would be more endearing. She knelt beside the elaborate setup, impressed by the detail. Each tiny scroll was properly labeled, the classification system identical to the one used in the actual vault. You really never do anything halfway. The binding band's pulsing grew more insistent, almost uncomfortable now. Jinx frowned, rubbing at her wrist as she scanned the area. Something was triggering the magical connection. But what? That's when she noticed one floorboard that didn't quite match the others. Newer, less worn, yet surrounded by a pattern of faded chalk marks just visible in the dusty wood. When she knelt to examine it, the board shifted slightly under her touch. "Hello, what have we here?" she murmured, working her fingers around the edge of the board. It lifted away easily, revealing a small hidden compartment beneath. Inside lay a strange silver sigil the size of her palm, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with a sickly green light. The magic emanating from it felt wrong, somehow, discordant and jagged against her senses, like hearing a beautiful melody played slightly out of tune. "I shouldn't touch that," Jinx said firmly to herself. Then, because self-preservation had never been her strong suit where curiosity was concerned, she reached out and brushed her fingertips against the sigil's surface. The world fractured. The attic dissolved around her, reality splintering like glass as she plunged into a chaotic stream of magical impressions. Whispered voices argued in a language so ancient it made her teeth ache, the words meaningless but the tone urgent, angry, frightened. The vault's towering archives appeared, but wreathed in spectral fire that consumed nothing yet burned with terrible intensity. Two silhouettes emerged from the flames, their wrists encircled by binding bands similar to hers but twisted and blackened against their skin, the flesh beneath blistered and raw. The figures reached for each other but could not touch, an invisible barrier keeping them apart despite their struggles. Most disturbing of all was the clear image of an unfinished spell diagram that burned itself into her mind. Complex, dangerous, and somehow familiar, though she was certain she'd never seen it before. The pattern of runes formed a binding circle interwoven with what looked like constraint sigils and temporal anchors, the kind of high-level magic that even master enchanters approached with caution. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the vision ended. Jinx found herself gasping on the attic floor, her body trembling and her magic flaring uncontrollably. Books flew from their shelves, preservation jars rattled, and the miniature archive system spun wildly, tiny scrolls unfurling and retracting in panicked disarray. The sigil had vanished from the compartment, but she could feel its residue clinging to her aura like oil, slippery and impossible to wash away with just a thought. Worse, the binding band now pulsed in perfect synchronicity with her heartbeat, suggesting some kind of magical integration had occurred. "That's definitely not good," she whispered, trying to calm her sparking magic before Thorne could sense the disturbance through their bond. She pressed her palms flat against the floorboards, focusing on directing her magic downward, into the wood where it could disperse harmlessly. "Jinx," Thorne's voice called from downstairs, tinged with concern. "Where are you?" Her heart leaped into her throat. "Oh, sparkle snacks," she hissed. Scrambling to replace the floorboard, she sent a frantic wave of calming energy toward the objects she'd disturbed, willing them back into their places. Most obeyed, settling with sullen thuds. But several objects refused to return to their original positions, hovering and then slowly orbiting around her like reluctant moons, drawn to the new magical signature she was carrying. A brass compass, a tarnished locket, a rolled star chart, and most persistently, a small leather-bound journal with a tarnished lock, which darted away from her attempts to grab it. "Please," she whispered desperately, "I promise I'll come back and look at you properly, but right now I need you to stay put." The journal responded by diving directly into her pocket, tucking itself away as if hiding from a strict parent. Jinx sighed in defeat, managing to dispel or replace the other orbiting objects just as she heard footsteps on the attic stairs. "Jinx," Thorne called, his voice closer now. "What are you doing up here?" Jinx plastered on her brightest smile and turned to face a disheveled, recently awakened Thorne. His hair stood up at odd angles, and the sleep wrinkles on one cheek made him look surprisingly vulnerable. The worry in his eyes, however, was sharp and focused. "Good morning," she chirped with forced cheer. "Sorry, didn't mean to wake you. I was just making breakfast and, well," she gestured vaguely around the attic, "exploring a bit." The truth-binding ring on her finger heeded in warning at the evasion. Not exactly a lie, but certainly not the whole truth. "Mimsy Belle showed you the attic stairs?" Thorne asked, his gaze sweeping the space with thinly veiled suspicion. "The door just appeared," Jinx said carefully, which was true. "I thought I'd look around while breakfast was cooking. Your house is fascinating." The ring cooled slightly, accepting this partial truth. Thorne's eyes narrowed as he studied her face, then the attic around them. "You shouldn't be up here," he said, but the words lacked his usual sharp edge. "Some of these old magical items are unstable." The journal in Jinx's pocket pulsed warmly against her thigh, and she felt a strange dulling sensation spread through the truth-binding ring, as if something was interfering with its enchantment. "Sorry," she said, not feeling sorry at all, but relieved when the ring didn't heat in protest. "I made coffee and eggs, though. Peace offering?" Thorne's expression softened marginally. "You cooked?" "Well, your kitchenware did most of the work," she admitted. "I just provided enthusiastic commentary." That earned her the ghost of a smile. Norbert can be accommodating when he likes someone. They descended the stairs together, Jinx acutely aware of the journal's weight in her pocket and the lingering magical residue clinging to her. She chattered about mundane topics, the weather, the interesting architectural features of the house, how surprisingly friendly the enchanted kitchenware was compared to other places she'd stayed. Throughout breakfast, she maintained a stream of cheerful conversation while her mind raced with implications of what she'd seen. Twice, she almost confessed, her mouth opening to form the words, but each time, the residual magic from the sigil seemed to tighten around her thoughts, making the words impossible to form. The sensation was subtle but unmistakable, like trying to recall a word that remained stubbornly on the tip of her tongue. "The second trial begins tomorrow," Thorne said, interrupting her rambling description of a particularly temperamental toaster she'd once encountered. "The mirror bond." Jinx nearly choked on her coffee. "The what now?" "The mirror bond," he repeated, studying her with those storm-gray eyes that seemed to see right through her defenses. "It reveals inner truths, hidden aspects of ourselves that we might not even recognize." Panic flared in her chest. Inner truths? Hidden aspects? Would the mirror show the sigil's influence? The vision she'd experienced? The journal now nestled in her pocket like a stolen secret? The binding band responded with a warning pulse, and for an instant, Jinx swore she saw the green light of the sigil reflected in Thorne's eyes, though he gave no indication of noticing anything unusual. "Inner truths," she repeated with forced enthusiasm. "Sounds illuminating." Indeed. Thorne took a sip of his tea, watching her over the rim. "The ministry official will arrive at noon tomorrow to administer the trial. We should prepare." "Prepare how?" Jinx asked, trying to ignore the way the journal seemed to grow heavier in her pocket, as if warning her. "Meditation is traditional," Thorne said. "Centering our magical energies will help the mirror reflect our truest selves." "Right," she said weakly. "Because that's what we want. Our truest selves, reflected. For everyone to see." Thorne's eyebrow arched slightly. "Is there something you don't want reflected, Jinx?" "Me? No, of course not. Open book, that's me," she babbled, waving her hands expressively. "Nothing hidden here." The binding band tightened almost painfully around her wrist, and she wondered which was more dangerous, The magical mystery she'd stumbled upon, or the growing fear that she might be carrying something that could harm them both?
Chapter 8, Compatibility Trial 2, The Mirror Bond. The air in the trial chamber smelled of ozone and parchment, two scents that should have been comforting to a man who spent his life among spellbooks. Instead, they twisted in Thorne's stomach like writhing eels. He stood perfectly still, hands clasped behind his back, his breathing measured and controlled despite the anxiety churning beneath his carefully composed expression. Since finding Jinx in the kitchen yesterday morning, after her mysterious disappearance from the couch where she'd recovered from magical exhaustion, he'd noticed something off about her aura, a faint greenish tinge that didn't match her usual golden sparkle. It reminded him of tarnished brass or spoiled honey, and it made his archivist's instinct prickle with suspicion. "Do try to look less like you're facing execution, Blackmoor," Quinley Thistlethorn said as she circled them, her robe shifting between deep purple and electric blue. The mirror bond is really quite straightforward. She arranged crystalline markers around an ornate mirror standing at the chamber's center with unnecessary flourish. It simply shows what you most fear and what you most desire. Nothing invasive about that, Her clipboard hovered nearby, quill poised to record every reaction. Thorne had never trusted that quill. It seemed to write more than was said, capturing the thoughts behind the words. "And if we refuse?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "Then I get to file a most delightful form declaring you both in breach of magical contract." Quinley smiled widely. "The penalties for which are quite creative." Beside him, Jinx fidgeted, her usual sparkle subdued. All morning she'd avoided direct eye contact. Her smile seemed fixed rather than genuine, and twice he'd caught her whispering to something hidden in her pocket. Under normal circumstances, Thorne would have dismissed such behavior as typical of familiars. Flighty, distractible creatures with minimal self-control. But Jinx had proven herself different during their first trial. More substantial, more present. The binding band on his wrist pulsed with a strange rhythm that didn't match her outward demeanor, suggesting emotional turmoil she was working hard to conceal. He'd attempted to attribute her behavior to lingering effects of her collapse, but his researcher's mind rejected easy explanations. "Now then," Quinley said, activating the trial with a complex gesture. The mirror's surface rippled like liquid silver. "Face the mirror together and maintain physical contact throughout the trial. The mirror will read your resonance as a bonded pair, not as individuals." Thorne reluctantly extended his hand toward Jinx. For a moment he thought she might refuse, but then her fingers slipped into his palm with uncharacteristic hesitation. They were cold, too cold, and trembling slightly. The sensation reminded him of how she'd shaken during her magical collapse when he'd carried her to the couch and stayed beside her through the night. "Ready?" Quinley asked, not waiting for an answer. They stepped forward together. The mirror's surface darkened ominously, and Thorne felt magical pressure building in the room, an unmistakable sense of being prodded and examined from the inside out. The mirror pulled at memories and emotions he'd kept carefully locked away, including the unexpected tenderness he'd felt while watching Jinx sleep. Her wild curls spread across his favorite reading pillow. He instinctively reinforced his mental shields, focusing on the disciplined structure of rune sequences rather than the sensation of Jinx's hand in his. But the mirror's magic was insistent, designed specifically to bypass such defenses. Beside him, Jinx inhaled sharply as the mirror's surface began to swirl with color and shadow. "It's beginning," Quinley murmured unnecessarily, her quill scratching across her clipboard. The mirror's surface cleared to reveal Thorne's fears first himself, standing in the ruined vault, ancient texts burning around him as his magic spiraled out of control. Ribbons of chaotic energy whipped through the air, slashing through priceless scrolls and splitting the stone floor. The vision was pulled directly from the nightmares that still visited him a decade after his most catastrophic failure. The scene shifted to show him failing another partner, not Jinx, but someone whose face remained frustratingly blurred. "You were always too rigid," the figure accused, "too afraid to bend." In the vision, his binding band turned black and cracked like scorched paper. Thorne's jaw tightened as he watched, mortified that Jinx and Quinley could see these private terrors made manifest. He'd spent years crafting a reputation for cool competence, and now this ridiculous trial was stripping it away, layer by layer. "Fascinating," Quinley murmured. "Note the recurring motif of rigidity in relation to failure." "I don't need psychological analysis from a bureaucrat," Thorne snapped. The mirror shifted focus to Jinx's fears, and he felt her hand tighten painfully around his. The mirror showed her alone, transparent as glass, her form flickering like a faulty spell. Just a familiar, voices echoed as they passed through her. Temporary, replaceable, not real enough to keep. The vision shifted to show her dissolved back into pure magic, erased entirely from existence, without anyone noticing or remembering. Thorne was struck by the profound loneliness of the fear, so at odds with the woman who chatted amicably with his enchanted teapot and tucked a blanket around him while he slept. He'd always considered familiars to be magically constructed beings, temporary by nature, but Jinx's fear forced him to reconsider what existence might feel like, from her perspective, to be conjured into being, dependent on others for purpose and permanence. As the mirror cycled between their fears, Thorne noticed alarming hairline fractures appearing on its surface. Quinley's clipboard quill scratched frantically as she moved closer, concern evident in her usually unflappable demeanor. "The mirror is overreacting to something," she murmured. "There's magical interference, or perhaps unusually strong resonance." The binding bands on both their wrists pulsed erratically, and Thorne felt a strange, sickly energy emanating from Jinx. The same greenish aura he'd glimpsed yesterday morning. It curled around her like smoke, seeming to whisper in her ear. The mirror suddenly transitioned to desires, catching Thorne unprepared. He watched himself in a peaceful study filled with rare texts, but he wasn't alone. There was someone beside him, their presence bringing warmth and light to the scene. The figure was hazily familiar, with wild curls and a tendency to hum while reading. They moved with easy comfort through a space that had always been so private, so solid. Before he could process this, the image fractured, replaced by Jinx's desire. Herself, solid and permanent, with a binding mark that didn't fade, surrounded by belongings that stayed in one place and people who recognized her day after day. No flickering, no transparency, just the unquestionable right to exist in the world. The raw simplicity of her longing for permanence struck Thorne unexpectedly deep. He'd spent his life trying to contain and control his own existence, while she simply wanted to be allowed to have one at all. As the mirror struggled to process their combined emotional energy, the cracks on its surface widened. A high-pitched whine filled the chamber, and Jinx began to panic, her magic flaring uncontrollably, glitter and sparks flying from her free hand as she tried to pull away. "I can't. There's something wrong with me. The sigil." She gasped, words fragmented and confusing, but confirming Thorne's suspicion that something happened in his house. "Yesterday." The mirror's surface turned a sickly green, exactly matching the residue clinging to her aura. Within its depths, images flickered too quickly to track. A floorboard, a pulsing glyph, whispers that seemed to come from deep underground. "What's happening?" Quinley demanded, all bureaucratic smugness gone. "This isn't standard procedure." Without thinking, Thorne placed his other hand over Jinx's, enclosing her trembling fingers completely within his steady grip. The protective instinct that had risen when he'd carried her to the couch after her collapse returned with surprising force. "Focus on me," he said quietly, his voice lacking its usual sharp edge. "Not the mirror, not the trial, not whatever is frightening you. Just focus on this moment." He maintained eye contact with her rather than looking at the mirror, deliberately channeling calm, steady energy through their connected binding bands. It wasn't a complex spell, barely magic at all. Just the simple discipline of breathing with intention. Something his grandmother had taught him when his adolescent powers had first manifested. "That's it," he continued, as her rapid breaths began to slow. "Find the core of yourself beneath whatever is trying to speak through you." He could feel the foreign energy fighting him, trying to maintain its hold on Jinx's aura, but he pressed his advantage, drawing on the natural resonance their binding bands had established. Slowly, the sickly green energy receded, the mirror's surface cleared, the cracks sealing themselves as their shared energy harmonized. In the restored reflection, the mirror showed neither fear nor desire, but simply their current reality. Two people holding hands, reluctantly depending on each other. Thorne was startled to realize that the image didn't repel him as it would have days ago, before he'd spent the night watching over her sleeping form, before he'd seen how vulnerable she could be. Well, Quinley declared, her clipboard settling with a satisfied rustle. That was more dramatic than standard procedure, but the trial registers as complete. She waved her hand and the mirror went dormant. Though I'm notating some anomalous readings for review. The trial department doesn't appreciate unsanctioned magical influences during official proceedings. As they disconnected their hands, Thorne noticed Jinx avoiding his gaze, clearly embarrassed by her emotional display. It was the first time he'd seen her without her usual buoyant confidence, and it bothered him more than he cared to admit. My grandmother would say, fear is honest, even when not, he said quietly for her ears alone. His hand briefly touched her shoulder, a gesture so uncharacteristic that Quinley's eyebrows shot up into her hairline. Jinx looked up at him, startled but grateful, a genuine smile replacing the fixed one she'd worn since her mysterious attic adventure. Smart woman, your grandmother. She was, Thorne agreed, surprised by the lack of pain accompanying the memory. Too smart for most people's comfort. Behind them, the mood lantern on Quinley's desk shifted to a warm, approving amber. For once, Thorne didn't scowl at its presumption. Instead, his mind was already cataloging what little information he had about the sigil Jinx had mentioned in her panic, and wondering what secret she was carrying that could endanger them both. The next trial will be scheduled for tomorrow, Quinley announced, consulting her clipboard. I suggest you two spend the interim strengthening your resonance. The mirror bond has highlighted some concerning vulnerabilities. Her robes shifted to a cautious yellow-orange as she glanced between them. Do try not to explode anything before then. No promises, Jinx muttered, and Thorne found himself almost smiling despite the seriousness of their situation. As they left the annex, stepping into the afternoon sunlight, Thorne studied Jinx from the corner of his eye. The green tinge to her aura had faded somewhat, but traces remained, swirling like oil on water. Whatever she'd encountered in his house, whatever sigil she'd mentioned, was still affecting her. We need to talk, he said as they walked, his stride measured to accommodate her shorter legs. Jinx tensed beside him. About what happened with the mirror. I'm sorry it went weird, but mirrors and I have never gotten along. Something about reflections in my familiar nature. Not about the mirror, Thorne interrupted, keeping his voice neutral. About what you found in my house yesterday morning. Her steps faltered. What makes you think I found anything? You mentioned a sigil while panicking, your aura has been contaminated since yesterday, and you've been talking to something in your pocket all morning. He stopped walking and turned to face her directly. I'm not angry, Jinx, but I am concerned. My home contains artifacts collected over generations of magical research, some of them dangerous. She bit her lip, glitter falling from her hair in a nervous cascade. I didn't mean to pry. I was just exploring. The house led me to the attic, and there was this loose floorboard, and underneath... She trailed off, glancing around nervously. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this here? Thorne followed her gaze, noting several ministry officials crossing the courtyard. Agreed, but when we return home, I expect a full explanation. He hesitated, then added more gently, whatever you found, we'll deal with it together. That's what these trials are meant to establish. Our ability to function as a bonded pair. The binding band on his wrist warmed at his words, as if approving the sentiment. Thorne ignored it. He wasn't developing genuine concern for the familiar. He was simply protecting his own interests. If something in his home had compromised Jinx's magic, it could affect his own. That was all. But as they continued walking, the memory of her terror in the mirror, the fear of being erased, forgotten, considered temporary, lingered uncomfortably in his mind. He'd never considered the emotional reality of familiars before, had dismissed them as magical constructs rather than people. Now, watching Jinx gather her courage beside him, he wondered what other blind spots his rigid thinking had created. Does it hurt? He asked suddenly. The green energy, whatever it is, does it cause you pain? Jinx looked up at him, surprise evident in her expressive face. Not exactly. It's more like whispers, demanding something from me that I don't understand. She shuddered slightly. It feels old, Thorne, and angry. A chill ran down his spine. Old, angry magic was never a good sign, especially when it originated from his own home. His family's history with the vault was complicated at best, disastrous at worst. Then we'll need to identify it quickly, he said, speeding their pace toward home, before the next trial. Well, before it gets stronger, Jinx added quietly. It fed on our emotions in there. Did you feel it? When the mirror showed our fears, it grew. Thorne nodded grimly. Emotion-feeding magic was among the most dangerous categories in the archival system, one step below consciousness-altering and two below reality-bending. If something like that had attached itself to Jinx, they had far bigger problems than ministry compatibility trials. As they turned onto his street, Jinx suddenly touched his arm. "Thank you," she said, "for helping me in there, for not letting me face it alone." The earnest gratitude in her voice made Thorne uncomfortable. He wasn't accustomed to such direct emotional communication. "It was a practical decision," he said stiffly. "Your collapse would have sabotaged the trial." Jinx grinned, some of her usual sparkle returning. "Sure it was, Grumpy, and I'm just a temporary magical construct with no feelings to hurt." She winked, letting him know she'd seen through his deflection. Thorne frowned, but said nothing more as they approached his front door. The mystery of the green sigil would have to be addressed immediately, but he couldn't deny a certain relief that Jinx seemed more like herself again, annoying sparkle and all.
Chapter 9. Bramble's Meddling Brunch. Jinx blinked awake to sunlight streaming through the curtains. For once, her mind felt clear, the strange, pulsing energy of the sigil quieter than it had been since she'd discovered it beneath the floorboards. Something about the mirror trial, maybe the raw catharsis of having her deepest fear witnessed, had temporarily settled the magic's restless whispers. She stretched, sending a shower of accidental sparkles drifting across the bed covers. Movement caught her eye. A slip of parchment sliding under her door, propelled by invisible fingers. The paper fairly danced across the floor until it came to rest on her pillow. Jinx plucked it up, immediately catching the scent of cinnamon and warmth that signaled Bramble's particular magical signature. The invitation was written in her friend's familiar loopy scrawl on ornate parchment. "You and your accidental husband are cordially commanded to attend brunch at the Ginger Root. No excuses accepted unless you're literally on fire. Even then, we have extinguishing spells." Jinx couldn't help but grin. Bramble's aggressive hospitality was exactly what she needed after the emotional wreckage of yesterday's trial. Her smile faltered slightly as she pictured Thorne's likely reaction to being socially ambushed. The man treated casual conversation like an advanced interrogation technique. An entire brunch with Bramble and her infamous enchanted teapot might send him into magical shock. Still, after the gentleness he'd shown during the mirror trial, Jinx tucked the invitation into her pocket, threw on her least sparkly robe, which still contained a respectable amount of glitter, and went in search of her reluctant magical spouse. She found him in his study, hunched over stacks of yellowed parchment, his dark hair standing on end where he'd clearly been running frustrated fingers through it. Papers covered in scribbled notes about magical residue and vault incidents littered every available surface. The moment she knocked on the doorframe, Thorne hastily shuffled the documents into a messy pile and flipped them over. "Good morning," she chirped, pretending she hadn't noticed. "Sleep well?" "I did. No nightmares about being erased from existence or anything fun like that." Thorne's expression softened almost imperceptibly. "The mirror effects typically fade after 24 hours. Good to know I can go back to my regular garden variety existential dread tomorrow." She stepped into the room with exaggerated formality and presented Bramble's invitation with a flourish. "We've been summoned by powers possibly greater than the ministry." He took the parchment warily, as though it might bite. His eyes narrowed as he read, one dark eyebrow rising higher with each line. "I assume this Bramble person is a friend of yours." "Best friend. Proud owner of the Ginger Root Cafe. Makes scones that will make you cry with joy, and occasionally predict your future." "Naturally." He passed the invitation back to her. To her surprise, instead of an immediate refusal, he merely sighed and asked, "Is this Bramble person likely to send enchanted pastries to harass us if we decline?" Jinx couldn't contain her delighted grin. The last person who stood her up for brunch found sourdough starters breeding in their sock drawer for a month. Of course they did. He pinched the bridge of his nose, a gesture she was beginning to catalog as thorny for reluctant acquiescence. Very well. I suppose dealing with one magical troublemaker at a time is beyond my control at this point. She wasn't entirely sure if she was one of the troublemakers or if he was counting Bramble and the magical trials separately, but she chose to take it as progress either way. An hour later, they were walking the cobblestone streets toward the ginger root. The morning air carried the scent of rain-washed stone and baking bread. Jinx kept stealing glances at Thorne, who looked almost normal in simple dark robes, without his usual array of magical implements dangling from various pockets. His perpetual frown seemed more habitual than angry today. I should warn you about Bramble, she began, skipping a few steps ahead and then walking backward to face him. She's enthusiastic. I gathered as much from the threatening invitation. No, I mean enthusiastic. Jinx waved her arms for emphasis. The cafe has a personality of its own, too. Norbert the teapot will definitely comment on your posture, the scones might psychoanalyze you, and whatever you do, don't make direct eye contact with the sourdough starter. Thorne's eyebrows were climbing steadily higher. The sourdough starter has eyes? Only on Thursdays. She bit back a grin. And definitely don't mention your organizational system for spell components. Unless you want to spend 3 hours debating the merits of alphabetical versus seasonal sorting with an enchanted spice rack, is there anything in this establishment that isn't inappropriately sentient? His tone was dry, but the binding band on her wrist warmed pleasantly, telling her he wasn't genuinely annoyed. The napkins, Bramble tried enchanting them to fold themselves into birds, but they kept dive-bombing people who talked with their mouths full. That earned her an almost, but not quite, smile, a slight upward tilt at the corner of his mouth that made something flutter in her chest that had nothing to do with magical mishaps. Anything else I should brace myself for? Jinx hesitated, suddenly feeling protective. Bramble will absolutely try to embarrass me. It's how she shows love. And she'll interrogate you, but she means well. I've survived ministry audits. I imagine I can handle a nosy cafe owner. Jinx laughed. That's adorably optimistic. The moment they turned onto Meadowsweet Lane, Jinx knew something was up. The ginger root was buzzing with activity, patrons spilling from the doorway onto the cobblestone sidewalk. That's unusual for a weekday morning, she murmured. Thorne shot her a suspicious look. Did you arrange a public spectacle? Absolutely not, she said honestly. This has Bramble written all over it. They'd barely reached the door when it flew open, and a round-faced woman with flour-dusted dark curls piled under a vibrant headscarf spotted them. "They're here!" Bramble shouted, her voice carrying over the hum of conversation. "The accidental, magical newlyweds have arrived!" The cafe erupted in cheers and applause. Jinx felt Thorne go rigid beside her, his entire body tensing as though preparing to bolt. Without thinking, she reached for his hand, giving it a quick, reassuring squeeze. "Just pretend they're particularly enthusiastic books," she suggested under her breath. His lips twitched. Not a full smile, but definitely a near miss, and the tension in his shoulders eased fractionally. She counted it as a victory. Bramble bustled forward, arms outstretched, and engulfed Jinx in a hug that left glitter and flour all over her robe. "There you are. I was starting to think I'd need to send the enchanted rolling pin after you." "We're right on time," Jinx protested, returning the hug with affection before gesturing to Thorne. "Bramble, this is Archivist Blackmoor. Thorne, this is Bramble Doravan, mastermind behind the ginger root and professional meddler." Bramble released Jinx and turned to Thorne, circling him like a predatory pastry chef. She tilted her head, squinting as though assessing a complicated recipe. "So you're the archives grump who's accidentally magically married to my best friend," she declared, completely unintimidated by the stiffness of his posture. Decent posture, Expressive eyebrows, definitely repressed. I approve conditionally. Pending proof you can appreciate her sparkle. Thorne looked to Jinx, eyebrows eloquently communicating his bewilderment. She merely shrugged, enjoying his discomfort perhaps a bit too much. "A pleasure to meet you, Ms. Doravan," he said with careful formality. "Ah, he's polite too. Come in, come in. I've saved the special table for you." Bramble hooked her arm through Jinx's and propelled them forward through the crowd. The special table turned out to be the one by the window, decorated with tiny floating lanterns that Jinx recognized immediately as emotional harmony indicators. Currently, they glowed a cautious yellow-green, not terrible, but not exactly passionate romance either. No sooner had they settled into their seats than a silver teapot zoomed over, steam puffing excitedly from its spout. It circled Thorne's head twice before coming to rest between them on the table. "Oh my, with the archivist," Norbert stage whispered to Jinx, the teapot's handle quivering with excitement. "Bramble, come quick. Their auras are doing that swirly complimentary thing." Thorne stared at the teapot with a mixture of professional interest and personal horror. Jinx bit her lip to keep from laughing. "Sorry," she whispered. "I did warn you about Norbert." "You failed to mention it was a gossip," he murmured back. "I can hear you," Norbert announced indignantly. "And I'll have you know, I'm an excellent judge of compatibility. Your aura is all stuffy navy blue with hidden sparkles of curiosity, while hers is a riot of magenta and gold with order trying to break through. Complimentary." The teapot punctuated this assessment by pouring perfectly steeped tea into their cups without being asked. Bramble returned with a tray of pastries that smelled divine. "Ignore Norbert, he gets overexcited about new couples." "We're not a couple," Thorne and Jinx said simultaneously, then looked at each other in surprise. The harmony lanterns flashed briefly pink before settling back to yellow-green. Bramble's smile took on a decidedly smug quality. "Of course not," she agreed, not sounding convinced in the slightest. "You're just two people who accidentally activated an ancient binding spell and now have matching magical tattoos. Happens all the time." Before either could respond, the first of many visitors approached their table. "Juniper Moss!" exclaimed Elwyn Peppercorn, the town's most notorious gossip who ran the apothecary down the street. "I heard you managed to accidentally marry the only man in Thimblewick who alphabetizes his socks. How exactly does a binding spell activate accidentally?" "Ancient library curses," Jinx answered with a straight face. "Very sneaky. They hide in the dust and jump out when you least expect it." Elwyn nodded as though this made perfect sense, then turned to Thorne. "Have you tried the counter curse involving midnight dancing?" Thorne's expression suggested he'd rather eat the napkins. "No." "Are temporary magical marriages tax-deductible?" asked Farron Longbottle, popping up behind Elwyn. "Only if filed under occupational hazards," Jinx replied cheerfully. As the brunch progressed, the stream of curious visitors grew steadily more intrusive. Jinx deflected the questions with practiced ease, watching with growing amusement as Thorne's verbal responses dwindled until he was communicating primarily through eloquent eyebrow movements. Somehow, she found herself instinctively understanding and translating. "Archivist Blackmoor says that's classified ministry information," she explained when someone asked about their sleeping arrangements. Thorne hadn't said a word, merely lifted his left eyebrow a precise quarter-inch. "And no, we won't be demonstrating any binding magic today," she added, correctly interpreting his slight head tilt at another query. Midway through the meal, Jinx became aware of a faint vibration against her thigh. The journal from the attic, which had stubbornly refused to leave her pocket since she'd found it, was trembling slightly. She placed her hand over the pocket, frowning. The vibration seemed to intensify whenever certain townspeople approached, and was now accompanied by a strange warmth. Her contemplation was interrupted by an unexpected arrival. "Oh, fancy meeting you both here," came a nervous, slightly squeaky voice. Drixel Tapp, the ministry bureaucrat, stood beside their table, sweat already beading on his greenish forehead. The moment she saw him, the journal in Jinx's pocket emitted a distinct hiss. "Mr. Tapp," Thorne acknowledged coolly. "What a coincidence." "Yes, complete coincidence. I often have brunch here. Daily, in fact," Drixel stammered, though Jinx had never once seen him in the cafe before. His enchanted glasses were fogging rapidly under Thorne's stern gaze. "Just thought I'd check. Inquire casually. About your trial progress?" Jinx shifted in her seat, trying to quiet the increasingly agitated journal. As she moved, her hand accidentally brushed against Thorne's arm, and a small burst of unintentional magic erupted between them. The harmony lanterns across the entire cafe flashed brilliant magenta before settling back to normal. Conversations paused briefly as everyone pretended not to have noticed. "The trials are proceeding according to ministry guidelines," Thorne stated, his attention momentarily distracted by the magical flare. Drixel dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief. "Excellent, excellent. The ministry is very interested in your unusual case." He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "Completely routine interest, of course. Nothing special about reactivated vault protocols or anything similar that I'm definitely not supposed to mention." Thorne's expression sharpened instantly, but before he could press further, a commotion erupted across the cafe. Bramble had somehow, accidentally, spilled an entire pitcher of enchanted lemonade, which was now forming into animated droplets that chased a yelping Drixel around the cafe. "Goodness, how clumsy of me!" Bramble exclaimed with theatrical innocence as Drixel fled through the door, lemonade in animated pursuit. Jinx stared after him, then turned to find Thorne watching her with an unreadable expression. His usual suspicion had softened into something closer to curiosity. "You belong here," he observed quietly. "They care about you." The simple observation caught her off guard, touching the very heart of the fear the mirror had exposed, her longing for permanence, for genuine belonging. "I'm just passing through like always," she deflected with practiced lightness, ignoring the twist in her chest. "Temporary problem solver, that's me." The binding band pulsed once, sharply, against her wrist. She ignored that too. Thorne's eyes lingered on her face for a moment longer before he nodded slightly and returned to his tea. When the brunch finally wound down, Bramble insisted on walking them to the door, then immediately dragged Jinx aside, while Thorne was distracted by Norbert's parting assessment of his magnificent brooding posture. "Well?" Bramble demanded, eyes bright with curiosity. "Well, what?" Jinx attempted innocence. "Don't. Well, what? Me, Miss, accidentally married the most eligible bachelor in the archives." Bramble crossed her arms. "He watched you the entire time, not the annoyed watching, the intrigued kind, and you spark more around him, literally. I counted 17 glitter bursts when he almost smiled at your teapot joke." "That's just magical interference from the binding," Jinx protested weakly. Bramble rolled her eyes and pressed a small package wrapped in parchment and tied with twine into Jinx's hands. "Special connection scones. Just in case you want to keep what the magic started. No pressure." Her eyes gleamed mischievously. "Much pressure. The perfect amount of pressure." "You're impossible," Jinx muttered, but tucked the package into her bag, alongside the now quiet journal. "You wouldn't have me any other way," Bramble replied cheerfully, then gave her another flower-dusted hug before releasing her. The walk home was quiet, but not uncomfortably so. The spring air was fragrant with early blossoms, and the morning's tension had dissolved into something almost like companionship. The harmony lantern Bramble had sneakily slipped into Jinx's bag glowed a soft rose gold. "Well," Jinx finally broke the silence. "That was an experience. Sorry about the betting pool Elwyn started on whether we'll stay bonded." She glanced sideways at Thorne with a grin. "I put money on yes, by the way, so don't disappoint me." "I noticed," Thorne replied dryly. And sorry about Norbert's detailed commentary on your magnificent scowling technique. Though he's not wrong, you do have impressive scowl range, from mildly inconvenienced all the way to might summon a thunderstorm indoors. The teapot was the least of my concerns. Was it the background enchantment that made romantic music swell whenever we made eye contact? Because that was definitely Bramble. I saw her casting it behind the pastry case. To her complete shock, Thorne actually chuckled. A brief, rusty sound as if from disuse. Your friends are exactly as overwhelming as you are. Jinx grinned up at him, feeling the sigil's dark energy recede further in the warmth of the moment. I'm taking that as a compliment, Archivist Blackmoor. The rose-gold glow of the lantern in her bag intensified slightly. For once, neither of them felt compelled to hide or deny it.
Chapter 10. The Dream Link. The meticulous row of quills on his desk blurred as his concentration wavered. It happened again, that subtle pulse against his wrist like a second heartbeat, drawing his attention away from the ancient texts spread before him. Thorne glanced up from his research just as Jinx passed by his open study door, her wild strawberry blonde curls bouncing with each step. The binding band on his wrist glimmered faintly, responding to her proximity with irritating predictability. He'd been at it for hours since they'd returned from Brambo's cafe, poring over every scrap of information he could find about the vault trials and their connection to unusual sigils. The unexpected brunch had been tolerable? Pleasant, even, if he allowed himself complete honesty. But that's precisely why he needed to retreat to his study afterward, to re-establish boundaries, to remind himself that this arrangement was temporary. Jinx moved toward the kitchen, still carrying the cloth-wrapped bundle Bramble had insisted they take home. Those ridiculous connection scones that the whole town was now gossiping about. Thorne pretended to focus on his notes, but his eyes tracked her as she carefully arranged the pastries on his best plate, chatting softly to the house. Now, Mimsaville, I know you've got opinions about the pantry organization. Her voice drifted through the hallway. But these need to breathe properly or they'll lose their magic. Bramble was very specific. A teapot Norbert, the meddlesome thing Bramble had loaned him, whistled what sounded suspiciously like agreement. Thorne frowned at the easy familiarity of it all. How had she managed to integrate herself so seamlessly into his carefully ordered life? More importantly, why didn't he mind as much as he should? He returned to his notes with renewed determination, ignoring the soft humming from the kitchen and the way his home seemed warmer than it had in years. Hours later, Thorne moved through his nightly routine with practiced precision. 3 drops of lavender essence into the warm water. 12 counterclockwise stairs. Never 11. Never 13. His sleepwear laid out at the exact corner of the bed, each fold crisp and deliberate. He was acutely aware of Jinx watching from her side of the bedroom. After the mirror trial, they'd reached an uneasy truce about the sleeping arrangements. The house had refused to create separate bedrooms, but Thorne had constructed a barrier of pillows down the center of his large bed. A symbolic boundary that Mimsaville couldn't argue with. Does alphabetizing your thoughts help you sleep better? Jinx asked, her voice lacking the mockery he might have expected. She sat cross-legged on her side of the bed, wearing a nightdress that occasionally emitted tiny sparks when she moved. For a moment, he almost told her the truth, that precise rituals were his defense against a world of chaos, that predictable patterns kept the fear at bay, that he'd learned long ago how dangerous uncontrolled magic could be. Instead, he offered a non-committal, "it helps," before extinguishing the lights with a practiced flick of his fingers. The darkness settled comfortably around them. Thorne lay rigidly on his back, counting his breaths as he always did. From the other side of the pillow barricade, he heard Jinx shifting, getting comfortable with significantly less ceremony. Sleep claimed him more quickly than usual, but something felt different about the descent. Instead of the familiar fading of consciousness, it felt deliberate, like stepping through a doorway rather than falling from a height. The darkness behind his eyelids dissolved and reformed into something else entirely. Moonlight streamed through impossibly tall stained glass windows, casting prismatic patterns across wooden floors that gleamed with centuries of careful polishing. Thorne found himself standing in the center of a vast library that couldn't possibly exist, and yet felt more real than any dream he'd ever experienced. The architecture was familiar yet different. The soaring ceilings and labyrinthine shelves reminded him of the restricted archive vault. But instead of cold stone and forbidding shadow, this place was built of warm woods and gentle light. Reading nooks nestled between the towering bookcases, inviting rather than imposing. Ancient texts and modern volumes stood side by side, their spines gleaming in the moonlight. Thorne moved between the shelves, running his fingers along the books. Something was strange about them. The spines bore no titles, and the covers seemed to shift beneath his touch. Some warm as skin, others cool as water. Curious, he pulled one bound in midnight blue leather from its place. When he opened it, instead of text, he found moving images, like memories suspended in ink. A small boy with storm gray eyes, his eyes sat at a massive desk, his legs dangling well above the floor. The quill in his hand was comically large for his small fingers, but his face showed intense concentration as he practiced simple penmanship spells, the ink occasionally sputtering and blotting the parchment. Thorne recognized his childhood study, his father's imposing bookshelf looming in the background. He closed the book with a sharp snap, unsettled. This wasn't an ordinary dream. Library? It was cataloging his memories. It's beautiful. The voice behind him sent a jolt through his system. He turned to find Jinx standing in a shaft of moonlight. Her usual chaos was subdued here. Instead of the scattered sparkles that typically surrounded her, a steady golden aura outlined her form. Her night dress shimmered faintly, and her hair seemed to move in a breeze he couldn't feel. "I didn't expect you to be here," she said, looking around with genuine wonder. "I thought this was my dream." The realization hit them both at the same moment. They exchanged a look of shared surprise. "We're in the same dream," Thorne said, his voice strangely calm, despite the rarity of what was happening. Shared dreamscapes were uncommon magical phenomena, typically reserved for those with deep soul connections, bondmates, twin mages, or, in rare cases, magical partnerships of exceptional resonance. Rather than retreating into the formality he would maintain while awake, Dreamthorne found himself gesturing toward a comfortable reading alcove nearby. Two armchairs faced each other beside a gently crackling fireplace that he was certain hadn't been there moments before. The library was responding to them, reshaping itself to their needs. "The mirror trial must have established a stronger connection than we realized," he explained as they settled into the chairs. The velvet was worn in exactly the right places, conforming perfectly to his body. Magical backwash sometimes creates shared consciousness spaces. Even as he spoke, Thorne knew the academic explanation was insufficient. This was more than magical residue. This was something deeper, more deliberate. The binding bands had created something neither of them had anticipated. "Is that what they taught you in mage school?" Jinx smiled, tucking her feet beneath her in the chair. "That profound, magical connections are just backwash?" "They taught us to catalog and categorize," he admitted. "Putting labels on things makes them safer. And do you feel safe right now?" Her question wasn't challenging, merely curious. Thorne considered the strangeness of it. He was sharing a dream with a familiar he barely knew, surrounded by books containing his most personal memories, and yet... "Yes," he said, surprised by his own answer. "Oddly, I do." The dream library seemed to approve, the moonlight brightening slightly around them. In this strange, intimate space, conversation flowed with surprising ease. Thorne found himself asking questions he would have considered too personal in waking life, and Jinx answered with a candor that suggested the dream state had lowered her defenses as well. 7 different summoners before I turned 20, she told him, counting them off on her slender fingers. A nervous apprentice who conjured me by accident, then a botanist who needed someone to talk to her plants, then a court mage who wanted a more impressive familiar, something with wings or fangs, she shrugged. Apparently glitter and optimism weren't majestic enough. "Where did you go between placements?" Thorne found himself asking. "Wherever I could," she traced patterns in the velvet of her chair. "Parks, mostly. Sometimes sympathetic familiars would let me crash on their couches. I have a little box of treasures, the only things that have stayed with me through everything. A dried flower from my first summoning, a tiny crystal a kind old witch gave me, a perfect acorn I found during my first autumn. Something in her matter-of-fact recounting made Thorne's chest tighten, the casual acceptance in her voice, as if being discarded was simply part of her existence. Being a familiar means being useful until you're not, she continued without self-pity. Then you become someone else's useful thing. You're not a thing, Thorne said, the words coming out more forcefully than he intended. Something protective and fierce rose within him, overriding his usual caution. This dream version of himself seemed less concerned with maintaining distance. You've brought more life into my home in days than I have in years. The binding band on his wrist glowed softly in the dreamscape, and he made no attempt to hide it under his sleeve. Jinx looked startled by his sincerity, the gold flecks in her eyes catching the firelight. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me, she said with a small smile. We should dream together more often if it makes you this honest. Perhaps it's easier to be honest here, he admitted. There are fewer consequences in dreams. Are you sure about that? She leaned forward slightly in her chair. This feels pretty consequential to me. A book floated down from a nearby shelf, hovering between them momentarily before settling on the small table beside their chairs. Thorne recognized it as one of the memory books. The leather cover was a deep bronze, with swirling patterns that reminded him of autumn leaves. Your turn, Jinx said. I've told you my story. What made the great Thorne Blackmoor choose a life of solitude in the dusty archives? You're brilliant. You could be creating spells, teaching at the academy, advising the High Council. Thorne was silent for a long moment. The book beside them trembled slightly, as if eager to open itself. Finally, he reached for it, allowing the covers to fall open between them. I tried creation once, he said quietly as images formed on the pages. A younger version of himself stood in a brightly lit laboratory, working side by side with a dark-haired woman. They were weaving a complex spell matrix, their hands moving in perfect synchronization as strands of magic twisted and braided between them. The excitement on both their faces was palpable. Then, a ripple in the magic. A moment of misalignment. The woman's face contorting in pain as the spell collapsed inward. The backlash catching her full force. The horror on young Thorne's face as he tried to shield her. Too late. Marina was my research partner, he explained, his voice flat. We were developing a new form of containment spell for volatile enchantments. I miscalculated the resonance frequency. She was in the healing ward for 3 months, and her left arm never fully recovered its magical conductivity. Jinx's eyes were wide as she watched the scene play out. That's why you retreated to the archives? Thorne nodded. I decided precision was safer than connection. Books don't get hurt if you make a mistake. The dream library shifted subtly around them, some shelves receding into shadow while others moved closer, as if the room itself was responding to their emotional landscape. But you lost something too, Jinx said softly, living behind all those walls. More books came floating down from various shelves, circling them like curious birds before finding places to hover nearby. Some were from his memories, volumes he recognized from childhood, early spell books, journals he'd kept as a student. Others were unfamiliar, their covers and colors he associated with Jinx, vibrant teals and warm golds. One book in particular, bound in soft green leather, drifted down to open itself between them. The pages showed a split image. On the left, young Thorne reading alone by wanlight well after bedtime, his small form huddled beneath blankets to avoid detection. On the right, a much younger Jinx, creating tiny animals out of magical light, their glowing forms dancing around an empty summoning chamber. We were both lonely children, Jinx observed, reaching out to touch the memory. When her fingers brushed the page, something unexpected happened. The images began to merge, the wand light from his memory taking the shapes of her light animals, bringing warmth to his solitude. I never thought of it as loneliness, Thorne said. I called it independence. A pretty word for the same feeling. They continued talking as more books revealed themselves, showing fragments of their lives side by side, her chaotic creativity alongside his structured discipline, her wanderings against his rootedness, strangely complementary, like different instruments in the same orchestra. As they spoke, Thorne became aware of a subtle change in the quality of light. The edges of the dream library were beginning to soften, moonlight giving way to the first hints of dawn, morning, was approaching in the waking world, and their shared dream was dissolving accordingly. "I think I understand you better now," Jinx said, her form becoming slightly translucent as the dream faded. She still sat in her chair, but Thorne could see the bookshelves through her outline now. Without overthinking the gesture, Thorne reached across the space between their chairs and took her hand. Her fingers curled around his instinctively, solid despite the dream's disillusion. "I'm beginning to understand you too," he admitted, the words easier here than they would be in daylight. The library shimmered around them, books returning to shelves, moonlight dimming. The last thing Thorne saw before the dream completely faded was Jinx's smile, genuine and without its usual protective layer of humor. Consciousness returned gradually like a tide washing in. Thorne became aware of the familiar weight of his blankets, the early morning light filtering through his bedroom curtains. The dream remained unusually vivid in his mind, not dispersing like ordinary dreams tended to do. Then he registered a warm pressure against his palm, his eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the gentle dawn light. Somehow, despite the pillow barrier they maintained between them, his hand had found Jinx's across the divide. Their fingers were intertwined exactly as they had been in the library. Her eyes fluttered open, meeting his with the same unguarded expression she had worn in the dream. For a long moment, neither moved to break the connection. Thorne found himself studying the constellation of freckles across her nose, the way sleep had softened the usual animation of her features. The binding bands on their wrists pulsed in perfect synchronization, casting a soft glow in the early morning light. Between them, on the nightstand, the mood lantern shifted to a deep, intimate blue, the color of secrets shared and understood. For once, Thorne didn't look away.
Chapter 11. Secrets in the Scroll Room. Jinx had been on edge all morning. For someone who normally tripped over air, she was managing remarkable restraint, only knocking over one teacup and enchanting a pair of socks to dance the quadrille. The shared dream from the night before clung to her like morning fog, along with the warmth of Thorne's fingers laced through hers when they'd awakened. She paced by the parlor window for the third time, watching Thorne's tall figure disappear down the cobblestone path toward his weekly archive maintenance meeting. The minute he turned the corner, she spun around with determination. "All right, time for some answers," she announced to the empty room. Or rather, the not-so-empty room. A breeze ruffled her curls. "Yes, I'm talking to you, Mim Sivell." The house spirit responded by flinging open all the windows at once, curtains billowing dramatically. "Really? That's your suggestion? Go outside, Jinx. Leave the nice house alone, Jinx." She rolled her eyes. "I'm not going to set anything on fire." "Probably." The journal hidden in her pocket vibrated, as if laughing at her promise. It had been doing that more frequently since she'd found it in the attic, pulsing whenever her thoughts drifted to the vault or the mysterious sigil she'd touched. She patted it through the fabric, feeling the faint magical heat against her palm. "Time to figure out what's actually going on," she murmured, heading toward the stairs. Behind her, a door slammed shut with an unnecessarily dramatic thud. "Your objection is noted, Mim Sivell." In her bedroom, which Mim Sivell had reluctantly carved out from a corner of Thorne's study after 3 days of Jinx sleeping on various uncomfortable surfaces, she dropped to her knees and pulled out a battered leather satchel. The bag was her most prized possession, containing everything she'd accumulated during her years of being passed from summoner. Let's see. Something subtle. "Not my usual style, but desperate times," she muttered, digging past enchanted scarves, miniature weather spheres, and a particularly judgmental tea strainer. Her fingers closed around a plain brass hairpin at the bottom of the bag. The unassuming accessory was actually a handy little charm for dampening magical signatures, something her third summoner had used for sneaking into restricted sections of the Academy library. Next came a pair of spectacles with tortoiseshell frames, their lenses enchanted to make the wearer seem like they belonged wherever they went. "Perfect," she whispered, slipping the spectacles onto her nose. Her reflection in the nearby mirror immediately looked more serious, her usually bright eyes dulled to a respectable bureaucratic blandness. She tucked her wild strawberry blonde curls under a plain cap and shrugged into a ministry assistant robe she'd borrowed from the hall closet. It hung a bit short on her, clearly sized for someone less fond of pastries, but it would have to do. "Just a quick peek at the records," she told her reflection, practicing a serious expression that dissolved into nervous teeth-biting. "Nothing suspicious about that. Perfectly normal trial research." She adjusted her cap, which was already threatening to lose control of her hair. "Definitely not breaking any magical laws." Her reflection didn't look convinced. The ministry annex was a chaotic hive of activity when Jinx arrived. She'd carefully timed her visit to coincide with mid-afternoon shift changes, when the bureaucratic machine was at its most distracted. Officials and assistants hurried through the marble corridors, arms laden with scrolls and enchanted tablets, completely oblivious to one more harried-looking clerk in their midst. Jinx clutched a clipboard she'd transfigured from a mitten to her chest, trying to mimic the important stride of the more senior assistants. Head high, steps purposeful, expression suggesting she was mentally cataloging everyone's magical inefficiencies. The disguise charms worked better than she'd hoped. People's eyes slid over her as if she were a particularly unremarkable piece of furniture. "Third fluctuation this week in the vault energies," a passing official muttered to his companion. "And Thistlethon won't authorize additional monitoring," came the response as they swept past. Jinx's binding band tingled warningly against her wrist, and she resisted the urge to scratch at it. Every mention of the vault seemed to activate the magic, as if the binding spell itself was alert to potential threats. She followed a trail of self-filing paperwork that zoomed through the corridors at regular intervals, darting like paper birds toward their destinations. The enchanted memos led her to a set of imposing oak doors with "Records Department" embossed in shifting silver letters that periodically rearranged themselves into "Abandon hope, all who seek documentation." The room beyond was vastly larger than the doors suggested. A cavernous space that stretched improbably in all directions, filled with endless rows of enchanted filing cabinets. The cabinets themselves weren't stationary, but rather shifted positions with soft grumbling noises, rearranging themselves based on some arcane organizational system that probably made sense to absolutely nobody. At the center of this bureaucratic labyrinth sat a clerk behind a circular desk. The young woman was deeply engrossed in what appeared to be a romance novel, poorly disguised behind a cover that read "Regulative Standards, Volume 12. Occasionally, she would gasp softly or fan herself with a classification stamp. Jinx approached with all the confidence she could muster, adjusting her spectacles in what she hoped was an officious manner. "I need access to historical trial records," she announced, lowering her voice half an octave. "Resonance trials specifically, for the Blackmoor Moss case review." The clerk barely glanced up from her book, where someone named Lord Ravenswood was apparently doing something scandalous with an enchanted cravat. She waved vaguely toward a section where several filing cabinets were rattling ominously, as if their contents were trying to escape. "Restricted files need a level 3 authorization," she muttered disinterestedly. "Sign here, thumbprint there, and don't blame me if the cabinets bite." A form materialized on the desk, its text constantly shifting and reformatting itself to create the maximum eye strain possible. Jinx scribbled an illegible signature where indicated and pressed her thumb to a small magical pad at the bottom of the page. She held her breath as the pad briefly glowed blue, relief washing over her when it simply absorbed her print without setting off any alarms. "Thanks," she said, already backing away. The clerk flipped a page. "Whatever, try not to get eaten." The resonance trial section was tucked away in a far corner of the records department, behind a row of cabinets labeled "Thaumaturgical Tax Exemptions. Denied." The area was smaller than Jinx had expected and heavily warded. Shimmering barriers of bureaucratic magic that tasted like stale coffee and disappointment when she cautiously tested them with her fingertip. The filing cabinets themselves looked more fortified than their neighbors, constructed from dark metal with angry red labels classified and authorization required, and, most intriguingly, trial failures, sealed by order of vault oversight. The journal in Jinx's pocket vibrated so violently it nearly fell out, seemingly responding to the proximity of these records. She pressed a hand against it to quiet the magic, focusing instead on the wards. Regular breaking and entering wasn't her specialty, but being a familiar did have its advantages when it came to magical barriers, especially bureaucratic ones, which tended to be designed for humans. Combining her familiar magic with the dampening effect of the hairpin, Jinx created a sort of magical blind spot in the wards. She slipped through the gap, feeling the magic brush against her skin like cobwebs before she was standing in the restricted section. "Let's see what you're hiding," she whispered, approaching the cabinet marked Trial Failures. Inside she found surprisingly few files, as if most had been removed or destroyed. The remaining records detailed failed resonance trials, each with similar outcomes: magical backlash, emotional contamination, binding band destabilization. But the participants' names had been literally scrubbed from the parchment, leaving blank spaces that resisted magical revelation. "That's not suspicious at all," Jinx muttered, carefully examining a file labeled Incident Report 7B, Terminal Resonance Failure. The report detailed how a subject pair had progressed through the first 3 trials successfully before experiencing catastrophic desynchronization during the 4th. Their binding bands had apparently shattered, causing severe magical trauma to both participants. But the most disturbing detail was a small notation at the bottom: Vault sigil absorption complete. Resource harvesting successful. Resource harvesting? Jinx frowned, flipping through more files and finding similar notations. Whatever the vault was doing with these trials, it wasn't just about magical compatibility. It was taking something from the participants. The sound of approaching voices yanked her from her thoughts. Jinx quickly closed the file and ducked behind a tall cabinet as the restricted section's door opened. "Another glitch in the system," a male voice was saying worriedly. "The same pattern we saw with the Blackwell case. If the Moss-Blackmoor bond follows the same trajectory..." Jinx froze at the mention of her name. She recognized Quenly Thistlethorn's voice as the woman cut the man off with a sharp gesture. "The vault chose them for a reason, Elric. We have to trust the process." Jinx carefully peeked around the edge of the cabinet. Quenly stood with her clipboard hovering beside her, its pages flipping autonomously. The elderly man beside her wore formal academic robes with an embroidered nameplate that read E. Vantrell. His silver beard nearly reached his waist, and his eyes had the distant look of someone who spent too much time with ancient texts. Vantrell shook his head gravely. "The vault's judgment has been compromised before. These unstable sigils keep appearing, and now another one has attached itself to the familiar." He adjusted his spectacles nervously. "If we don't intervene..." Again Quenly interrupted. "We observe. That's our mandate." Her tone softened slightly. "Besides, their compatibility readings are off the charts. This could be the successful pairing we've waited for. Or it could be another disaster," Elric murmured. "The boy was disqualified for good reason, Quenly. His connection to..." "We don't speak of that," Quenly hissed, glancing around as if the walls might be listening. "Come. I have more reports to show you in the sealed archives." The pair moved deeper into the restricted section, their voices fading. Jinx waited until she could no longer hear them before emerging from her hiding spot, heart racing. The sigil had attached itself to her? And what connection did Thorne have that had gotten him disqualified? With renewed urgency, she returned to the files. A quick duplication charm allowed her to copy several key documents into a blank journal she'd brought. The copies were imperfect. The magical censoring carried over, but she managed to capture diagrams of resonance patterns and trial failure symptoms that mirrored what she'd experienced after touching the sigil. Just as she was about to leave, a file at the bottom of the drawer caught her eye, a list of potential vault candidates evaluated decades ago. Unlike the trial records, this document contained names, most crossed out, with various notations: deceased, incompatible, unstable. Near the bottom of the list, one name jumped out that wasn't censored, merely marked with a note: disqualified, family connection. Thorne Blackmoor. Jinx stared at the name, mind racing. Thorne had been evaluated as a potential vault candidate? What did that mean, and what family connection had disqualified him? Before she could process this discovery, a throat cleared behind her. Jinx whirled around, nearly dropping her copied journal. Drixel Tapp stood at the entrance to the restricted section, his enchanted glasses fogged with anxiety, but his expression surprisingly determined. "You're not authorized to be here," he said, voice quavering slightly. "Those are classified records." Jinx quickly slipped her copied journal into her pocket, mind racing through her options. Denying or fleeing would only confirm her guilt, and Drixel didn't strike her as someone who would respond well to magical intimidation. Instead, she opted for disarming honesty, stepping closer to the nervous bureaucrat with a warm smile. "Drixel," she said brightly, as if greeting an old friend. "Thank goodness it's you. I was worried someone who doesn't understand the importance of the Moss Blackmoor case might find me." His glasses fogged further, but confusion crept into his expression. You shouldn't." I know," she said, patting his arm sympathetically. "The proper channels and all that. But after finding that strange sigil in Thorne's house, the one that attached itself to me, I needed answers." She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "You've seen the reports, right? About the unstable energy patterns?" Recognition flashed across Drixel's face, and his glasses became completely opaque with nervous fog. "How do you know about that? That's classified information." "I'm literally bound to the vault magic," Jinx explained, holding up her wrist where the binding band glimmered. "I can feel the fluctuations. Someone's tampering with the trials, Drixel." She watched his expression carefully. "You've noticed it too, haven't you?" Drixel's resistance crumbled visibly. He glanced nervously over his shoulder before leaning closer. "I'm not supposed to talk about the anomalies," he whispered, "or the sponsor who paid for priority processing of your trial documents." Jinx maintained a neutral expression despite her shock. "Sponsor? Someone specifically requested our case?" Drixel nodded, then immediately looked horrified at his own admission. "I've said too much. They'll transfigure me into a paperweight." "No one needs to know we talked," Jinx assured him, gently guiding him toward the exit. "Why don't you escort me out before anyone asks difficult questions? That way, if anyone sees me, they'll assume I had proper authorization." This logic seemed to calm Drixel, who nodded rapidly. As they walked through the corridors, he babbled nervously about cheese inventory and the annual review of trial documentation formatting. Jinx made appropriately sympathetic noises while her mind raced with implications. Someone had paid to expedite their trial. The sigil had attached to her. Thorne had some family connection to the vault that had disqualified him years ago, and now they were potentially headed for the same catastrophe desynchronization that had befallen previous pairs. The binding band felt suddenly heavy against her wrist as they approached the ministry exit. She recalled how Thorne had pored over the trial scrolls, his expression unreadable. Had he recognized something in them? Did he already know about his connection to the vault? And what else might he be hiding from her? Which is why I always say blue cheese has no place in official documentation, Drixel was saying as they reached the main entrance. The smell gets into the enchantments. Absolutely, Jinx agreed absently. Thank you for your help, Drixel. I won't forget it. He blinked at her through his foggy glasses. Help? I didn't help. I escorted an unauthorized person from a restricted area. That's proper protocol. But there was a hint of pride in his voice as he added, even if that person might be part of the most interesting magical anomaly we've seen in decades. Jinx smiled, but as she stepped out into the afternoon sunlight, the weight of her discoveries pressed against her chest like a physical thing. Trust had never come easily to her, not after being passed between summoners who found her too much or too unpredictable. And now she'd have to decide whether to trust Thorne with what she'd learned, or keep her own secrets, just as he seemed to be keeping his.
Chapter 12, Compatibility Trial 3 Echoes of Memory. Thorne arrived at the trial chamber 15 minutes early. His timing wasn't accidental. Punctuality had always been his armor, a way of controlling what little he could in this increasingly chaotic situation. The binding band on his wrist had been unusually warm all morning, like a warning against his skin. He'd spent hours in careful research about the memory echo trial, and every text had left him more unsettled than the last. Unlike the previous challenges, this third trial wasn't merely a test of ability or compatibility. It was designed to force emotional resonance through shared trauma. Thorne smoothed his robes with methodical precision, a ritual that normally calmed him. Today, it did nothing to quiet his nerves. The chamber itself had transformed since their last visit. Gone were the stark white walls and utilitarian furnishings. Now, the room curved like the inside of a skull, intimate and inescapable. The floor rippled with a strange reflective liquid that somehow remained solid underfoot. Most disconcerting was the ceiling, painted with constellations that shifted position with glacial slowness, as though the night sky itself were being rewritten. Not exactly the ministry's usual aesthetic, he muttered, adjusting his collar for the third time. The binding band pulsed once in apparent agreement. When the door finally drifted open, 10 minutes before the appointed time, Thorne felt an involuntary rush of relief that quickly dissolved into concern. Jinx entered with none of her usual buoyant energy. No trail of accidental sparkles followed her footsteps. No quiet humming accompanied her movements. The familiar was subdued, her eyes downcast, her typical radiance dimmed to almost nothing. Something was wrong. Thorne had returned from the archive meeting yesterday to find her uncharacteristically quiet. She'd barely spoken during dinner, hadn't chattered with Mim Savell about household gossip, hadn't even teased him about organizing the teacups by size and color. At the time, he'd attributed her mood to nerves about today's trial. Now, he wasn't so certain. "Jinx," he began, taking a step toward her, "is everything—" His question evaporated as Quenly Thistlethorn materialized between them with dramatic precision. Today, her bureaucratic robes were a midnight blue, so deep they seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Even her typically sardonic expression had been replaced with something more solemn. Her floating clipboard hovered nearby, its usual frantic scribbling slowed to occasional, deliberate notes. "The Memory Echo Trial," Quenly announced with uncharacteristic gravity, "tests emotional resilience through shared remembrance." She gestured toward the liquid floor, which rippled in response to her movement. "You will experience not only each other's significant memories, but also echoes from the vault itself, memories of those who came before." Thorne's stomach twisted. He'd suspected as much from his research, but hearing it confirmed made it suddenly terribly real. He glanced at Jinx, hoping to catch her eye, to offer some wordless reassurance, but she stubbornly examined the floor. Quenly's clipboard drifted closer as though it too were listening intently. "This trial has been known to overwhelm unprepared participants," she continued. "You may terminate early if absolutely necessary, but doing so will result in automatic trial failure." "Lovely incentive structure," Thorne muttered. "Psychological torture or professional ruin. The ministry's alternatives are always so appealing." Quenly's eyes narrowed slightly. "The trial isn't torture, Mr. Blackmoor. It's revelation. Sometimes what we need most is the thing we're most determined to avoid." Before Thorne could respond, the floor beneath them began to shift. A circular platform rose from the liquid surface, elevating them about 3 feet above the rest of the chamber. Quinley directed them to take positions on opposite sides. Between them stood a crystalline structure resembling an hourglass, filled not with sand, but with what appeared to be liquid starlight. Droplets of pure white light suspended in shimmering silver fluid. "The Memoria Astrum," Quinley explained, noting Thorne's analytical gaze. "It will filter and focus the memories for optimal resonance testing." She began a complex incantation, her wand tracing sigils that hung in the air briefly before dissolving into the strange atmosphere. "Remember," she said as a transparent dome began forming around the platform, "what you see happened, but it's not happening now. Stay anchored to each other." With those ominous words, Quinley stepped back, the dome sealed, and the trial began. The liquid starlight in the hourglass began to glow and pulse. The first memories flowed around them like watercolor paintings coming to life, gentle at first. Childhood fragments painted in soft focus. Young Thorne sitting cross-legged in his family's formal study, practicing rigid spell forms, while his father observed with critical eyes, every imperfect line earning a quick tap of a wand against his knuckles. The memory carried no sound, but Thorne could hear the corrections anyway, embedded in his bones. "Precision, Thorne. Magic without precision is merely chaos." The scene shifted. A young Jinx spun in delighted circles within a summoning circle, her first moments of existence. She looked much the same, just smaller, trailing sparkles that showered the bemused young mage who had called her forth. Thorne hadn't considered before that familiars had a distinct beginning, a moment of creation that they remembered. The thought unsettled him. But the binding bands on their wrists pulsed in tandem, synchronizing their emotional responses. Thorne was surprised by the wave of protectiveness that washed over him as the scenes progressed, and he witnessed Jinx's earliest rejection. A frustrated summoner dismissing her as too sparkly, too much. The memory... Jinx's face crumpled in confusion and hurt. Thorne's hands clenched involuntarily. "The stupid fool," he muttered, then caught himself, startled by his own reaction. The parade of memories continued, intensifying and darkening. Thorne recognized the shift immediately, muscles tensing as he realized what was coming. Jinx's gasp confirmed she saw it too. The scene around them transformed into the grand workspace of the archival college, 16 years earlier. Young Thorne, barely 20, bent over a complicated runic sequence with another archivist, Carissa Velen. Her dark hair was secured in a no-nonsense bun, her expression intense, as they traced complementary spell patterns over an ancient text. Their experimental binding magic began to destabilize, runic lines wavering ominously. Warning glyphs flashed crimson around the edges of the workspace. "We should pause," Mary Carissa said, concern etching her features. "The harmonics are off." "We're close," his younger self insisted, ambition burning in his eyes. "Just one more stabilizing sequence." His hands moved with arrogant confidence as he modified the central sigil. "Trust me." The Kurt Thorne watched in frozen horror, knowing what came next, unable to look away. The modified sigil flared brilliant white, then collapsed inward. The resulting magical backlash threw Carissa across the room, her binding assistant band turning black as it burned into her skin. Her agonized screams filled the memory space. Young Thorne's frantic attempts to help, his desperate counterspells, his pale face as senior archivist rushed in, all of it played out in merciless detail. The binding band on his current wrist burned cold with remembered guilt. He didn't dare look at Jinx, afraid to see judgment in her eyes. The hourglass between them began to fracture, tiny fissures appearing in the crystal as the liquid starlight pulsed erratically. His emotions were destabilizing the trial. "I'm sorry," he whispered, unsure if he was speaking to Carissa, to Jinx, or to himself. Before he could regain his equilibrium, the trial shifted unexpectedly. The memories changing weren't his anymore, nor were they Jinx's. A tall, austere man stood before the same mirror they'd faced in their second trial. His face was gaunt with exhaustion, his eyes haunted by something Thorne couldn't name. The binding band on his wrist looked wrong somehow, the magic twisted, corrupted. The scene shifted again. A woman with volatile, storm-like magic paced in a chamber deep within the vault. Her familiar's aura crackled with power that seemed barely contained, tendrils of it lashing out in response to her emotions. When she turned, Thorne caught a glimpse of another binding band, equally corrupted. With chilling certainty, he realized what they were witnessing. Fragments from the Blackwell-Sumner incident. The catastrophic failure that had resulted in the resonance trials being sealed away from public use. The borrowed memories accelerated, becoming chaotic and frightening. The vault transformed into a maelstrom of wild magic. Records burning, binding bands shattering, a familiar sigil pulsing green beneath floorboards. Next to him, Jinx cried out. Whether in pain or recognition, Thorne couldn't tell. The hourglass between them was now covered in spiderweb cracks, the liquid starlight leaking through in shimmering rivulets. The memory space began destabilizing around them, shards of different times cutting through each other like broken glass. In the chaotic swirl, something caught Thorne's eye, a fragment of memory showing a vault ledger. And there, unmistakable despite the fragmentary nature of the vision, was his own name, linked to someone whose face and name were blurred beyond recognition. The words "family connection" and "disqualified" hovered beside the entry. His blood ran cold. A connection? To the vault? To the trials? Before he could process this revelation, the platform beneath them lurched violently. Through the increasingly opaque dome, Thorne heard Quinley's alarmed voice. "The resonance is destabilizing. Prepare emergency extraction." The floor beneath them began to liquefy. The memories swirled faster, turning into a threatening storm of imagery and emotion. Thorne felt himself being pulled into the maelstrom, anchored to nothing but his own confusion and guilt. Then, through the chaos, Jinx moved toward him. Her expression was complex, hurt, confusion, determination, all warring for dominance, but she reached for him without hesitation. "Anchor to me," she called over the magical turbulence, extending both hands. "Not to the memories. To me. Here. Now." The decision crystallized in an instant. Trust her or lose himself in the past. Despite everything, despite the secrets they were both clearly keeping, in this moment, she was real and she was reaching out when she had every reason to pull away. Thorne clasped her hands, their binding bands connected in a flash of golden light so bright he had to close his eyes against it. The effect was immediate. The fractured hourglass rebuilt itself, memory settling back into orderly flow. The platform solidified beneath them. The dome cleared, revealing Quinley's concerned face beyond its barrier. As the final moments of the trial unfolded, Thorne and Jinx remained physically connected, experiencing the last fragments together rather than separately. Thorne carefully organizing books late at night, the methodical process soothing his racing mind. Jinx creating tiny light animals to dance for children in a hospital wing, her smile gentle as they giggled. Both of them wakening from their shared dream library, still holding hands, confusion and wonder mingling in equal measure. When the dome finally dissolved, they stood in silence, still gripping each other's hands. Thorne felt raw, exposed. Jinx knew his darkest failure now. She had seen his arrogance, his mistake, the price Carissa had paid for trusting him, yet instead of pulling away, she gently squeezed his fingers before releasing them. "We need to talk," she said quietly as Quinley approached with a relieved expression to confirm their trial completion. "About what we both saw, about the vault connection, about everything." Thorne nodded, surprising himself when he responded. "No more hiding." The binding band warmed in apparent approval. Quinley cleared her throat, looking uncharacteristically discomfited. "Well, that was rather more dramatic than our standard trial metrics predicted." Her clipboard bobbed anxiously beside her. "You've passed, obviously, quite spectacularly, in fact. The resonance stabilization at the end was..." She paused, searching for the right word. "Impressive." Thorne barely heard her. His mind was racing, trying to process everything he'd witnessed. The connection to the Blackwell-Sumner incident. His name in the vault records. The look on Jinx's face when she'd seen it too. Not surprise, but confirmation. "How long have you known?" he asked Quinley directly. The bureaucrat blinked. "Known what specifically?" "I know rather a lot of things, Mr. Blackmoor. It's tiresome, frankly. About my name in the vault records. About the connection to the previous trials." Quinley's expression grew carefully neutral. "I'm afraid I don't have clearance to discuss vault records dating back to the Blackwell-Sumner period. If you've experienced memory contamination from the vault archives during your trial, I'll need to file the appropriate disclosure forms." Her clipboard began frantically scribbling notes. Memory leakage during echo trials isn't unprecedented, but it is significant. Thorne stepped closer, his patience wearing dangerously thin. This isn't about forms, Quinley. There's something happening here beyond standard trial protocol. Jinx and I deserve to know what we've been pulled into. For a brief moment, Quinley's carefully professional facade cracked. She glanced at the still recording quill on her clipboard and lowered her voice. Not here, not now. Her eyes flicked meaningly toward the ceiling, where a tiny recording sigil glowed faintly. I've said all I can officially say, which is, congratulations on completing your third trial. The fourth will commence in 3 days' time. Trial scrolls will be delivered tomorrow morning. She turned to go, then paused. Oh, and as a completely unrelated matter, I believe Drixel mentioned that the Ministry's southeastern archive entrance experiences surveillance outages every Tuesday between 11 and midnight. She gave them a pointed look. For maintenance purposes, of course. Dreadfully inconvenient for anyone seeking after-hours access. With that cryptic statement, she swept from the room, leaving Thorne and Jinx alone in the slowly normalizing trial chamber. Thorne looked at Jinx properly for the first time since the trial began. Her eyes were wary, guarded in a way he hadn't seen before. You found something, he said. It wasn't a question. Yesterday, while I was at the archive meeting, that's why you've been... He gestured vaguely, unable to articulate the change in her demeanor. Jinx nodded slowly. I did some digging at the Ministry. Found some interesting records. She hesitated. I saw your name, Thorne, in connection with a previous pairing, one that was disqualified before trials even began. The binding band on his wrist pulsed once, sharply, as though registering his spike of alarm. I've never undergone trials before, he said firmly. Never even been properly paired, I would remember. Would you? Jinx's voice was quiet but direct. After what we just saw about the Blackwell-Sumner incident? After seeing the memory fragments in the vault? Are you absolutely certain nothing's been hidden from you? The question hit him like a physical blow. Memories could be altered. Records could be falsified. But the visceral connection he'd felt to that ledger entry, the sense of recognition that had flooded him, those weren't easily explained away. No, he admitted finally. I'm not certain at all anymore. He ran a hand through his hair, a rare gesture of frustration. Jinx, if I'm somehow connected to this, to the vault, to previous trials, I swear I didn't know. She studied him for a long moment, her gaze searching his face. Whatever she found there seemed to satisfy her. Some of the wariness faded from her expression, replaced by determination. I believe you, she said simply. But we need answers. Real ones, not Ministry half-truths and redacted files. Thorne nodded, his mind already racing ahead. Quinley practically invited us to break into the archives tonight. He checked his pocket watch. We have several hours to prepare. A hint of Jinx's familiar smile tugged at her lips. Breaking rules, Thorne Blackmoor? What would your orderly spell books think? Despite everything, the unsettling revelations, the looming questions, the sense that they were being manipulated? Thorne felt his own mouth curving upward in response. They'd be scandalized. Utterly scandalized. The binding band warmed again, a gentle pulse that seemed almost pleased. Whatever connection existed between them, whatever had allowed them to stabilize the trial when it should have collapsed, it was real, and possibly more important than either of them yet understood. Right then, Jinx said, straightening her shoulders. Illicit archive raid tonight. But first, she winced, pressing a hand to her temple. Food, and possibly a nap. Memory magic always leaves me feeling like I've been trampled by a herd of enchanted throw pillows. I can imagine. Thorne hesitated, then offered his arm. Shall we go home? I believe Mim Savell has been experimenting with comfort food charms. The house smelled suspiciously like cinnamon this morning. Jinx's expression softened as she looped her arm through his. Home, she repeated, as though testing the word. Yes, let's go home.
Chapter 13. The Unfinished Vow. Jinx wiped the last speck of dust from the leather-bound spine, narrowing her eyes at the collection of journals stacked in precarious towers around her. 3 days. 3 whole days of tiptoeing around each other since the memory echo trial had left Thorne's emotions splayed open like a book-dropped spine first. And what had he done? Retreated so far inside himself she needed magical sonar to find him. Processing the trial experience, she mimicked under her breath, carefully arranging 4 identical black notebooks in chronological order. Need to contextualize the magical resonance fluctuations, as if putting fancy words around feelings made them less real. Above her, the study's ceiling light flickered sympathetically. Mimsavelle had been working overtime dropping hints all morning. Books on emotional communication mysteriously appearing on Thorne's pillow, teacups arranging themselves for 2 whenever he entered a room, even the shower adjusting to precisely the temperature that encouraged long, thoughtful soaks. Nothing worked. Thorne had mastered the art of acknowledging nothing. "Fine," Jinx muttered, sparks dancing between her fingertips as she paced barefoot across the study's worn rug. "If he won't talk about what we both saw, I'll organize something. That should get his attention." She turned toward the one chaotic corner in Thorne's otherwise pristine study, the spell journal shelf. Decades of magical research crammed together without system or sense. Some books standing properly, others shoved in sideways, a few balanced precariously on top like academic Jenga. Some bore elegant titles in Thorne's precise script, others were labeled with hasty scrawls that suggested late-night inspiration. It was the magical equivalent of finding out someone who alphabetized their spice rack also kept their socks in a laundry basket. Fascinating, irritating, and the perfect target. "Right," she said, hands on hips. "Let's give Mr. I Need Space something specific to complain about." The binding band on her wrist warmed slightly as she grabbed the first stack of journals. Interesting. It liked when she thought about what Thorne would want, which only made her frustration spike higher. Even the stupid magical marriage approved of her efforts, while Thorne himself couldn't be bothered to discuss what they'd both seen in that memory trial. His younger self, his pain, his... No, she wouldn't spiral down that particular thought hole again. Instead, Jinx began humming, a nameless tune that rose and fell as she sorted journals into piles, alphabetical first, then chronological within subjects, with color coding as the final touch. The bookcases creaked in protest when she began rearranging their contents. I know, she said, patting a particularly stubborn shelf that seemed determined to cling to a collection of weather manipulation studies. He doesn't like his things moved, but even he can't argue with alphabetical chronological color coordination. It's basically the love language of the pathologically organized. The shelf seemed unconvinced, but finally relented with a wooden sigh. As she worked, Jinx found herself talking to the journals themselves. Many seemed almost grateful for the attention, covers brightening as she dusted them off and gave them proper places. "You've been stuck behind that boring tax codex for months, haven't you?" she sympathized, freeing a slim volume on atmospheric enchantments. "No wonder your binding is cracked. That thing probably lectured you about deductions all night long." The journal's cover warmed under her fingertips. All the while, the attic journal remained snug in her pocket, occasionally vibrating when she touched certain spellbooks. She'd taken to carrying it everywhere, hoping its mysterious contents might reveal themselves if exposed to the right magical stimulus. So far, it had remained stubbornly vague, offering only occasional glimmers of insight before fading back to blank pages. When she reached for a leather-bound volume about vault architecture, though, something changed. The attic journal practically convulsed, emitting a high-pitched whining noise that made her drop the vault book with a startled yelp. "What in the name of Mimsivelle's mood lighting?" she began, then stopped short. The fallen book had knocked against the shelf in a peculiar way, causing a small section of the wall to shift. Behind where the book had stood was a loose stone, almost imperceptible unless you were looking directly at it. Jinx's familiar curiosity surged. "Well, hello there," she murmured, bending to examine the stone. "Aren't you interesting?" It wasn't just a loose stone, she realized, as her fingers traced its edges. It was a rune plate, a sophisticated magical lock designed to hide something valuable. The symbols carved into its surface were ancient, predating modern spellcraft, but they seemed to respond to her touch, glowing faintly gold where her fingertips passed. Rather than attempting formal unlocking spells, which would almost certainly trigger whatever protective wards Thorne had placed, she relied on her familiar's intuition. Sometimes the best way through magic wasn't countering it, but understanding it. "You want to be opened," she murmured to the rune plate, sensing its underlying patterns. "But you're afraid of what happens next." A slight vibration hummed beneath her fingertips. The symbols shifted subtly, their harsh angles softening. She continued tracing them, not forcing but encouraging, whispering reassurances as she would to a nervous enchanted teacup or a newly animated bookend. "It's all right. Some things need to be found, some secrets need air." With a soft click and the faint scent of ozone, the rune plate slid aside. Behind it lay a small compartment containing a single ancient scroll, sealed with black wax, bearing the unmistakable imprint of the Ministry's Vault Division. The moment her fingers brushed against the scroll, the binding band around her wrist pulsed so sharply she nearly gasped. The attic journal practically leaped from her pocket, its pages flipping frantically to a previously blank section that now began filling with text, spidery lines appearing as if written by an invisible hand. The scroll bore the official seal of the Vault Trials, specifically the 5th trial, the unfinished vow. But something was wrong. The wax was cracked. The parchment darkened at the edges as if damaged by magical backlash. This wasn't just an old document. It was a wounded one. Her hands trembling slightly, Jinx broke the already damaged seal. The scroll unfurled with a soft sigh, revealing elaborate calligraphy in a hand she recognized immediately. Thorne's distinctive script, though younger, less controlled, more passionate. "I, Thorne Blackmoor, hereby bind myself in magical covenant with..." The partner's name should have followed, but instead there was only a scorched hole in the parchment, as if the name had been violently redacted by magical means. The vow continued for several more lines, formal phrasings about shared magic and mutual trust, before ending abruptly mid-sentence with a violent ink splatter, as if the quill had been ripped away. At the bottom of the parchment was a binding sigil, identical to the one she'd found in the attic, but dormant rather than active, the broken remnant of a magical marriage that never was. Jinx was so absorbed in the document that she didn't hear the study door open, didn't notice Thorne's presence until his sharp intake of breath cut through the silence. When she looked up, the expression on his face sent ice through her veins, shock, followed by something like terror, then a rapid shuddering of all emotion behind a mask of careful neutrality. "Where did you find that?" he asked, his voice dangerously quiet. Jinx rose to her feet, the open scroll clutched in one hand, the attic journal in the other. "Behind a magical lock you never mentioned," she responded, her own voice unsteady. "Just like you never mentioned being part of a previous vault trial. Just like you never mentioned your name was in the records long before we met." A muscle twitched in Thorne's jaw. "You were going through my private papers." "I was organizing your mess," Jinx shot back, glittery sparks dancing across her skin. "And the wall practically begged me to find this. The attic journal led me right to it." He asked, "The attic?" His eyes fixed on the small book in her hand. "You kept that? After what happened in the memory trial?" "Of course I kept it. It's the only thing around here giving me any answers." The sparks intensified, arcing between her fingertips and dancing across the ceiling in miniature lightning bolts. "You knew about the trials all along. You knew what that sigil was when I found it in the attic." Thorne remained rigidly controlled, but the binding band betrayed his inner turmoil, fluctuating between ice-cold and burning hot on both their wrists. "My past experience was irrelevant to our situation," he claimed with forced detachment. "The previous bond attempt was terminated before completion. It has every bearing on us," Jinx cut him off, hurt converting to anger in her chest. "On whether I can trust anything happening between us. On whether I'm just a convenient replacement for whoever this was." She jabbed a finger at the scorched hole in the parchment. "That's absurd." "Is it? Because that memory trial showed me some interesting things about your past. About a partner who got hurt. About you walking away from something important." She stepped closer, watching his carefully constructed mask slip just slightly. "What happened, Thorne? Who was she or he? And why does the vault keep connecting us to whatever happened?" For a moment, something real flashed in his eyes, a glimpse of genuine emotion breaking through. "That's not what happened," he insisted. "The previous trial was a mistake, a youthful error in judgment." But he stopped short, retreating once more behind academic terminology. "There were protocol violations, compatibility errors. The system was less refined then." "The system," Jinx repeated flatly. "That's what you're going with?" Thorne pinched the bridge of his nose. "The vault trial system is designed to identify magical resonance between partners. Sometimes the algorithms produce false positives." "We're not talking about algorithms, we're talking about whatever you're hiding." The accumulated magic sparked more intensely now, causing books to fly from shelves. The binding band flared erratically, sending painful jolts up Jinx's arm. "Someone in the ministry knew about your previous trial. Someone might have even selected me because I matched compatibility patterns with your previous partner." "That's not possible, isn't it? The glitches I've been seeing, the way Quenly looks at me, like she expected someone else. What if I'm just filling a vacancy, a replacement familiar for the one you lost?" Her voice broke slightly on the last word. "Is that why the vault selected me? Because I'm magically similar to someone you actually wanted?" The raw vulnerability in her question momentarily stunned Thorne, his reflexive denial dying on his lips. The binding band pulsed painfully. "Magical compatibility is determined by resonance frequencies," he began after a painful pause, voice sliding into the detached lecturer tone she'd grown to hate. "The vault's selection algorithms seek patterns that—" "Stop it!" Jinx cried, as Mimsavel's presence manifested as gusting winds that rattled the windows. "Stop hiding behind technical explanations. I don't want to know how the magic works. I want to know why you never told me. Why you let me stumble around in the dark, thinking this was all some cosmic accident when you knew exactly what was happening." Thorne's eyes darted to the unfinished vow scroll, then back to her face. For a heartbeat, she thought he might finally break, might finally tell her everything. Instead, he retreated further. "The statistical magical compatibility matrices are complex," he continued, each word measured and empty. "Previous resonance patterns may have influenced the current—" Something broke in Jinx, the sparkling magic that always danced around her, her constant companion, her defining trait, dimmed to nothing. The sudden absence of glitter was more shocking than any outburst could have been. She carefully placed the scroll and journal on his desk, straightening them with uncharacteristic precision. "I can't do this," she said quietly. "I've spent my entire existence being the temporary stand-in, the good-enough substitute, the familiar who gets passed along when someone needs a quick magical boost. I won't be that in my own marriage, magical or otherwise." With steady fingers, she removed the truth-binding ring the ministry had given them, placing it beside the scroll. "When you're ready to tell me everything, who she was, what happened, why you hide it, I'll be at Brambles." She met his eyes directly. "Not before." Thorne stood frozen as Jinx walked to the door, the binding band stretching uncomfortably between them but not preventing her departure. The emotional connection had weakened too much to enforce proximity. The magical laws that had kept them tethered had nothing to hold on to anymore. At the threshold, she turned back one last time, her expression resolute despite the tears glittering in her eyes. The memory echo trial showed us both that secrets destroy bonds. Your previous trial failed because of secrets kept. She touched the fading binding band on her wrist. Ours will too, unless you decide I deserve the whole truth. As she stepped through the doorway, the binding band dulled from brilliant gold to tarnished bronze, and the mood lantern in the corner shattered entirely, plunging the room into shadow. The last thing she saw before turning away was Thorne standing motionless in the darkness, surrounded by the scattered journals of his past, staring at the evidence of his failures, past and present spread across his desk. Behind her, Mimsival's presence withdrew entirely from the study, the house itself passing judgment on his silence.
Chapter 14. The Apology. Thorne stood in his kitchen at 3 a.m, mechanically stirring the contents of his favorite cauldron by wand light. Each precise movement matched the ticking of his antique clock, the only sound in a house otherwise drowning in silence. Even Mimsival, who normally manifested as creaking floorboards or flickering candles, had withdrawn her presence entirely since Jinx had left 3 days ago. The emptiness felt pointed, deliberate, accusatory. The binding band on his wrist had dulled to a tarnished copper, occasionally sending sharp pains up his arm that he acknowledged with nothing more than a slight tightening around his eyes. Pain was information, nothing more. He consulted the ancient grimoire propped open beside him, its yellowed pages detailing the sundering of unwanted bonds, a last resort for magically married pairs who chose separation over completion. The instructions were complex, demanding exact measurements and perfect timing. Thorne had triple-checked every component. "This is the logical solution," he told the empty kitchen. Norbert the teapot sat motionless on the counter, spout pointed away in what could only be described as teapot judgment. Bramble had sent the enchanted pot to keep an eye on him, but Norbert had refused to brew anything, maintaining a cold ceramic silence that somehow conveyed more disappointment than words ever could. "It's what she deserves," Thorne added, not entirely sure why he felt compelled to justify himself to kitchenware. The final ingredient, a single tear from the bondmaker, had been the hardest to acquire. Not because Thorne couldn't produce tears. The past 3 nights had provided ample opportunity, but because the potion required honest grief, and he'd spent decades building walls against precisely that kind of emotional surrender. In the end, he'd thought about the way Jinx's eyes crinkled when she laughed, how her hair created its own gravitational field of chaos, the stunned hurt in her expression when she discovered the unfinished vow scroll and realized he'd hidden his past from her. The tear had fallen, and the potion had accepted it with a silver shimmer. As dawn approached, Thorne carefully bottled the binding, pneumalizing brew, its mercurial contents catching the first rays of sunlight through the kitchen window. He stared at the completed potion, turning it slowly between his fingers, watching the silvery liquid move like trapped moonlight. His reflection in the glass looked haggard. Sleepless nights and constant magical strain had hollowed his cheeks and darkened the circles beneath his eyes. Behind him, the family portraits that lined his dining room wall, normally still and dignified, seemed to watch with transparent disapproval. His grandmother's image actually turned its back when he glanced up, her painted shoulders expressing centuries of familiar disappointment. "I'm doing what's necessary," he told the portrait, but received only the silence of oil paint in return. The clock chimed 5, and Thorne straightened his shoulders. There was protocol to follow, even in dismantling something that had never been meant to exist. He dressed with mechanical precision, selecting his most formal robes as if preparing for a funeral. The fabric was heavy, structured, appropriate for significant magical proceedings. He'd spent an hour pressing them the previous evening, though he wasn't entirely sure why it mattered that he look proper while dissolving a magical marriage. The empty house echoed with his solitary movements, no cheerful humming from Jinx, no sparkles drifting down hallways, no enchanted furniture rearranging itself to better catch the morning light. In just a few short weeks, her absence had somehow made the house feel more empty than it had in the decade before her arrival. He tucked the neutralizing potion into an inner pocket alongside the unfinished vow scroll that had haunted his dreams. The parchment felt unnaturally warm against his chest, and Thorne wondered if that was its magic responding to proximity to its rightful partner, or simply his imagination. At the door, he hesitated. "I'ma fix this," he said to the house, not entirely sure why he felt the need to announce his intentions. Memsaville gave no response, not even the courtesy creak of a floorboard. With one last look at his now sterile home, he squared his shoulders and departed for the Ginger Root Cafe. The streets of Thimblewick were quiet in the early morning haze, with only the occasional baker or early shift hedge witch passing by. No one met his eyes. Word traveled fast in a magical community, and Thorne had no illusions about where public sympathy lay in this situation. Familiars were beloved. Stern archivists with trust issues, considerably less so. The Ginger Root Cafe appeared closed at first glance, its cheerful curtains drawn and the usual line of patrons absent. But as Thorne approached, he could see a warm light inside and smell the distinctive combination of fresh-baked goods and spell-infused coffee that marked Bramble's domain. Before he could reach for the door, it swung open to reveal Bramble herself, standing like a flour-dusted sentinel in the entrance. Her usually warm expression was cool as she blocked his path, arms folded across her rune-stitched apron. One foot tapped an impatient rhythm on the threshold. "She's been crying glitter for 3 days," Bramble informed him flatly. "It's clogged my rain gutters and made my scones taste like emotional repression." Thorne accepted the rebuke silently, lips pressed together to contain whatever inadequate defense might try to escape. "You look terrible," Bramble added, narrowing her eyes. "Did you bother sleeping at all, or have you just been feeling sorry for yourself since you left?" "May I please speak with her?" The sincerity in his voice must have registered because Bramble's expression softened marginally. "Back garden," she said after a long moment of assessment. "If you make it worse, my sourdough starter will eat your shoes. I'm not even joking. It's rage-proofing as we speak." She stepped aside, allowing him entry through the empty cafe. As he passed, Bramble added in a quieter voice, "She's not as resilient as she pretends to be, Blackmoor." "I know," he replied softly. The back garden of the cafe was Bramble's pride, a riot of magical herbs, flowering tea plants, and comfortable seating arranged for maximum gossip potential. This early it was deserted except for a single figure sitting alone at a small wrought iron table beneath flowering vines. Jinx sat with her back to him, absently creating tiny light animals with her fingertips. Each shimmering creature, miniature rabbits, foxes, and butterflies, lived just long enough to take a few steps or flutters before dissolving into sparkles that drifted down to coat the tabletop. She didn't seem to be creating them intentionally. They formed and faded with the rhythm of her breathing, like visible sigh. The binding band on her wrist flared briefly as he approached, causing her to look up. Thorne felt a physical ache at the sight of her. Her usual vibrant energy was subdued, her wild curls, limp gold flecks in her eyes dimmed. Small, glittered tears had dried on her cheeks, leaving faint sparkle trails. She didn't speak, simply watched as he carefully took the seat across from her, placing the neutralizing potion and the unfinished vow scroll on the table between them. Thorne had rehearsed this moment for hours. He had prepared logical arguments, magical explanations, and formal apologies. But faced with Jinx's quiet gaze, every carefully constructed sentence abandoned him. "I came to release you from our bond," he finally began, indicating the potion. His voice sounded stiff even to his own ears. "You deserve freedom, not a partner who can't—" He faltered, finding himself uncharacteristically without words. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, Jinx asked softly, "Who was she? The one from before?" The direct question caught him off guard. He'd expected anger, or perhaps more of the hurt silence he'd faced when she left. Instead, she was offering him one more chance to answer the question he'd been avoiding for days. Thorne inhaled deeply and made a conscious choice to be honest, truly honest, for perhaps the first time since they met. He owed her that much. Her name was Elise Wintervine, he said, the name feeling strange in his mouth after so many years of not saying it aloud. "She was assigned as my trial partner 10 years ago. Jinx watched him, waiting, and Thorne continued, surprising himself with each new truth that emerged. 10 years ago, I was approached by the ministry to participate in a revival of the resonance trials. I was young, 22, brilliant, and insufferably arrogant. Top of my class at the scriptorium, youngest archivist ever granted vault access. He gave a bitter laugh. I thought I'd been selected for my exceptional abilities. In reality, I was politically expedient. A tiny light fox formed between Jinx's fingers, scampering in circles before bursting into a shower of gold dust. Elise was a powerful but emotionally volatile familiar, Thorne continued. Her family had ministry connections. Mine had vault access. The trials were never about our actual bond. They were about our usefulness to others. I didn't realize that until it was too late. As he spoke, Thorne found his voice growing stronger, decades of controlled emotion finally breaking through. His hands moved with uncharacteristic animation, punctuating points he'd never allowed himself to articulate. We progressed through the trials with technically perfect but emotionally hollow performances. We were magically compatible but fundamentally disinterested in each other as people. I treated her as a magical supplement. She saw me as a career advancement. Neither of us questioned whether we should be bonded, only how to excel at the trials. Thorne found himself leaning forward, the words flowing easier now. I was demanding, perfectionistic. I blamed her when elements of our magic weren't seamless. She resented my criticism, but needed the prestige of a completed bond. We perpetuated a farce because it served our separate ambition. Jinx's expression remained unreadable, but her fingers had stilled. No more light animals appeared. The failed vow became the center of his confession during their final trial. When they attempted to complete the binding vow, the magic had rejected them completely. The scroll caught fire in my hands, Thorne explained, showing Jinx a faint scar on his palm she'd never noticed before. The silvery line traversed his lifeline, interrupting the natural creases of his skin. The vault itself seemed to pass judgment. Our bond was technically proficient but spiritually empty. The magical backlash injured Elise and damaged part of the archive. He flexed his scarred hand, remembering the searing pain. Afterward, when she recovered, we both agreed never to speak of it. The ministry sealed the records, and I vowed never to attempt another binding. Jinx reached out tentatively, her fingertips hovering above the scar without quite touching it. What happened to her? She transferred to the Northern Archives. Last I heard, she bonded successfully with the scribe from the Winter Court. Thorne's mouth twisted. Apparently, I was the problem. After that disaster, he had retreated further into formality, rules, and solitude. His work became impeccable but joyless. His connections with others, professional, never personal, were governed by strict protocols that left no room for error or emotion. Thorne's voice grew quieter as he reached the most difficult truth. When I met you in the archive that day, I didn't know who you were. But when the binding spell activated, I recognized it immediately, and I was terrified. His hand shook slightly as he continued, not because I feared being bound to you specifically, but because I already felt more for you in that moment of chaotic connection than I had ever felt for Elise across months of formal trials, and that was far more frightening than any magical consequence. Jinx's eyes widened slightly, the golden flecks brightening for the first time since he'd arrived. I've been afraid every moment since, Thorne admitted. Afraid of wanting this bond? Afraid of deserving your trust? Afraid of what happens when someone like me cares for someone like you. He pushed the neutralizing potion toward her, his final act of vulnerability. I brought this because I thought it was what you deserved. Freedom from a man who couldn't be honest about his past or his feelings. But I'm not sure I have the courage to watch you drink it. The binding bands on both their wrists began to glow as Thorne's confession continued, warming from tarnished copper to bright gold. For days, the magical mark had been dull and painful, a constant reminder of his failure. Now, it hummed with renewed energy, responding to his emotional transparency. Jinx reached across the table, but instead of taking the potion, she placed her hand over his. The contact sent a ripple of golden light cascading up their arms as the binding bands responded to their emotional alignment. Warmth spread through Thorne's chest, replacing the cold knot that had lodged there since she'd left. My whole life, she said softly, People have decided when I arrive and when I leave. For once, I'd like to choose. With deliberate care, she picked up the neutralizing potion and handed it to a passing server who'd brought out fresh coffee. Please take this away before he gets any more noble ideas. The morning light caught the tears in her eyes, transforming them into glittering diamonds that floated briefly before dissolving. Thorne didn't pull away when she laced her fingers through his. Nor did he resist when she used her free hand to gently touch his face. The next time you want to let me go, she told him with a watery smile, try asking me if I want to stay first. Thorne didn't trust himself to speak. The tightness in his throat prevented words, but for once, he didn't fight against the emotion. After so many years of rigid control, surrendering to this feeling was both terrifying and exhilarating. When Jinx stood and gently tugged his hand, he rose without hesitation, allowing her to lead him away from the table, and the binding bands on their wrists pulsed with a steady rhythm that felt, for the first time, like a promise rather than a sentence. Mim Savelle has been impossible without you, he managed as they walked through the cafe, his voice rough. She's locked all the cupboards and keeps making the hallways longer when I try to reach my study. She's protective, Jinx said, the faintest hint of her usual spark returning, and she obviously has excellent taste. A thought occurred to Thorne. Where have you been staying? Not in that broom closet of an apartment, I hope. Grandma has a spare room above the cafe. She glanced at him sideways. It's cozy, but the furniture doesn't rearrange itself to make more space when I need it. They reached the cafe door, and Thorne hesitated, suddenly uncertain again. Would you like to come home? I understand if you need time, or if you'd prefer... The words died in his throat as Jinx stepped closer, rising on her toes to press a soft kiss to his cheek. Yes, Thorne, I would like to come home. Something unfamiliar lightened in his chest, a feeling so foreign that it took him a moment to recognize it as hope. As they stepped outside, Bramble's voice called after them, 4 o'clock, trial meeting, don't you dare be late. Thorne looked down at Jinx, a question in his eyes. The 4th trial, she explained. The binding flame. I told Quinley we'd be ready. Her eyes searched his. Will we? He considered the test that remained, the vulnerability they would require, the emotional exposure he'd spent a decade avoiding. Then he looked at their intertwined hands, the golden bands that linked them, pulsing with shared light. Yes, he said simply, we will.
Chapter 15. Compatibility Trial 4. The Binding Flame. The soft gray light of pre-dawn filtered through the curtains, painting unfamiliar shadows across familiar walls. Not her home, their home now, at least for as long as the trials lasted. The thought sent a warm flutter through her chest, a sensation that translated into tiny golden sparkles drifting from her fingertips. The binding band gleamed on her wrist with renewed vitality, no longer the reluctant tether it had been only days ago. It pulsed with a gentle rhythm, almost like a second heartbeat. Her magic felt different too, steadier somehow, still chaotic and uniquely hers, but less like it might fly apart at any moment. Beside her, Thorne slept peacefully, the pillow barrier they'd constructed between them now abandoned somewhere on the floor. In sleep, his perpetually furrowed brow had smoothed, making him look younger, unburdened by the weight of precision and control he always carried. A stray lock of black hair had fallen across his forehead, and she resisted the urge to brush it back. Instead, she traced the binding band on his wrist with her fingertip, the lightest possible touch. The band responded with a contented hum that vibrated against her skin. Thorne stirred, mumbling something incoherent, and she froze, not ready to shatter this quiet moment of observation. Golden sparkles drifted from her hair onto his pillow as she smiled, no longer trying to contain the evidence of her happiness. Let the glitter fall where it may, he'd just have to get used to finding it everywhere. So basically, magical truth or dare with fire, what could possibly go wrong? Jinx grinned across the breakfast table, where ancient texts lay spread between plates of toast and cups of tea. She absently twirled her finger above her teacup, creating tiny fire dancers that pirouetted across the steam. That's an oversimplification. Thorne's tone was serious, but the corner of his mouth twitched in what she now recognized as his version of amusement. The binding flame requires harmonized intent. It's not just about speaking truth, but about channeling compatible magical signatures through the flame medium. Mimsivel, clearly delighted by their reconciliation, helpfully fluttered the pages of a particularly ancient tome to a relevant passage. The house spirit had been increasingly active since their emotional breakthrough, manifesting in gentle breezes, perfectly timed tea service, and the mysterious relocation of Thorne's slippers to wherever he happened to need them. It says here, the flame reveals the nature of the bond through its color, Thorne continued, running his finger along a line of text that glowed faintly at his touch. Red for passion, blue for duty, green for growth, purple for fortune, Jinx interrupted, leaning over to peer at the text. Purple means your bond will bring great fortune. She waggled her eyebrows suggestively. What do you think, husband? Are we headed for riches and fame? The term husband still felt foreign on her tongue, half joke, half test. She watched his reaction carefully, ready to laugh it off if he stiffened or frowned. Instead, he looked up at her with unexpected softness in his storm-gray eyes. I think, he said deliberately, that whatever color our flame burns, we'll face it together. This simple declaration sent a ripple of sparkles cascading down her arms, dusting the breakfast table with gold that vanished as quickly as it appeared. I think we should bring this, Jinx said, retrieving the attic journal from her belongings as they prepared to leave. The book had been surprisingly quiet since their reconciliation, no longer vibrating with insistent energy. She held it out to Thorne, showing him how the previously blank pages had filled with intricate diagrams of the vault key glyph, the central focus of today's trial. It's strange, she continued, running her finger along the edge of a particularly detailed illustration. Whatever this sigil is, it's connected to both our pasts somehow, like it's been waiting for us. Thorne took the journal, his fingers brushing against hers in a contact that sent pleasant shivers up her arm, manifesting as tiny stars falling around them like snow. It's not just a sigil, he said, studying the pages with his scribe's eye for detail. It's a key. Quite literally, the glyph unlocks something within the vault's deeper archives. He closed the book carefully. Question is, what was meant to stay locked away? And why did the system choose us to open it? Jinx shrugged, grabbing her colorful scarf from the coat hook that eagerly bent down to meet her. Maybe we're just that awesome? Thorne's expression remained serious, but he reached out and tucked a stray curl behind her ear, his touch lingering just long enough to make her breath catch. Perhaps, he said quietly, we are. The ministry annex had never felt particularly welcoming, but today it seemed positively ominous. They were escorted past the regular trial rooms, down staircases Jinx hadn't known existed, into depths that smelled of old stone and ancient magic. Unlike the polished, bureaucratic spaces above, this area felt primal. Rough stone walls covered in glowing script, air heavy with magical residue that must have accumulated over centuries. Are we still in the annex? Jinx whispered, instinctively moving closer to Thorne as they descended yet another staircase. Or have we accidentally stumbled into the basement of time? Before he could answer, they emerged into a vast chamber where Quinley Thistlethon awaited them. Gone were her usual flamboyant robes, replaced by formal ceremonial attire of midnight blue, embroidered with silver sigils that shifted position when Jinx tried to focus on them. Even her perpetually hovering clipboard seemed subdued, hanging motionless at her side. The binding flame trial accesses the vault directly, Quinley explained, her typically sardonic tone replaced by uncharacteristic solemnity. It's been quite some time since any pair progressed this far. Jinx glanced around, noticing shadowed observation alcoves set high in the walls. Pairs of eyes gleamed from the darkness. Ministry officials, most likely, come to witness a rare full activation of the trials. In one alcove, she glimpsed a familiar silver beard and felt her stomach tighten. Elric Van Trell, Thorne's former mentor, watched from the shadows, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "We're missing all the spectators?" she asked, unable to keep the nervousness from her voice. "Is this normal?" Quenley's clipboard finally stirred, flipping to a new page with a soft rustle. "Normal? No. But then, very little about your case has been normal, Ms. Moss." The trial space contained a circular platform with the vault key glyph etched into its center, identical to the sigil Jinx had found in the attic, but larger and inlaid with precious metals that caught the light in ways that made her eyes water if she looked too directly at them. 2 small braziers stood on opposite sides of the glyph, unlit but filled with materials that shimmered with potential energy. "You will each light your flame while speaking an emotional truth you have never before articulated," Quenley instructed, her voice carrying easily in the chamber's perfect acoustics. "The glyph will respond to your combined intent." She paused, looking between them with unusual intensity. "Be warned, this trial cannot be faked or manipulated. The flame knows." With that cryptic statement, she gestured for them to take their positions. Jinx moved to one side of the glyph, Thorne to the other, the binding bands warming against their skin as they faced each other across the ancient pattern. Jinx caught Thorne's eye, offering a small smile of encouragement that he returned with surprising openness. The man who had once looked at her with cold disdain now gazed at her with quiet certainty, and the change made her heart flutter. Quenley activated the trial with a complex incantation, her hands weaving patterns that left luminous trails in the air. The glyph responded with a pulse of deep blue light that spread outward like ripples in still water. The observation alcoves darkened, as if giving them privacy despite the continued presence of watchers. "The trial begins," Quenley announced, stepping back to the edge of the chamber. "Speak your truths and cast your flames when ready." A tense silence fell as Jinx and Thorne contemplated their braziers. The air felt charged with anticipation, the glyph pulsing like a heartbeat beneath them. What truth had she never spoken? There were so many feelings swirling inside her, so many realizations that had come in these past weeks. After a moment, she nodded to Thorne, indicating she'd go first. She took a deep breath, centering her familiar magic, not constraining its chaotic nature as she usually tried to do, but embracing it fully. The freedom of this acceptance brought unexpected tears to her eyes as she began. "I have spent my entire existence believing I was replaceable," she said, voice clear despite the emotion making her magic sparkle around her like a personal constellation. "Every summoner, every temporary home, every assignment reinforced that I was interchangeable, useful for a time, then discarded." The words hurt to say aloud, but there was relief in finally acknowledging the fear that had shaped her for so long. Her magic responded, gathering between her palms in a swirling orb of multicolored light. "But with you, for the first time, I feel irreplaceable." She looked directly at Thorne, speaking only to him despite their audience. "Not because I'm perfect or because I fit some ideal, but because of how we connect. Chaotic and orderly, familiar and scribed, sparkle and substance." With the final word, she released her magic into the brazier, which erupted with vibrant, multicolored flames that danced and spiraled upward. They reflected her essence perfectly, wild, joyful, unpredictable, but with a core of steady warmth that had always been there, waiting to be recognized. Across the glyph, Thorne watched her with an intensity that would have once made her uncomfortable, but now felt like recognition. When she finished, he began his own, truth without hesitation, his voice steady but stripped of its usual academic. "I have spent my life believing precision was safety, that controlling my magic meant controlling outcomes." His long fingers hovered over his brazier, storm-gray eyes fixed on Jinx. I sought order because disorder once cost me everything. I measured each spell, each word, each emotion with exacting standards, certain that perfection would prevent pain. His voice grew softer, yet somehow filled the chamber more completely. But loving you has taught me that control is illusion. The truth I've never spoken is this: I am terrified by what I would risk to keep you. Not because of magic or trials or binding, but because choosing you means choosing vulnerability forever. And I find I want that more than I want safety. The word loving echoed in Jinx's mind, a declaration so casually included in his truth that she almost missed its significance. Tears spilled freely down her cheeks now, transmuting into tiny diamonds of light that vanished before touching the ground. As Thorne released his magic into the brazier, his flame rose in a perfect column of deep blue, controlled yet powerful, exactly as she would have expected. When the two flames reached a certain height, they suddenly arced toward each other above the glyph, merging in a spectacular display that drew gasps from the hidden observers. Instead of combining into a predictable purple blend of their colors, the merged flame transmuted into a brilliant silver that illuminated the entire chamber with otherworldly light. The silver flame cast no shadows, seeming instead to reveal the true nature of everything it touched. The vault key glyph activated fully under the silver flame, the ancient metal inlays rising from the stone to form a three-dimensional matrix that rotated slowly, casting reflections that created complex magical equations on the walls. Jinx couldn't begin to understand the mathematics being written in light, but she felt their significance resonating through her very being. Quenly approached with undisguised awe, her clipboard making furious notes of its own accord. "Silver flame," she whispered almost to herself. "We haven't seen silver flame it's been generations." She looked between them with new respect. Silver signifies a bond formed through choice rather than circumstance, spiritual resonance beyond mere magical compatibility. From the observation alcoves came murmurs of surprise and what sounded like argument. Jinx caught sight of Elric Vantrell nodding with satisfaction before slipping away into the shadows. In another alcove, a hooded figure made hurried notes before disappearing down a dark corridor. As the flame gradually subsided and the glyph returned to its dormant state, Jinx felt profoundly changed. Her magic, usually scattered and unpredictable, now flowed through her with new purpose, still distinctively hers, still chaotic and sparkling, but somehow more focused, as if finding its true form through acceptance rather than constraint. Across the platform, Thorne extended his hand to her, and when their fingers intertwined, the binding bands emitted a harmonious chime that resonated with the chamber's ancient stones. His palm was warm against hers, steady and sure, anchoring her as the chamber continued to shimmer with residual magic. "You okay?" he asked quietly, his thumb brushing across her knuckles. "Better than okay," she replied, squeezing his hand. "You said the L word, you know. In front of witnesses and everything." A faint blush colored his cheeks, but he didn't look away. "I did, and I meant it." Before she could respond, before she could say that she loved him too, had possibly loved him from the moment he'd carried her to the couch and tended her wounds, Quenly cleared her throat loudly. "If you two are quite finished with your moment," she said, though her tone lacked its usual bite, "there's the matter of the final trial." She held out a scroll sealed with silver wax that glowed with the same light as their combined flame. "The unwritten vow awaits." Jinx took the scroll with her free hand, unwilling to release Thorne's grip with the other. The scroll felt warm and alive, pulsing with latent magic. "What exactly is an unwritten vow?" she asked, turning the scroll to examine its intricate seal. "Exactly what it sounds like," Quenly replied, a rare, genuine smile gracing her usually sardonic features. "A vow that hasn't been written yet. After what I just witnessed, I believe you're ready to write it yourselves." As they left the chamber together, the scroll tucked safely in Thorne's pocket, Jinx felt lighter than she had in years. Silver flame. A bond of choice, not circumstance. The words echoed in her mind, confirming what her heart already knew. She was not a replacement or a substitute. She was exactly where she was meant to be, with exactly whom she was meant to be with. And if the final trial involved vows, well, she was surprisingly ready for that too.
Chapter 16, The Saboteur Revealed. Thorne traced the silver seal on the final trial scroll with his fingertip, feeling its subtle pulse respond to his touch like a living thing. The parchment seemed to breathe under his hand, ancient magic recognizing something in him that he was only beginning to understand himself. Outside his study window, night had settled fully over Thimblewick, stars appearing like scattered enchantment dust across the sky. The unprecedented success of their binding flame trial continued to unsettle him, not because he doubted their connection, but because such powerful resonance would inevitably attract attention. Silver flame resonance. He'd only read about it in the most obscure archival texts, a theoretical magical phenomenon rather than a documented occurrence. He glanced down at the binding band encircling his wrist, its warm glow pulsing gently in sync with his heartbeat. The magical sigil had changed since their first night together. No longer a harsh contractual mark, but something fluid and alive, responding to their evolving bond. Something about that transformation felt right in ways he couldn't articulate through standard magical theory. Setting the scroll aside, Thorne moved to the study doorway, peering across the hall where their bedroom door stood slightly ajar. Jinx slept peacefully within, her strawberry blonde curls splayed across his pillows, her magic having finally stabilized into the gentle golden aura that now followed her like a contented familiar. The sight of her there, in his space, no longer triggered the anxiety it once had. Instead, he found himself studying the curve of her cheek, the slight furrow of her brow as she dreamed, the way her fingers curled into the sheets where his body should be. "What are you doing to me?" he murmured, though there was no accusation in the words, only wonder. A soft whoosh of displaced air pulled his attention back to the study, where there had been nothing a moment before. A somber gray owl now perched on his desk, its feathers shimmering with the telltale iridescence of materialization magic rather than physical flight. It fixed Thorne with amber eyes that seemed too knowing for an ordinary messenger, and extended a leg bearing a sealed parchment. Thorne accepted the missive, recognizing Elric Vantrell's seal immediately, though the magical signature beneath it pulsed with an urgency and secrecy that made his brow furrow. His former mentor rarely sent messages after hours, and never with materialization messengers. Too flashy for Elric's understated style. The owl dissipated into smoke the moment the letter was removed, another sign of unusual precaution. Thorne broke the seal, revealing terse script in Elric's precise hand. "Archive consultation room. Midnight. Come alone. Critical information about the vault." Thorne glanced at the ornate clock on his study wall. 11:40. He had just enough time to reach the archives if he left immediately. He hesitated, torn between waking Jinx and honoring his former mentor's request for privacy. After their revelations during the binding flame trial, the thought of keeping secrets from her felt wrong. A betrayal of the trust they'd built. And yet, Thorne moved quietly back to the bedroom doorway. Jinx had rolled onto her side, one hand tucked beneath her cheek, her face finally peaceful after days of magical and emotional tension. The faint smile curving her lips hinted at pleasant dreams. He couldn't bring himself to disturb that hard-won rest, especially when he didn't yet know what Elric wanted. Decision made, Thorne withdrew to his desk, quickly preparing a charmed note that would activate with a gentle chime if he remained absent longer than an hour. He set it on his pillow, watching it glow softly before going dormant, waiting to serve its purpose. "I'll be back soon," he whispered, not entirely sure if he was reassuring himself or her. The archive consultation room maintained the hushed dignity of generations of magical scholarship, even in the midnight hour. Ancient reading lamps cast elongated shadows across shelves of priceless reference texts, their flames dancing in magical limbo, never consuming fuel, never dying down. Thorne had always found comfort in this space, where magical knowledge was meticulously preserved and categorized. Tonight, however, the familiar surroundings felt charged with tension. He stepped through the main doorway, prepared to announce himself, when voices from the connected research alcove stopped him short. Elric's familiar academic tone and another voice, deeper and more authoritative, that Thorne recognized with a chill as belonging to Reverend Braxley Core, head of the Vault Traditionalist faction, the man who had lobbied for decades to keep the vault permanently sealed despite historical precedent suggesting its purpose was meant to evolve over time. Thorne silently moved closer, years of archive stealth serving him well as he positioned himself where the alcove's illumination wouldn't reach him. He should have announced himself. Eavesdropping violated every ethical code he upheld as an archivist. And yet, the familiar protective instinct that had been growing stronger with each day spent with Jinx overrode his usual principles. The silver flame changes everything, Core was saying, voice tight with poorly concealed frustration. Such a strong resonance could actually complete the reactivation sequence after all our work to keep it dormant. I'm well aware of the implications, Braxley, Elric interrupted, sounding weary in a way Thorne rarely heard from his ordinarily composed mentor. But perhaps we were wrong. Their bond is genuine in a way we rarely see. Core's response was dismissive, the rustle of ceremonial robes suggesting agitated movement. Genuine or not, if they complete the final trial, the Vault Archives will unseal completely. Decades of careful containment undone because you couldn't properly dismantle that binding spell. Thorne's breath caught sharply, the first confirmation of his long-held suspicions about sabotage. The binding spell that had ensnared him and Jinx hadn't been a random archival mishap. It had been deliberately tampered with, and not just by anyone, but by his mentor, the man who had taught him everything about magical ethics and archival responsibility. His involuntary reaction, perhaps that sharp intake of breath, alerted the men to his presence. When Thorne stepped into view, Elric looked resigned rather than surprised. Core, however, straightened defensively, his elaborate traditionalist robes rustling as he assumed an authoritative posture. Archivist Blackmoor, Core acknowledged stiffly. This is a private consultation. Thorne ignored him completely, focusing entirely on Elric. His voice emerged dangerously quiet, control threaded through each precisely chosen word. You tampered with the binding spell. You're the reason Jinx and I were forced into these trials. It wasn't a question, and Elric didn't treat it as one. The older man's shoulders sagged slightly, the weight of decades visibly settling upon them. Not exactly, Elric admitted, gesturing for Thorne to join them at the research table. Ancient diagrams of the vault's structure covered its surface, familiar to Thorne from his years of archive work, yet different in crucial ways from the standard plans he'd studied. I didn't create the binding spell. I attempted to dismantle it decades ago, after the Blackwell-Sumner incident. The spell was never supposed to activate. Elric's hands traced familiar patterns on a faded blueprint, ones Thorne recognized with growing unease. From the vault key glyph they'd activated during the binding flame trial. What you and Jinx triggered was an unfinished neutralization charm, dangerous and unstable precisely because it was interrupted. Elric continued, meeting Thorne's gaze directly. Interrupted, Thorne repeated, processing the implications. Not completed. You left an active magical component in an accessible archive. It wasn't meant to be accessible, Core interjected, disdain evident. That section was sealed, restricted. Elric raised a hand to silence his colleague. When a neutralization spell is interrupted, it doesn't simply remain inert. It inverts. The magic meant to suppress becomes magic that actively seeks to complete itself. His fingers moved along the diagram with practiced precision. This particular charm began harvesting magical resonance from its surroundings, especially emotional energy, which carries the strongest signature. And it targeted Jinx specifically, Thorne stated, recalling how the sigil had marked her. Elric nodded gravely. Familiars are essentially pure magic given form. Jinx's particular resonance, that chaotic, adaptable gold magic of hers, made her the perfect conduit. The unfinished charm recognized her as an ideal source of sustainable energy. So every trial we've completed, Thorne began, the implications dawning, has been feeding it. Elric confirmed. The trials generate extraordinary emotional resonance, exactly what it needs to fully manifest. Rather than remove the binding spell entirely, which would have required reopening the vault, I rendered it dormant, or so I believed. Elric looked genuinely troubled, the lamplight catching the deep lines etched around his eyes. It should have remained inert forever. Then your familiar touched the exact sequence point with exactly the right magical signature to reactivate it. Reverend Core interjected with barely contained anger, stepping forward until he loomed over the table, which should never have happened because you, he pointed accusingly at Thorne, were supposed to enforce the archive restrictions. No familiars, no unsupervised access. His voice dropped to a hiss, vibrating with decades of concealed resentment. Your family was entrusted with vault stewardship specifically because of your connection to the original binding systems. Your grandmother helped seal it, your father maintained the barriers, and you let a chaos-touched familiar waltz right into the critical junction point. The accusation stung more than Thorne wanted to admit, but he refused to be diverted from the larger revelation. His grandmother's involvement with the vault had never been mentioned in any family records he'd accessed. You've never been forthright about my family's connection, Thorne said, his voice carefully controlled. What exactly was our role in the Blackwell-Sumner incident? Elric exchanged a glance with Core before answering. Your grandmother? Eleanora Blackmoor was Alistair Blackwell's cousin. When the incident occurred, she was among the few mages powerful enough to help contain the magical backlash. The ministry made a judgment, perhaps unfair, that anyone sharing bloodlines with those involved posed too great a risk for future trials. So, I was disqualified because of a distant relative's failure. Thorne's voice was flat. You were protected, Elric corrected. After what we witnessed, after the damage done, the ministry couldn't risk another catastrophic resonance failure within the same magical lineage. You've actively worked to suppress knowledge of the Vault's true purpose, he challenged Elric, ignoring Core entirely. All those years you taught me archive protocol. You never once mentioned my family's connection. The betrayal was palpable in his voice. Years of trust suddenly undermined. You taught me that archivists serve truth above all else? Elric's response was unexpectedly emotional, his composure cracking. Because I watched the Vault destroy lives, Thorne. I watched brilliant minds consumed by obsession with its power. After Blackwell and Sumner, after what their resonance did, he broke off, visibly composing himself. Some knowledge should remain sealed. What exactly happened to Blackwell and Sumner? Thorne pressed, sensing he was close to understanding something crucial. The official records are so heavily redacted, they're essentially useless. Core grew increasingly agitated as Thorne pushed for details, his rings clicking against the tabletop as he drummed his fingers. Enough of this. Show him, he finally snapped at Elric. Show him what awaits if they complete the final trial. Elric hesitated, then reluctantly activated a hidden compartment in the table by pressing a sequence of symbols inlaid in the wood. The compartment slid open with the whisper of well-maintained enchantment, revealing a preserved fragment of parchment that Thorne immediately recognized as matching the texture and magical signature of the unfinished vow scroll Jinx had found in his study. Even this small piece radiated powerful magic that made the binding band tingle uncomfortably on Thorne's wrist, responding to its counterpart. The writing on the fragment was in an ancient form of spell script that Thorne could only partially decipher, but he recognized binding terminology interwoven with soul magic sigils, a combination strictly regulated in modern magical practice. The final vow doesn't just complete the trials, Elric explained gravely. In cases of true resonance, silver flame resonance, it creates a permanent soul bond, unbreakable, eternally linked. The implications sank in as Thorne carefully examined the fragment, his archivist's training automatically noting the age markers, ink composition, and magical residue. You're saying if Jinx and I complete the final trial, Elric nodded solemnly, your souls become entwined beyond what any magical divorce could separate. It's why these trials were eventually forbidden, too permanent, too powerful. Most pairs never achieve sufficient resonance for this to be a concern, but you and Jinx, he trailed off, the silver flame's significance hanging unspoken between them. Core leaned forward, voice urgent and persuasive, the voice he used to sway ministry committees. You must withdraw from the final trial. Claim magical exhaustion. The ministry will grant exceptional circumstances given your position and family name. The binding will gradually fade and the vault will remain safely sealed. And Jinx? Thorne asked quietly. Core waved a dismissive hand. The familiar will be reassigned. With proper magical compensation for the inconvenience, of course. These things happen. These things happen, Thorne repeated, the words tasting bitter. Sensing hesitation, Core leaned closer, his voice dropping to a confidential tone that bordered on desperate. You don't understand what we're facing here. A fully activated vault doesn't just share knowledge, it demands it. The classification systems alone will need complete restructuring. Do you have any idea what that means? His fingers trembled slightly as he pulled out a small, worn notebook and flipped it open to reveal impossibly tiny handwriting covering every available space. 17 classification protocols, each with subvariants. 43 years of perfectly organized archival reports, rendered obsolete overnight. The sentient texts will demand representation rights. The adaptive cataloging systems will reorganize by emotional resonance rather than rational taxonomy. Core's facade of bureaucratic superiority cracked further, revealing genuine distress beneath. I was there during the aftermath of Blackwell Sumner. I saw what that kind of untethered magical knowledge does. Junior archivists weeping over filing systems that rearrange themselves hourly. Entire wings of the ministry spontaneously redecorating to better reflect the emotional state of their contents. 3 decades of careful order dissolved into whimsy and... He clutched his notebook tighter, knuckles whitening. Some things are better left dormant, Blackmoor. Some systems function best when properly contained. Thorne rose abruptly, cutting off Core's continued manipulations. You misunderstand, he said with quiet certainty. I'm not here to ask permission or seek escape. The binding band glowed warmly on his wrist, steadying his resolve. The sensation was no longer foreign. It felt like Jinx's presence, her laughter, her stubborn optimism that had somehow breached his carefully constructed defenses. I came to confirm what I suspected, that someone tampered with the magic that brought us together. Now I know. He gathered the trial documents, including the revealing fragment, ignoring Core's sputtered protests. But your mistake was assuming this bond is something to fear or prevent. Perhaps the vault chose better than you realize. As he turned to leave, Elric called after him, a note of genuine concern in his voice. Thorne, consider carefully. Once done, this cannot be undone. Thorne paused at the threshold, looking back at the man who had shaped so much of his life and understanding of magic. His response was simple but profound. Some bonds aren't meant to be undone, Elric. You taught me that once, before fear taught you otherwise. The binding band pulsed in agreement as he departed his steps, purposeful, heading not to the archives or to solitude, but home to Jinx, carrying both truth and choice with equal certainty. As he walked through the quiet streets of Thimblewick, the night air cool against his face, Thorne realized something profound had shifted within him. The meticulous archivist who cataloged and contained magical knowledge would have been horrified by permanent soul binding, would have seen it as the ultimate loss of autonomy and control. The man he was becoming, the man who had held Jinx through magical exhaustion, who had shared dreams with her, who had spoken his deepest fears into silver flame, saw a choice where before he would have only seen constraint. For the first time since the binding spell had activated, Thorne felt no urgency to research escape clauses or magical loopholes. Instead, his mind filled with possibilities he'd never allowed himself to consider, a shared life with someone who saw him clearly. Chaos and order finding balance. Magic that adapted rather than rigid magic that controlled. In his pocket, the fragment of the unfinished vow radiated gentle warmth, not unlike the steady pulse of the binding band around his wrist. Tomorrow, he would show Jinx everything, the fragments, the vault's true purpose, the choice that lay before them. Unlike Elric and Core, he wouldn't decide for her what risks were worth taking. But tonight, as he approached his home, their home, at least for now, and saw the soft glow of a nightlight spell in the window, Thorne already knew what his own choice would be.
Chapter 17, Final Trial, the vow rewritten. Jinx woke to early morning light filtering through curtains that seemed to be deliberately parting themselves. Mimseville's work, no doubt. The house spirit had developed an irritating knack for romantic staging since this whole accidental marriage debacle began. But it wasn't the light that had awakened her. It was the weight of someone watching. Thorne sat perched at the edge of their shared bed. Well, technically his bed, that she'd been crashing in for weeks now. He was already fully dressed in his formal archival robes, spine rigid as a shelf support, fingers curled around a scroll with an unmistakable silver seal, now pulsing with golden light. The final trial scroll. His gaze held an intensity that sent tiny warning sparks materializing in the air around her pillow. "You were gone last night," she observed, voice still rough with sleep as she reached out to touch his arm. The binding band around her wrist warmed pleasantly at the contact, a sensation she'd stopped trying to ignore. Something in his expression, a mixture of determination and barely concealed anxiety, made her sit up straighter, sleep falling away. "Thorne, what happened?" The mattress shifted as he turned toward her more fully. In the weeks since she'd crashed into his carefully ordered life, Jinx had learned to read the minute changes in his expression, the slight tightening around his eyes when he was worried, the almost imperceptible softening of his mouth when he was pleased but trying not to show it. Right now, his face showed something new, resolution tinged with uncertainty. "I spoke with Elric last night," he said, his voice measured in that deliberate way she'd come to recognize meant he was keeping himself tightly controlled. "About the binding spell, about everything." Jinx pulled her knees to her chest, creating a small flickering light rabbit between her fingers as she often did when nervous. And as Mimseville helpfully drew the curtains wider, saturating the room with morning brilliance, Thorne explained everything. His midnight meeting with Elric, the revelation about the deliberately tampered binding spell, the true nature of the final trial they now faced. Jinx listened with growing concern, absently creating and dissolving tiny light animals between her fingers as she processed the implications. The rabbit became a fox, then a miniature dragon that puffed harmless sparks before dissolving into golden dust. "So our entire relationship began with sabotage," she said finally, the irony not lost on her. The light between her fingers formed a tiny scroll that burst into silent fireworks. "And now we're facing a trial that could bind us permanently. Forever. Not just magically married. Despite the seriousness, she couldn't help adding, "And here I thought accidentally getting spell-hitched was dramatic enough." Thorne's mouth twitched in that way that wasn't quite a smile but was definitely headed in that direction. "It appears we've been pawns in a larger game involving the vault's sealed knowledge." "Yes, but pawns who got really good at the game," Jinx pointed out, dissolving her light show with a flick of her wrist. "Silver flame, remember? Quenley nearly fainted." "Speaking of which." Thorne lifted the scroll slightly. "We have a choice to make. According to Elric, we can either complete the bond, finish the final trial and accept permanent magical connection, or reject it entirely." Jinx's heart did something complicated in her chest. "And if we reject it? The binding dissolves. We return to our separate lives." His voice was carefully neutral, but the binding band around his wrist dimmed slightly. "No magical backlash, no ministry penalties, a clean break." "I see." Jinx twisted a curl around her finger, avoiding his gaze. "So, what do you want to do?" Instead of answering directly, Thorne did something unexpected. He set the scroll aside and took her fidgeting hands in his. "I think we should prepare properly, and then decide together at the dais." They prepared for the final trial with unusual care, not the hasty, reluctant preparations of their early trials, but deliberate choices that felt weightier now. Jinx stood before the wardrobe that had mysteriously expanded to accommodate her collection of colorful, slightly singed robes shortly after her arrival. She selected a garment the color of dawn, soft rose gold, with undertones of peach that seemed to shift in the light. It was embroidered with subtle glimmering thread that responded to her magic, sparkling when she felt particularly emotional. Behind her, Thorne was donning his formal archival robes, but with modifications that made Jinx smile. There were extra pockets for spell components she had insisted they might need, and the sleeves had been shortened to prevent them from catching on ancient artifacts. Just in case, she explained when she caught him examining the alterations, though both knew it was her way of leaving her mark on his careful order. Practical, he agreed, but the soft look in his eyes told her he understood the gesture for what it was. As they dressed, the binding bands gleamed in matching harmony, occasionally pulsing in synchronized rhythm when their hands brushed. The once foreign magical mark now felt like a natural extension of herself, warm and comforting against her skin. "You look—" Thorne paused, seeming to search for the right word as he faced her. "Magical? Radiant? Surprisingly unsinged?" Jinx offered with a nervous smile. "Essential," he finished quietly. The simple word knocked the breath from her lungs more effectively than any elaborate compliment. Before she could respond, Mimsavel made her presence known with a gentle chime and a gust of rose-scented air that swirled around them both. "I think she's giving us her blessing," Jinx translated, grateful for the momentary distraction from the intensity of Thorne's gaze. "Or rushing us. Quenly will be here soon," Thorne replied. But he reached out to touch the doorframe in silent acknowledgement of the house spirit's sentiment. The journey to the vault entrance was surprisingly public. Ministry officials lined the corridors, watching with undisguised interest as they were escorted by an unusually subdued Quenly Thistlethon. Her typically colorful robes had been replaced with simple ivory that seemed to absorb and reflect the binding band's golden glow. "The final trial is traditionally witnessed," she explained, leading them down the grand central staircase of the ministry. "Success or failure, this will be recorded in the archive." Jinx noticed familiar faces in the crowd. Bramble stood near a refreshment table, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up while her protective teapot, Norbert, whistled in apparent approval. Drixel hovered nervously near the back, his enchanted glasses fogging slightly as he looked between them and a hooded figure Jinx suspected was Reverend Core. "To the audience," she murmured to Thorne, "should we charge admission?" "I believe they're paying in gossip potential," he replied dryly, but his hand found hers and squeezed reassuringly. The attic journal she'd tucked into her pocket vibrated anxiously against her hip, as if sensing its proximity to the vault it had once been part of. Jinx patted it gently through the fabric of her robe. As they descended the final staircase to the lower levels, Quenly turned to them with uncharacteristic seriousness. "I should inform you that what happens next has not occurred in nearly 70 years. The vault has been sealed since the Blackwell-Sumner incident, and no bonding has been completed since then." "Feeling the pressure yet?" Jinx whispered to Thorne. "Strangely, no," he whispered back, and she was startled to realize he meant it. The perpetual crease between his brows had smoothed, and his steps were steady beside hers. The vault entrance itself was breathtaking. Massive doors covered in intricate spellwork that shifted and flowed like living calligraphy, sealed for decades yet humming with anticipation. The moving patterns reminded Jinx of thoughts in motion, or perhaps dreams taking shape. A stone dais stood before the doors, upon which rested an ornate writing desk, equipped with a single quill and the unfinished vow scroll, now fully unrolled and waiting. Quenly positioned them before the dais, her usual sarcasm absent as she explained. "The unwritten vow must be completed by both partners in full awareness and free consent. The words you choose will define your bond's nature." She stepped back, joining a semicircle of official witnesses. "You may begin when ready." The air felt thick with possibility and ancient magic. Jinx's fingers tingled with it, little sparks dancing around her hands that she didn't bother to suppress. She and Thorne approached the dais together, hands instinctively finding each other's as they examined the scroll. The beginning text was formal, ancient, declaring the purpose of magical union and establishing the traditional parameters of bond magic. But midway through, the text abruptly ended, leaving the crucial elements, the actual promise, the terms of connection, the nature of their commitment, entirely blank. The quill beside it trembled slightly, as if eager to be used. Yet, "It's waiting for us to define what this means," Thorne observed quietly, his thumb tracing small circles on the back of her hand. Jinx stared at the blank section, her heart hammering against her ribs. That's a lot of pressure," she whispered. "How do you put something like this into words?" "Perhaps that's the final test," he replied. "Not just compatibility, but clarity, knowing what we truly want from this bond." A hush fell over the assembled witnesses as they stared at the blank section of the scroll. The magnitude of the moment weighed heavily. This wasn't simply completing a magical contract, but defining the very nature of their bond for what could be eternity. Jinx felt a momentary panic, her magic flaring erratically around her in sparkling bursts that drew murmurs from the crowd. This wasn't like the other trials, where instinct and quick thinking could carry her through. This required certainty, commitment, things she'd never been given the chance to develop before being dismissed by previous summoners. "What if I mess this up?" she whispered, barely audible. "What if you regret being permanently tied to chaos incarnate?" The binding band cooled slightly, sensing her doubt, and the quill drooped in apparent disappointment. To Jinx's surprise, it was Thorne who reached for the quill first. Thorne, who had always hesitated, always analyzed, always held back. With steady hands, he dipped the quill into the enchanted ink that materialized beside the scroll. "I spent 10 years hiding from connection," he said, loud enough for her to hear but soft enough to feel private despite their audience. "I'm done hiding." The quill glowed as he began writing, adding to the ancient text in his precise archivist's hand. "This bond is not formed from obligation or circumstance, but from choice. I choose you, your chaos, your light, your uncontainable spirit, freely and without reservation." Jinx's breath caught in her throat as golden light traced the letters he'd written, magic responding to the truth in his words. Each carefully formed character seemed to pulse with certainty, the same steady certainty she'd first resented, then admired, then come to rely on during their trials. When he finished his portion, the quill floated expectantly toward her, hovering at eye level until she took it with trembling fingers. She stared at the space remaining, suddenly overwhelmed by the finality of what they were doing. Around them, the vault doors seemed to pulse in anticipation, and the binding band on her wrist grew uncomfortably warm, sensing her hesitation. She looked up at Thorne, seeing not the rigid archivist who first scowled at her in the library, but the man who carried her when she collapsed, who chose vulnerability over safety, who reached for her first across the divide they'd carefully maintained. "I don't know if I can match your eloquence," she admitted softly. "You don't need to match anything," he replied. "Just be honest. That's always been your strength." Jinx took a deep breath and began to write, her handwriting flowing and expressive beside Thorne's precise script. "I have been summoned and dismissed, valued for function rather than self. In this bond I am neither summoned nor bound, but chosen and choosing. I offer not perfect magic or flawless service, but partnership, messy, genuine, and entirely mine to give." As she wrote, her magic stabilized into a steady golden glow that enveloped the quill, adding tiny flecks of light to the ink that danced across the page like miniature stars. Each word felt right, like releases from contracts she'd never realized were binding her. The familiar lightness she associated with her magic, always slightly uncontrolled, always on the edge of too much, aligned itself as she wrote, flowing through her into the scroll as if it had been waiting for precisely this channel. When Jinx completed her portion, the scroll began to shimmer intensely, the words they'd written rising slightly above the parchment as if being evaluated by ancient magic. A tense moment passed as the vault doors emitted a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the chamber. Quenley stepped forward, looking both awed and concerned. "The vault is responding," she explained quietly. "It's unusual. Typically there's a standard acceptance pattern, but this—" She gestured to the floating text, which had begun to rearrange itself, blending their separate declarations into a unified whole. "Is that supposed to happen?" Jinx whispered to Thorne. "I don't believe anything about us has followed protocol thus far," he replied, a hint of pride in his voice. The final moment of decision crystallized as the scroll presented them with a choice. The rearranged text hovered, waiting for either acceptance or rejection. Around them, witnesses murmured in confusion at the unprecedented development. "The scroll is offering a rewritten vow," Thorne observed with academic interest partially masking emotional intensity, "based on our true intentions rather than formal structure." Jinx read the new text with growing wonder. It captured perfectly what existed between them. Not a traditional binding, but something new, equal and freely chosen. The quill rose once more, offering itself to them both simultaneously. "Together?" Thorne asked, his hand open beside hers. Jinx nodded, sudden certainty replacing doubt as she placed her hand in his. "Together," she affirmed, and as their joined hands guided the quill to sign the rewritten vow, she added with characteristic irreverence, "But I'm keeping my last name. Jinx Blackmoor sounds like a cursed weather pattern." Thorne's unexpected laugh, genuine and unrestrained, echoed through the chamber as the scroll sealed itself with a flash of golden light that spread to encompass them both. The binding bands transformed, the temporary magical marks becoming intricate patterns unique to their bond, threads of gold and silver weaving together in designs that seemed to reflect both his precision and her chaos in perfect harmony. Behind them, with a sound like a satisfied sigh, the massive vault doors began to open for the first time in decades, revealing shelves of ancient magical knowledge bathed in golden light. As witnesses applauded and officials rushed forward to inspect the opening vault, Jinx and Thorne remained focused entirely on each other, their foreheads touching in a moment of private connection amid public ceremony. "Well, husband," Jinx whispered, gold flecks dancing in her eyes, "I think we just rewrote the rules." Thorne's response was simple but profound. "That, wife, is precisely why the magic chose us."
Chapter 18, Magical Bureaucracy Melts Down. The unprecedented chaos in the Ministry Annex would have once sent him into a tailspin of irritation and the desperate need to restore order. Now, he merely observed with detached fascination as officials scurried about like startled mice, the vault activation triggering ancient systems long forgotten. Alarms pinged and chimed in discordant symphony throughout the building, magical indicators flashing in colors he'd never seen before. Beside him, Jinx observed the pandemonium with barely concealed delight, occasionally adding to the confusion by, helpfully, pointing out newly glowing runes that caused additional bureaucratic panic when noticed. "Ooh, that one's turning purple. Is purple good?" "It looks important," she stayed whispered, causing 3 junior archivists to sprint toward the indicated sigil with expressions of pure terror. Despite the disorder surrounding them, Thorne felt strangely calm. The binding pattern on his wrist, no longer just a band, but an intricate tapestry of golden light that sometimes shifted to reflect his emotions, pulsed with steady certainty. What would have once been intolerable noise now registered as merely interesting. "Do you think that filing cabinet is supposed to have teeth?" Jinx asked, pointing to a previously inanimate piece of furniture that was indeed gnashing a newly formed set of wooden incisors at anyone who approached with documentation. I believe it's a security measure, Thorne replied, surprised at the hint of amusement in his own voice. The vault appears to have opinions about excessive paperwork. Quenly Thistlethon attempted to restore order, her usually immaculate robes disheveled as she directed a team of harried assistants with increasingly frantic clipboard gestures. Her signature orange bureaucratic glow had intensified to a near-nuclear tangerine. Protocol dictates immediate catalog assessment, she shouted over the magical alerts. Containment procedures for any sentient texts. Form 62B for Vault Awakening. When an ancient filing cabinet sprouted legs and simply walked away from the documentation team, she nearly lost her professional demeanor. Turning to Thorne with a rare look of desperation, she demanded, "Can't you do something? The vault is responding to your signature now." With a start, Thorne realized she was correct. He could feel the vault systems reaching out to him through the binding pattern, offering access and control options as if introducing itself. Information flowed into his awareness: security protocols, archive organization systems, restoration priorities. The sensation was overwhelming, but not unpleasant, like suddenly remembering something long forgotten. "It recognizes me," he murmured, more to himself than to Quinley. "Not as an archivist, but as—" He searched for the appropriate term, the vault supplying it through their connection. "A guardian." "What now?" Jinx asked, her eyes widening. Rather than explain with words, Thorne mentally extended his awareness toward the most disruptive alarm, a pulsating orb shooting crimson sparks near the ceiling. With minimal effort, the alarm quieted immediately, recognizing his authority. "Oh," Jinx breathed. "That's new." One by one, he silenced the chaotic alerts, bringing a gradual calm to the chamber. The process required no incantations, no complex gestures. Just his intention and the vault's willing response. Ministry officials watched with a mixture of relief and apprehension as he moved through the space with newfound confidence, his usual rigid posture replaced by fluid purpose. Jinx followed, a few steps behind, occasionally whispering suggestions that made him smile slightly, a detail not lost on the watching bureaucrats. "Try that one with the weird squealing noise next," she suggested. "It's making that archivist toupee vibrate in a very unfortunate way." Thorne complied, and the high-pitched magical whine ceased. The relieved archivist shot them a grateful look before attempting to discreetly readjust his hairpiece. As the immediate crisis subsided, a delegation of senior ministry officials arrived, led by a tight-lipped Reverend Braxley Core. His immaculate robes seemed designed to intimidate, embroidered with authority sigils that practically shouted their importance. "This unauthorized activation of restricted magical systems cannot stand," Core announced, his authoritative tone undermined by the way his eyes darted nervously toward the open vault doors. "The trial department will need to review this incident and determine appropriate containment measures." Winley stepped forward with remarkable recovery of composure, her clipboard practically vibrating with importance. "Actually, Reverend, according to subsection 7 of the Vault Protocols, successful trial completion automatically overrides departmental authority. The guardians now have primary jurisdiction." The word guardians, plural, caught everyone's attention, especially Thorne's. He looked at Jinx, who appeared equally surprised as the binding pattern on her wrist flared briefly with the same administrative access indicators now flowing through his... "The Familia?" Core sputtered, genuine alarm replacing political maneuvering. "Impossible. Vault access has always been restricted to certified archivists of appropriate lineage." The dismissive way he referred to Jinx, not by name, not even acknowledging her presence directly, ignited something protective in Thorne. The temperature around him dropped several degrees, a manifestation of his magic that he hadn't experienced since his apprentice days. The vault responded instantly to his shifts in emotion, several nearby scroll cases clicking open to reveal documents that floated meaningfully toward Core. "Actually," Thorne said, his voice carrying the quiet authority that once made junior archivists tremble, "the original vault charter makes no distinction between familiars and other magical practitioners." He gestured to the floating documents, which obligingly opened to relevant sections highlighted in golden light. The parchment unfurled with theatrical flair that would have horrified him a month ago but now seemed perfectly appropriate. "The only criteria for guardianship is true resonance confirmed through completed trials." A requirement we have demonstrably fulfilled, he continued, the bureaucratic precision of his argument delivered with impeccable citation, leaving even Core momentarily speechless. Jinx's delighted grin was visible in Thorne's peripheral vision as she added cheerfully, I believe that's what the archives call a precedent adjustment, yes? She winked at a junior archivist who seemed torn between terror and admiration. Core's eyes narrowed dangerously. This is an outrage. The protocols were designed for exactly this situation, Thorne interrupted smoothly. The renewal of Vault Guardianship through proven magical compatibility. The fact that one guardian is a familiar may be unprecedented, but it is explicitly within charter parameters. Using his newfound access and Jinx's encouraging nods, Thorne navigated the Vault's administrative systems with increasing confidence. His fingers traced patterns in the air that activated archival interfaces, glowing displays of information only he and Jinx could fully see and manipulate. Interesting, he murmured, scrolling through personnel records that materialized at his gesture. Access that would have previously required weeks of permission forms and departmental approvals now flowed freely to him. The Vault seemed almost eager to share its secrets. It seems several departmental decisions regarding familiar registration have been operating without proper authorization. With methodical precision, he began highlighting discrepancies, each one causing Core to pale slightly. I'm not sure what you think you're doing, Core began, his voice strained, but accessing administrative records without proper Guardian authority supersedes departmental oversight, Quinley interjected, consulting her clipboard with poorly concealed excitement. Magical Ordinance 19C, established after the Great Archive Schism, rather obscure but quite clear on the matter. She shot Cora a smile that contained absolutely no warmth. I'd be happy to provide you with copies of the relevant statutes. Jinx stepped closer to Thorne, her hand finding his as she whispered, You know all those nasty notes in my file? The ones about being excessively chaotic and unsuitable for regulated magic? Could we maybe... Thorne squeezed her hand and nodded decisively. As our first act as Vault Guardians, he announced formally, we are implementing an immediate review of all familiar service records. The declaration caused a ripple of murmurs among the watching officials. Some looked alarmed, others intrigued, and a few, particularly those with familiar partners of their own, seemed cautiously hopeful. Thorne continued, his voice gaining strength, starting with the complete expungement of any disposition notations regarding familiar juniper moss. His fingers made a decisive flicking motion, and somewhere in the depths of the records section, a file cabinet glowed briefly before reorganizing itself. The sensation of the vault carrying out his instruction felt like a satisfied purr in the back of his mind. Additionally, all familiars will henceforth be granted the same access rights and protections as their bound counterparts, effective immediately. The resulting uproar from various department heads was silenced when the vault itself seemed to approve Thorne's decision. Ancient seals along the walls glowing briefly in confirmation. Several of the oldest scrolls unfurled themselves in what almost appeared to be a You can't simply rewrite centuries of protocol, one senior official protested, though her objection sounded more perfunctory than passionate. Actually, he just did, Jinx pointed out cheerfully, and the building liked it, which seems like a pretty strong endorsement considering it's literally made of magical bureaucracy. She patted a nearby wall affectionately, and the stonework briefly warmed under her touch. Quinley, observing the power shift with shrewd calculation, stepped forward with her clipboard at the ready. This is unprecedented, she noted, though her tone suggested she found it more interesting than objectionable. We'll need to establish a formal guardian office, daily oversight meetings, interdepartmental liaison committees, comprehensive reform agendas. Her quill scribbled frantically as she spoke, apparently generating a new organizational flowchart on the spot. Your new positions will require permanent residence in the ministry complex, of course. We have guardian quarters that haven't been used in decades, small but serviceable. Only minor ghost infestations. Thorne exchanged a glance with Jinx, instantly understanding her horrified expression at the prospect of endless meetings in windowless ministry accommodations. The thought of being trapped in the bureaucratic labyrinth, of trading Mimsavel's cozy, if intrusive, domesticity for ghost-infested offices was equally unappealing to him. With newfound confidence that surprised even himself, he shook his head. That won't be necessary, he stated firmly. The Vault Charter clearly establishes guardians as independent oversight, not departmental employees. He accessed another section of the floating interface, making a series of decisive adjustments that set glyphs glowing throughout the chamber. We'll conduct quarterly reviews and remain available for emergencies, but day-to-day operations should continue under normal departmental supervision. Before Quenley could protest, he added smoothly, "We're nominating Archivist Van Treld for the position of primary liaison. His experience makes him uniquely qualified." Ulrich, who had been watching proceedings from the back of the chamber with a mixture of guilt and wonder, straightened with surprise. "Me? But after everything—" "After everything," Thorne cut in. "You understand better than anyone the importance of balanced oversight. Your mistake was made from fear, but your expertise is still valuable." He met his former mentor's gaze steadily. "Consider it an opportunity for atonement." As the bureaucratic details were reluctantly sorted, Thorne found himself increasingly eager to leave the annex stifling formality. The binding pattern on his wrist pulsed in agreement with his thoughts, occasionally mirroring the sparkles that danced around Jinx when she was particularly amused by some official's discomfort. Quenley extracted promises for a formal ceremony at a later date, and no fewer than 17 signatures on various forms, each of which glowed briefly when completed. 2 junior archivists were dispatched to begin preparing Elric's new liaison office, while a small delegation of familiar representatives was summoned to discuss the implications of the new access protocols. When they finally extricated themselves from the administrative aftermath, declining 3 different ceremony proposals and a commemorative portrait sitting, Thorne led Jinx through a little-used side corridor. "How do you even know about this passage?" she wondered, ducking beneath a low archway. "I spent 3 years cataloging the original building plans," he explained, guiding her around a corner, "including several that weren't supposed to exist." The narrow passage emerged into unexpected sunlight, a small courtyard with a weathered stone bench and a fountain shaped like a stack of books. Water trickled from the pages of the topmost tome, creating a gentle melody as it fell. "Oh," Jinx breathed, tilting her face to the sunlight. "This is lovely." The tension Thorne hadn't realized he was carrying began to dissolve in the fresh air and the sight of her freckles catching the light. "So," Jinx asked as they stepped further into the courtyard, linking her arm through his with casual intimacy that no longer made him stiffen, "how does it feel to use your powers of extreme organization for bureaucratic rebellion?" Thorne considered the question seriously before answering. His posture relaxed in a way it never was before her. The familiar weight of rules and expectations that had governed his every movement for years seemed lighter somehow, transformed from a burden into a tool he could choose to wield. "Surprisingly satisfying," he admitted, the corner of his mouth lifting in what might almost be called a smile, "though I suspect living with you will provide ample opportunity for further rebellion." Her eyes widened slightly at the casual mention of their continued living arrangement. No longer a magical necessity, but a choice. A choice he was making with absolute certainty. "I should warn you that Miss Avell is probably redecorating as we speak," Jinx said, squeezing his arm. "She's had opinions about your furniture arrangement for weeks." "I'm sure she has," Thorne replied dryly, "though I draw the line at animated ottomans. The one she conjured last week kept following me around the study like a hopeful pet." Jinx laughed, the sound carrying in the quiet courtyard. "She just wants you to be comfortable. And maybe to put your feet up occasionally like a normal person instead of sitting ramrod straight for hours." As they walked away from the ministry toward home, their home, with Mimsavel waiting and probably rearranging furniture in celebration, Thorne realized with quiet amazement that for the first time in his meticulously ordered life, he was looking forward to a future he hadn't planned. "What happens next?" Jinx asked, as if reading his thoughts. "With the vault, with us, with everything?" No. Thorne considered the question. Once, the lack of a clear protocol would have terrified him. Now, with her hand in his and the binding pattern a gentle reminder of connections freely chosen, the uncertainty felt like possibility. I have no idea, he admitted and found himself smiling, a real smile this time. Isn't that extraordinary?
Chapter 19. The Vault's Gift. The welcoming glow of the torches seemed to stretch toward her fingers as she ran her hand along the ancient stone walls of the archive. The binding pattern on her wrist shimmered like captured starlight, responding to the vault's magic with an eager pulse that matched her own excitement. She hadn't expected such an immediate welcome. The massive doors swinging open without the usual chorus of creaking hinges and reluctant magical seals. "Good morning to you too," she said, patting the stonework affectionately. The walls thrummed beneath her palm, almost like a contented cat. "Aren't we friendly today?" The vault responded with a gentle pulse of light that followed her progress through the main chamber, illuminating her path with a golden glow that felt distinctly attentive, like a host escorting a favored guest. Her satchel bounced against her hip as she walked, filled with trinkets she'd collected over years of temporary homes, enchanted seeds that hummed lullabies when planted, stones that changed color with the moon phases, a tiny glass vial containing the first sparkles she'd ever produced. Little pieces of herself, gathered and kept close through every transition. The mysterious note that had arrived that morning crinkled in her pocket. It had appeared at breakfast, folding itself from a plain parchment into a delicate bird that perched on the rim of her teacup and fixed her with beady paper eyes until she took it. The coordinates written inside led deeper into the archive than she'd ever ventured, past the standard reference sections and historical collections into areas she hadn't known existed. "If you're trying to build suspense," she informed the vault conversationally as the architecture began to shift around her, "it's working beautifully." The usual austere shelving and mathematical precision of the main archive gradually gave way to something more organic. Archways formed from living wood curved overhead, their grain patterns shifting subtly as she passed beneath them. The ceiling transformed into a canvas of constellations that moved with gentle purpose, not random stars but meaningful patterns she almost recognized. The floor tiles warmed beneath her feet, responding to her steps with tiny pulses of welcoming magic. Jinx hummed as she walked, her fingers trailing along particularly interesting carvings, leaving behind a path of tiny sparkles that lingered in the air like breadcrumbs. The magic here felt different, less rigid, more responsive, less like a repository and more like a living entity. After several minutes of walking through corridors that seemed to anticipate her arrival, straightening themselves just before she rounded each corner, Jinx discovered a rounded door unlike any other in the archive. Instead of the usual heavy wood and metal, this entrance was crafted from a shimmering material reminiscent of mother-of-pearl, with swirling inlaid patterns that echoed the binding design on her wrist. "Well, aren't you pretty?" she murmured, studying the doorway. No obvious handle or lock presented itself, but when she placed her palm against the surface, it recognized her instantly. The door warmed beneath her touch, the patterns gleaming brighter for a moment before it swung inward with a sound like a satisfied sigh. Golden morning light spilled out, wrapping around her like an embrace. "Oh," she breathed, momentarily speechless, a rare condition for her, as she stepped across the threshold. The room beyond shouldn't have been possible. It was considerably larger inside than the archive architecture would allow, with soaring ceilings and expansive windows that somehow captured sunlight despite being deep underground. But the impossibility of its dimensions wasn't what left her standing still. One hand pressed to her lips. It was the perfect blend of themselves, Thorne's precise organization woven seamlessly with her own chaotic whimsy. One wall hosted meticulously arranged bookshelves, alphabetized and color-coded in exactly the way Thorne preferred, but the books themselves were colorful and animated, occasionally changing positions or opening briefly to display moving illustrations, pages fluttering like eager butterflies. Another section featured comfortable reading nooks nestled among living plants that swayed gently despite the absence of breeze. The plants weren't constrained to pots or beds. They grew from the walls themselves, integrated into the room's design rather than added as afterthoughts. "You've been paying attention, haven't you?" she whispered to the vault. The room responded with a subtle brightening of light, as if pleased by her recognition. As she explored further, Jinx discovered the space was filled with personalized details that could only come from deeply understanding both her and Thorne. A magnificent desk stood in one corner, large enough for two people to work comfortably side by side, with designated spaces for his precise spell notations and her more spontaneous magical experiments. His half featured perfectly arranged measurement tools, inkwells of different magical properties, and a perpetually sharp quill that radiated focus-enhancing magic. Her side was more chaotic, colorful jars for collecting spell components, a scattering of crystals that magnified different magical frequencies, and notebooks with expandable pages for when her ideas outgrew conventional boundaries. Above the desk floated a sentient scroll index, a magical assistant that hovered like a friendly cloud, occasionally drizzling golden sparks onto the workspace below. When Jinx thought fleetingly of a favorite childhood spellbook she had once glimpsed in a traveling merchant's cart but never owned, the index immediately rustled and extended a ribbon-like tendril. It returned moments later, presenting her with not just that volume but several related texts, all bookmarked to sections she would find most interesting. "That's incredibly helpful, thank you," she told it, accepting the books with genuine delight. The index fluttered in response, clearly pleased by her reaction. The room's plant life responded to Jinx's presence with obvious enthusiasm. Flowering vines extending colorful blooms in her direction, a miniature enchanted orchard offering perfectly ripe fruit that changed variety based on her mood. A cluster of dancing ferns parted to reveal a cozy reading nook, with a worn leather couch that looked exactly like the one she'd once described to Thorne as her dream reading spot during one of their late-night conversations. Near the couch, she discovered a small kitchen alcove, complete with a gleaming copper teapot that stood to attention as she approached, introducing itself with a polite whistle and a formal bow of its bow. "Ned, at your service," it announced in a dignified tone quite unlike Norbert's excitable personality. "I've been instructed in 47 tea varieties and 12 hot chocolate variations." "It's lovely to meet you, Ned," Jinx replied, charmed by its formality. "The pleasure is mine, madam," the teapot responded. "Might I suggest a calming chamomile blend? I detect slight elevation in your emotional patterns, indicating potential overwhelm." Jinx laughed. "Am I that obvious?" "You are radiating approximately 23% more sparkle than baseline measurements suggest is normal," Ned informed her politely. "The tea is not presumption, merely a service. Chamomile would be lovely, thank you." As the teapot busied itself, water appearing from nowhere and heating instantly, Jinx sank onto the couch, suddenly feeling the weight of it all. A lifetime of temporary arrangements and good-enough-for-now accommodations hadn't prepared her for something so perfectly tailored to her deepest desires, to her and Thorne together. It was overwhelming in its thoughtfulness, in its permanence. The binding pattern sensed her emotional shift, warming gently against her skin in reassurance. A small bookshelf nearby subtly rearranged itself, presenting a volume that opened of its own accord. Inside were moving images, magical memories preserved in silver light, of her and Thorne during their trials. The first showed them standing rigidly apart, reluctance evident in every line of their bodies. The next captured a moment during the mirror trial, their hands almost touching as they faced their fears together. Page after page documented their progression from unwilling participants to something else entirely. Partners who anticipated each other's movements, who balanced each other's strengths and weaknesses. The final image showed them completing the vow scroll, golden light connecting their bound wrists as they rewrote destiny on their own terms. The message seemed clear. This place existed because of what they built together. It wasn't charity or magic's whim. It was earned. "Right," Jinx said, straightening her shoulders and blinking away the mistiness that had gathered in her eyes. "No more self-doubt. Time to make this place ours." She unpacked her collection of oddities from the satchel, delighted to discover they fit perfectly into niches that seemed designed specifically for them. The enchanted seeds, when scattered across a designated garden patch near one window, immediately sprouted into miniature versions of every home she'd ever briefly claimed. Tiny cottages, apartments, and rented rooms that flickered with memory magic. As she continued exploring, Jinx noticed a small alcove she hadn't seen before. Inside was a glass display case containing what appeared to be a miniature model of the vault itself. But unlike the rest of the room's welcoming features, this model showed a darker version, with tendrils of sickly green energy reaching outward from its core. "That's unsettling," she murmured, leaning closer. A soft light illuminated a journal beside the model, its pages turning of their own accord to reveal detailed notes in an elegant script. Jinx read the entries with growing understanding. The sealing spell has created an unforeseen consequence. Without proper access or completion, the vault's natural energy exchange has inverted. Instead of offering knowledge freely, it now draws energy from those who attempt partial access, particularly from failed bonds where magical resonance is unstable and vulnerable. This resource harvesting was never its intended function. The next page showed diagrams of the concordance and the trials, with annotations explaining how incomplete neutralization had transformed the vault's benevolent purpose into something parasitic. Only proper completion of the trials by compatible partners can reverse this process, restoring the vault to its true purpose, not to consume magical energy, but to enhance and preserve it. As she finished reading, the model began to transform, the sickly green tendrils retracting and dissolving, replaced by the same golden light that filled her new sanctuary. The display case itself seemed to sigh with relief, as if unburdened of a painful memory. "So that's what was happening," Jinx whispered. "You weren't meant to take, you were meant to give." The binding pattern on her wrist pulsed warmly in agreement. Rather than feel melancholy at these reminders of impermanence, Jinx found herself smiling at how they formed a path leading to a perfect replica of Thorne's house. Their house, now standing tallest among the collection. "Yes," she told the seeds. "That's exactly right." She was arranging a collection of prismatic crystals along a windowsill, creating a pattern that would catch the mysterious sunlight and scatter rainbows across the room, when a soft chime announced someone approaching. The binding pattern on her wrist fluttered, picking up on her sudden nervousness. What if Thorne didn't like it? What if he found it too whimsical, too impractical? What if... The door swung open before she could spiral further, revealing Thorne standing on the threshold. His expression was one she was still learning to interpret. Eyebrows slightly raised, mouth not quite smiling but somehow softer than his usual careful neutrality. His binding pattern gleamed against his wrist, responding to the room's magic. "The vault has been exceptionally forthcoming with information this morning," he observed, taking in the room with methodical attention to detail. 7 separate archive systems directed me here with increasing urgency." His gaze moved from the organized bookshelves to the living plants to the dual workspace, cataloging each element with the careful precision she'd come to find endearing rather than intimidating. Finally, his attention settled on Jinx herself, and the binding pattern on his wrist pulsed in sync with hers, golden light briefly connecting across the space between them. "It appears we've been given a gift," he said, his tone suggesting he found the concept foreign but not unwelcome. "It's us," Jinx explained, gesturing around the space with characteristic animation. "The room, I mean. It's both of us, together, order and chaos, archive and wild magic." She approached him slowly, suddenly aware of how significant this moment felt. Their first truly shared space, created neither by accident nor external mandate, but by the magic that recognized their genuine bond. "You don't have to like it," she added quickly, an old insecurity surfacing despite her best efforts. "If it's too much sparkle and not enough structure, we can—" Thorne surprised her by crossing the remaining distance between them and taking both her hands in his, effectively silencing her nervous rambling. His hands were warm, steady, the slight ink stains on his fingers as familiar to her now as her own sparkles. "Jinx," he said simply, her name carrying more meaning in his voice than entire paragraphs from others. Then, with deliberate care, he added words she never expected from him: "I love it." Before she could respond, probably with an undignified squeak of happiness, Ned the teapot whistled cheerfully from the kitchen alcove. "Tea service for two is prepared," Ned announced. "Chamomile for Madame Jinx, and an archive blend with focus-enhancing properties for Master Blackmoor." At the same moment, the sentient scroll index helpfully unfurled a document that hovered between them, titled Cohabitation Rituals, a Practical Guide to Shared Magical Spaces. Chapter 1. The scroll began in a pleasant voice. "Establishing harmonious energy flow through consensus-based furniture arrangement." Jinx laughed, a sound of pure, uncomplicated joy, and the binding pattern on both their wrists glowed in response, casting golden light that mingled with her natural sparkle to illuminate the room with warmth. For once, the sparkles didn't feel like a betrayal of her emotions or a magical liability. They were simply part of her, accepted without condition. "Perhaps we might delay the instructional reading until after tea," Thorne suggested to the scroll, which obligingly rolled itself back up with a polite nod of its tasseled edge. As Thorne allowed himself to be led to the couch, his usual resistance to spontaneity nowhere in evidence, Jinx felt her magic settle into a steady, confident rhythm she'd never experienced before. Not controlled or contained, but purposeful, flowing through and around her with the certainty of belonging exactly where she was, with exactly whom she was meant to be with. "Welcome home," she told him with a grin, and for once she wasn't referring to a temporary shelter or a borrowed space, but something permanent and truly theirs.
Chapter 20. One Spell at a Time. Thorne woke before the sun, his body conditioned to rise at precisely this hour after decades of rigid routine. The ambient darkness still hung thick in the bedroom, pierced only by the faint glow of enchanted window crystals that mimicked the distant stars. But for once, that internal clock that had propelled him immediately from bed to task felt strangely silent. He remained still, allowing the unfamiliar luxury of continued rest to wash over him. His gaze settled on Jinx beside him, her wild strawberry blonde curls splayed across his pillow in magnificent disarray. In the dim light, he tracked the gentle rise and fall of her chest, noting the subtle pattern of her breathing. 4 seconds in, 6 seconds out, when she was truly at peace. Tiny sparkles hovered in the air around her, suspended like miniature constellations that pulsed in synchronization with whatever she was dreaming. He'd learned to read these magical emissions. The golden ones meant joy, while the blue-tinged sparkles suggested she was working through something intellectual, even in sleep. This morning, sparkles shimmered a soft violet, contentment, possibly with hints of mischief. The binding pattern encircling his wrist glowed softly in response to her proximity. What had once felt like an unwelcome intrusion now registered as a warm, grounding weight, a physical manifestation of connection rather than constraint. Thorne tried to remember what solitude had felt like, the pristine silence of his mornings, the absolute predictability of his schedule, the comprehensive control over every element of his environment. The memory felt strangely hollow, like examining an archival document describing someone else's life. A small sigh escaped him, not of regret, but recognition. The meticulously constructed fortress of his former existence had been breached so thoroughly that he could no longer recall why he'd built the walls so high in the first place. One of Jinx's curls shifted on its own, reaching toward him in that peculiar, half-sentient way her hair sometimes behaved. Thorne carefully tucked it back, his fingers lingering perhaps longer than necessary. She mumbled something incomprehensible but distinctly affectionate, then settled deeper into sleep. He'd permitted himself 5 more minutes of this peace before finally rising, moving with practiced silence to avoid disturbing her. Just because his edges had softened didn't mean his appreciation for a proper morning routine had vanished entirely. By mid-morning, sunlight flooded the kitchen with warmth that made the enchanted copper pans along the wall gleam. Thorne leaned against the doorframe, observing the domestic chaos that would have once sent him retreating to his study with rigid disapproval. Norbert and Ned, the mismatched teapots, circled each other like duelists in the center of the kitchen island. Steam puffed aggressively from their spouts as they engaged in what they dramatically termed the 3rd annual championship of proper brewing techniques. "Your steeping temperature's a disgrace to fine Darjeeling," Norbert huffed, his ceramic body puffing up importantly. "And your timing is an affront to proper oxidation," Ned countered, his metallic surface rippling with indignation. 19 seconds too long." "I counted." "They've only known each other a week," Thorne murmured to Jinx, who was perched on a stool watching the proceedings with unhidden glee. "Time is relative when you're a sentient kitchen implement," she replied with a wink. "They've experienced eons of rivalry in teapot years." Mim Savell, seemingly entertained by the competition, manifested her presence through helpful breezes that sculpted the steam into artistic patterns. Occasionally, these vaporous designs formed shapes that made Jinx laugh. A dancing bear, a soaring phoenix, and what appeared to be Quinley Thistlethorn's characteristic scowl. Thorne's gaze drifted to the open pantry, where his once rigorously organized system had been completely dismantled. Ingredients that had previously been arranged by strict taxonomical principles, alphabetical within categorical, with cross-referenced properties noted on adjacent labels, were now sorted by what Jinx called mood and magical affinity. Jars of honey sat beside dragon pepper because they were both sunrise energies, while dried mushrooms nested among moonflower petals as introspective ingredients. Logically, it should have been impossible to find anything, yet somehow, whenever he needed a specific component, his hand unerringly found it on the first try. What surprised Thorne most was not these changes themselves, but his reaction to them. The sight of rainbow-hued magical residue dusting his formerly pristine countertops didn't trigger his usual impulse to immediately sanitize. Finding his spell journals rearranged to accommodate Jinx's growing collection of enchanted notebooks, which occasionally rearranged themselves based on which ones were feeling chatty, didn't provoke the irritation he would have expected. Instead, he found himself mentally cataloging these small disruptions as evidence of a shared life, each one a data point confirming that he was no longer alone. His space had become their space. The precise architecture of his existence now included room for spontaneity and unexpected sparkle. And against all probability and precedent, he preferred it this way. "I'm going to try that new spell sequence today," Jinx announced, hopping off her stool with characteristic enthusiasm. A small shower of gold sparks followed the motion, settling into the cracks between floorboards where they would likely emerge later as miniature luminescent mushrooms. "The one that might help with those damaged scrolls from the East Wing. You'll need adequate workspace," Thorne replied. Without conscious deliberation, he added, "My study has the best light for precision work this time of day." The words emerged naturally, though a year ago, the mere suggestion of Jinx's particular brand of chaos entering his sacrosanct study would have been unthinkable. The room had been his final defense against unpredictability, the inner sanctum where order reigned absolute. The look of pleased surprise on her face told him she recognized the significance of the invitation. Later that afternoon, Thorne watched with academic interest as Jinx prepared for her experimental spell work. She'd claimed a corner of his study, somehow managing to both respect his system and completely transform the space simultaneously. What began as academic interest gradually shifted into genuine admiration as he observed her unconventional methods. While he'd been schooled in classical spellcraft, precise incantations, measured ingredients, controlled gestures. Jinx's approach defied traditional methodology. She combined familiar intuition with fragments of formal technique she'd absorbed from watching him, creating something entirely unique. "Good morning, lovely," she murmured to a pinch of dried starlight as she added it to her mixture. "Would you mind helping us see a bit better?" Thorne had been taught that magical components were tools to be commanded. Jinx spoke to them as collaborators. She suggested rather than bound, invited rather than controlled. The distinction was subtle, but profound. When the simple illumination charm she was crafting finally activated, it didn't produce the expected sphere of light. Instead, a miniature constellation burst into existence. Tiny stars connected by threads of silver light. The magical construction hovered momentarily, then began to follow her movements around the room like an attentive pet. "It worked," Jinx beamed, her face illuminated by her creation as she spun in a small circle of delight. "Though not exactly as expected. It's got a personality, this one." The constellation sparkled more intensely in apparent agreement. Thorne found himself smiling in response, not his usual reserved acknowledgement of successful spell work, but something warmer and less controlled. He made a mental note to document this variant in his research journal. Jinx's unconventional methods consistently produced results that were technically imperfect, but magically superior. A paradox that challenged centuries of established theory. "Your approach has merit," he said, examining the living light pattern as it danced around her fingers. "The traditional spell form calls for containment of the luminous essence, but your method allows for autonomous expression of its natural properties." Jinx grinned. "You mean I let it be what it wants to be instead of what the books say it should be?" "That's what I said, merely with greater precision," Thorne replied, though his tone lacked its former stiffness. She crossed the room to where he sat, the constellation trailing her like a faithful companion. With casual affection, she rested her hand on his shoulder. "You're getting better at seeing the magic instead of just a formula. I'm corrupting you nicely." The binding pattern on his wrist warmed at her touch, but Thorne knew the response was no longer merely enchantment-driven. Some transformations occurred beyond the reach of any spell. That evening, they walked through Thimblewick's central gardens, following the path of blue-glowing stones that marked the town's ceremonial heart. The early spring flowers had begun their annual competition, each species attempting to outshine the others with increasingly improbable colors and shapes. A cluster of moondrops had developed petals that chimed softly when brushed by evening breeze, while the shadow blossoms had evolved to project tiny scenes from visitors' memory. Thorne noted that they received only the occasional curious glance, rather than the outright stares that had followed them during the trials. They had become, if not common, then at least familiar to the townspeople, the archivist and his familiar, bound by choice as much as by magic. Bramble waved enthusiastically from the open windows of the ginger root, her flower-dusted headscarf slightly askew. She appeared to be demonstrating some sort of elaborate dance maneuver to Norbert, who had insisted on accompanying them despite Ned's dire warnings about outdoor contaminants. "That's not how teapots are supposed to bend," Thorne observed with mild concern as Norbert attempted what looked like a pirouette on his spout. "Bold of you to assume there are limits on what teapots are supposed to do," Jinx replied, wiggling her fingers in greeting at Bramble. "Also, I'm pretty sure Norbert's trying to impress Bramble, so she'll let him be the official wedding reception teapot." "Wedding reception?" Thorne raised an eyebrow. Jinx's eyes widened. "Oh, that was supposed to be a surprise. Bramble's going to ask you if we'll host a small gathering after their ceremony. She and Elwick are finally making it official." "Is that what the dance lessons are about?" Partly, Jinx linked her arm through his as they continued walking. "Also, Norbert's decided he has untapped potential as a performance artist." They were passing the town square when Drixel Tapp scurried by, his arms overflowing with ministry paperwork stacked so high it obscured his face. Only his nervous, darting footsteps identified him. "Ah, Master Blackmoor, Mistress Moss," the goblinkin squeaked, papers sliding precariously as he attempted something like a bow without dropping his burden. "Conducting your evening constitutional, I observe. Most wholesome, most appropriate." "Hello, Drixel," Thorne acknowledged with the patience he'd learned to develop for the highly strung courier. "Is the ministry reorganization progressing?" Progressing. Drexel's enchanted glasses fogged immediately, signaling either extreme stress or imminent untruth. The vault reorganization has revealed 16 previously unknown magical species and 3 sentient bookmarks, all requesting citizenship. The classification committee has submitted 17 resignation letters in interpretive dance format. Jinx bent down slightly. Need any help with sorting? I've got a knack for document whispering. The stack of papers trembled violently. No, thank you. Most kind, but no. Reverend Core has very specific organizing protocols involving alphabetizing by emotional resonance, and I don't think that is goodbye. He scurried off, leaving behind a single floating document that drifted toward them like a curious butterfly before settling in Thorne's outstretched hand. Requisition form for emergency arcane stabilizers and restorative tea service, he read aloud. The vault integration is evidently proceeding exactly as I predicted, which means absolute chaos disguised as bureaucratic procedure? Jinx grinned. Precisely. They were nearing the end of their walk when they encountered Quenly Thistlethorn near the archive entrance. Her color-shifting robes, today a rich burgundy streaked with what appeared to be threads of reluctant admiration. Her enchanted clipboard hovered at attention beside her. Blackmoor. Moss. She nodded with something approaching genuine respect, though her posture remained impeccably formal. The quarterly review schedule is already in my calendar, with footnotes. How delightfully threatening, Jinx replied cheerfully. We've missed your particular brand of ominous bureaucracy. A tiny quirk appeared at the corner of Quinley's mouth, the closest thing to a smile her facial muscles seemed capable of producing. The ministry maintains that your case remains an anomaly and absolutely should not be used as precedent for other unorthodox bindings. She paused, then added more quietly. However, the success metrics are difficult to ignore. Thorne inclined his head slightly. The archive cataloging system you requested has been completed. You'll find it adapts to the reader's research style. Traditional for those who prefer structure, intuitive for those with more creative approaches. Well, Quinley's clipboard made a sound suspiciously like a cough. That is, unexpectedly accommodating. We contain multitudes, Jinx said, giving a little twirl that sent sparkles drifting into the evening air. Some more literally than others. Quenly merely adjusted her perfectly arranged robes, but Thorne noted the burgundy threads brightening into something closer to genuine appreciation before she took her leave. Returning home after their walk, Thorne paused at their threshold, his archivist's attention registering a subtle but significant shift. The house had stopped fighting itself. Months ago, when Jinx first arrived, Mimsavale had been caught between allegiances. The house spirit had manifested that confusion through deliberate obstacles. Doors that stuck for him, but opened for Jinx. Floorboards that creaked, warnings when he approached too quickly, windows that refused his commands but yielded to her gentlest request. Now, as they crossed the threshold together, the entire structure seemed to sigh in contentment, settling around them with a sound remarkably like purring. The architecture, once rigidly maintained through his will alone, had found equilibrium, neither his perfect order nor her wild chaos, but something cooperative and intentional that accommodated both. She's happy, Jinx observed, trailing her fingers along the hallway wall where faint luminescence followed her touch. Mimsavale feels settled. Thorne nodded, recognizing the truth of it. The house has adapted, as have we all. The evening unfurled in comfortable routine. Jinx spread her spell notes across the sitting room floor, surrounded by glowing prototypes of her latest creation. Enchanted bookmarks that could summarize content for damaged texts. The magical implements occasionally rearranged themselves into what appeared to be evaluative rankings, with the more successful models preening visibly. Thorne prepared tea, conventionally as both Norbert and Ned were still out, and worked through correspondence at the small desk by the window. Occasionally he would glance up to find Jinx staring at her binding pattern with a soft, private smile that created an unexpected warmth in his chest. That the quiet domesticity of the moment struck him as far more profound than any of their dramatic magical trials had been. Eventually, Jinx's eyes grew heavy. Her magical output always drained her physically, and today's experimental work had been particularly demanding. She gathered her notes with sleepy imprecision, several pages attempting escape before being coaxed back into her folder. Coming to bed, she asked through a yawn that produced several perfect smoke rings, a curious magical side effect she'd never been able to explain. Shortly, Thorne promised. I have one matter to complete first. After she kissed his cheek and padded off to their bedroom, still trailing drowsy sparkles, Thorne remained at his desk. He opened the lower drawer and removed a blank piece of parchment. Not magical, not enchanted, just ordinary paper that could neither enforce, nor bind, nor compel. He stared at it for long minutes, the archivist in him mentally composing and discarding dozens of opening lines. Each attempted beginning felt insufficient, either too formal or imprecise, too reserved or emotionally unbalanced. Perfect articulation eluded him entirely. Finally, setting aside the enchanted quill he typically used for formal documentation, he selected instead a simple pen Jinx had left behind, one that occasionally changed ink color based on the writer's mood. It was a frivolous bit of magic, completely impractical for archival work, which was precisely why he now reached for it. Thorne began to write his normally confident script, initially hesitant. Juniper. He paused, considering the formality of her full name, then continued. The ink shifted from standard black to deep blue as he wrote. This letter contains no enchantments, no magical bindings, and no arcane compulsions. Its only power is the weight of honest intention. He paused, staring at the words. They felt stiff, academic. Thorne crossed them out firmly and began again. I find myself thinking about the first time I noticed your magic. Wasn't merely chaotic, but intentionally kind. You believed you were alone in the archive's east wing, speaking soft encouragements to the struggling plants in the corners, specimens others had given up on. Later I discovered you had left tiny light animals to keep lonely books company after hours. When I asked why, you said, everything deserves a friend, even things people think are just objects. The ink warmed from blue to a soft golden hue as he continued. During our third trial, when the memory reflection became unstable, I expected catastrophic magical failure, the kind I had experienced before. Instead, you reached across the divide, not to control the magic, but to harmonize with it. That was the precise moment I realized your approach didn't threaten mine, but completed it. Your spontaneity fills gaps in my carefully constructed life that I hadn't recognized were empty. As the letter grew, Thorne found himself including details that surprised even him. Small observations accumulated over months that proved how carefully he'd been watching her. The exact number of freckles that appeared on her nose after she worked with sun-affiliated magic, 7. The specific tune she hummed when solving particularly difficult problems, an old familiar summoning song but in a minor key that made it uniquely hers, the way she always touched the binding pattern absently when thinking of their future, as if reassuring herself of its permanence. These minutiae, catalogued with his archivist's precision but illuminated by genuine affection, transformed what had begun as formal declaration into something far more intimate. The binding spell that joined us was accidental, but every day since I have chosen to remain bound, not because of magical obligation, but because I prefer the person I am with you to the person I was without you. I prefer the chaos of connection to the order of solitude. I prefer a future neither of us can precisely predict to any future I could control alone. The ink now shimmered with flecks of gold. After several drafts and revisions, old habits persisted even in matters of the heart, Thorne crafted what a more romantic soul might call a vow. Not a magical binding to be registered and enforced, but a personal promise made freely. I commit to recognizing your need for freedom without interpreting it as departure. You can wander without being feared lost. I acknowledge that your magic, in all its unpredictable glory, deserves celebration rather than containment. I promise to continue the work of unlearning solitude, to remain open even when vulnerability feels deadly, to choose connection even when retreat seems safer. When we met, I believed I understood the nature and purpose of vows. I saw them as contracts, protections against uncertainty and change. You have taught me that true vows are not constraints, but intentions, not walls, but windows, not the end of possibility, but its beginning. This is the vow I choose to build a life with you, not because magic demands it, but because I cannot imagine a future without your light in it. Thorne read over the completed letter in the pre-dawn quiet, critically assessing its content as he would any important document. The binding pattern on his wrist pulsed gently, as if approving his efforts despite their lack of magical enforcement. After careful consideration, he decided the letter wasn't quite ready, not because it was imperfect, though his perfectionist tendencies noted several phrasings that could be improved, but because the right moment hadn't yet arrived. Unlike their rushed binding or their trial-compelled vows, this declaration deserved deliberate timing. He carefully folded the pages and placed them in a simple box of polished wood, one of the few possessions he had brought from his family home, meant to hold truly valuable things. Morning found Thorne already awake when Jinx stirred beside him, her consciousness returning in stages announced by progressively more elaborate stretches and a shower of sleepy sparkles that briefly illuminated their bedroom. When she finally opened her eyes to find him watching her, she smiled with the unguarded delight that still sometimes caught him off guard with its intensity. "You're staring," she observed, voice husky with sleep. "Cataloging my bedhead for posterity?" Instead of deflecting with his usual dry humor, Thorne allowed himself the simple truth. "Just appreciating what I have." The binding pattern warmed between them as he drew her closer, the magical mark no longer the primary connection between them, but simply one manifestation of something deeper and freely chosen. Outside their window, the first light of dawn transformed ordinary garden plants into extraordinary silhouettes, neither perfect nor contained, but exactly as they should be.
Epilogue. Tea for Two and a Teapot War. Morning sunlight streamed through the kitchen windows, bathing the room in a warm golden glow that highlighted the fine layer of magical glitter dusting every surface. With a dramatic flourish worthy of the Royal Harmonic Orchestra, measuring cups danced through the air in elegant formation, filling a mixing bowl that occasionally emitted soft humming sounds. Allegro, not adagio. Pointing a wooden spoon like a conductor's baton, she directed the flow of ingredients with theatrical precision. The batter waits for no one. A blob of said batter chose that moment to make a break for freedom, launching itself from the bowl in a desperate bid for the windowsill. Without breaking her concentration on the orbiting measuring cups, she flicked her wrist and caught the escaping mixture in mid-air, suspending it momentarily before guiding it back to its proper place. "And where do you think you're going?" she murmured to the batter. "We have guests coming, no time for adventures." A particularly stubborn whisk hovered reluctantly over the bowl, refusing to properly incorporate the cinnamon despite her increasingly emphatic gestures. "You're making this harder than it needs to be," she informed it, blowing a wayward curl from her eyes. "We're all friends here." When the whisk continued its passive resistance, she added with mock severity, "I will replace you with a fork." "Don't think I won't." As if responding to her threat, Mimseville sent a playful breeze through the kitchen that ruffled recipe pages and carried the scent of vanilla and spices throughout the house. The house spirit seemed particularly cheerful this morning, manifesting in gentle domestic interventions, straightening a crooked picture frame here, warming a cold tile there. "Thank you for the assistance," Jinx said to the empty air. "Though I notice you're not helping with the rebellious whisk situation." Another curl escaped her hastily assembled topknot, this one releasing a cascade of tiny sparkles that drifted downward, landing on the bag of sugar and causing it to briefly levitate 2 inches off the counter. Jinx sighed. Even after weeks of practice, her magic still leaked when she was focused on other tasks. Still, there was something endearing about the way the sparkles no longer frantically scattered as they once had. Now they drifted with purpose, as if they too had found their place. Stepping back to survey her work, she couldn't help but smile at the transformation of the kitchen. Thorne's former temple to meticulous order now converted into a laboratory of culinary experimentation. Handwritten recipes covered in her looping scrawl were pinned to cabinet doors. A collection of mismatched mugs, each chosen for its personality, had displaced the pristine matching set he'd maintained for years. Enchanted measuring spoons hung from hooks she'd installed, occasionally rearranging themselves according to whichever system made sense to them that day. The house had settled around them in the weeks since the trial completion, gradually accommodating both their styles, rather than resisting the changes. Corners that once sharply defined Thorne's austere aesthetic had softened. Bookshelves that previously housed only academic tomes now accommodated colorful journals and enchanted trinkets. Small pots of magical herbs lined the once bare windowsills, thriving in the attention she lavished on them each morning. Most tellingly, the dining room table, formerly used exclusively for solitary meals and spell documentation, had expanded to accommodate guests, its surface now marked with rings from teacups and tiny scorch marks from enthusiastic magical demonstrations. These imperfections, rather than diminishing the space, somehow made it more vibrant, more alive. "The blueberries keep trying to escape," she informed a serving bowl as she poured them in. "I suspect they may be distantly related to the blackberries we had last week. Same roaming tendencies." The sound of measured footsteps in the hallway made her smile, even before Thorne appeared in the doorway. He paused at the threshold, taking in the controlled chaos with a careful neutrality that, 3 months ago, would have concealed horror, but now masked something closer to resignation, or perhaps even affection. "Good morning," he said, impeccably dressed as always, but with subtle changes, Jinx noted with delight. His formal robes now incorporated subtle color accents she'd suggested, and he wore the enchanted cufflinks she'd created during her spellwork experimentation. The tiny magical accessories occasionally emitted harmless lightning bolts when he was particularly pleased, a reaction he pretended to find irritating but never actually removed. He surveyed the culinary explosion with remarkable equanimity, even rescuing a wayward spatula before it could fling batter onto the ceiling. "Bramble just sent a message," he informed her, holding up a note that kept folding itself into progressively more elaborate origami shapes. "She's bringing extra mood-enhancing muffins because, and I quote, Quenly Thistlethorn invited herself, and one needs fortification." Jinx laughed, sending a cascade of sparkles across freshly baked scones. "Of course she did. Quenly's been looking for an excuse to inspect our living arrangements since the binding settled." She moved to straighten Thorne's already perfect collar, leaving a smudge of flour that he pretended not to notice. "Are you sure you're ready for this, real friends, in your real home, making real mess?" The teasing question carried undertones of genuine concern. This gathering represented yet another boundary crossed, another step away from his carefully isolated existence. Thorne responded by deliberately dipping his finger in nearby frosting and tasting it, a small gesture that would have been unthinkable months ago. "I survived the vault, the trials, and your reorganization of my spell components by color rather than magical family. I believe I can handle brunch." Her chest tightened with unexpected emotion. These small rebellions against his own rigidity, these were the moments that undid her. Not the grand gestures or formal declarations, but the tiny, everyday choices to bend rather than remain inflexible. "Besides," he added, voice dropping slightly, "Mimsavelle would be disappointed if we cancelled. She's been polishing the silver for 3 days." As if in confirmation, a cabinet door swung open to reveal gleaming serving pieces that definitely hadn't been that shiny when Jinx had checked yesterday. The front door burst open with a bang that sent several measuring spoons diving for cover behind the flour canister. Bramble swept in, arms overflowing with pastry boxes that emitted occasional contented sighs. Norbert the teapot danced excitedly at her heels, already steaming enthusiastically and making small whistling noises that sounded suspiciously like a festive tune. "I've brought reinforcements," Bramble announced, depositing her baked goods on any available surface. "Joy-infused blueberry muffins, serenity scones, and these little tarts that make you temporarily speak in rhyme. Purely experimental, but hilarious at parties." She hugged Jinx fiercely, then turned to Thorne with narrowed eyes, studying him with the critical assessment of someone inspecting produce for blemishes. After a moment, she gave a satisfied nod. "You look less repressed. Good work, Juniper," she declared, as if awarding points in an ongoing competition. Thorne raised an eyebrow but accepted the backhanded compliment with remarkable grace. "Thank you for noticing my progress toward emotional availability. Your validation means everything." The dry delivery made Bramble cackle with delight. "And sarcasm. You're evolving." She patted his arm before turning back to unpack her pastries. "Next we'll work on spontaneous displays of affection." "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Thorne murmured, though Jinx caught the slight twitching at the corner of his mouth that she now recognized as amusement. Precisely 12 minutes after the invited time, late enough to make an entrance, but not so late as to appear rude, a sharp, rhythmic knock announced Quenly Thistlethorn's arrival. Her robes today shifted between bureaucratic gray and curious purple, and her clipboard followed docilely, rather than hovering aggressively as it once had. "This is purely a social call," she announced without preamble, though her eyes catalogued every detail of their home with the efficiency of someone mentally filing reports. "Though I am required to note any significant changes in guardian living arrangements for the quarterly report." She presented Jinx with a strangely formal hostess gift, a magical paperweight that organized nearby documents by emotional resonance rather than content. "For your shared workspace," Quenly explained. "It's particularly effective at identifying which contracts require immediate attention versus which can wait until after tea." "That's unexpectedly thoughtful," Jinx said, genuinely touched by the practical yet personal nature of the gift. Quenly's expression remained professionally neutral, but her robes flickered briefly to a pleased mauve. "The ministry issues standard welcoming gifts for new household formations. I merely selected the variant I thought you might find useful rather than decorative." "In other words, you went off-screen for us," Bramble interpreted, emerging from the kitchen with a plate of sparkly muffins. "How very rebellious of you, Quenly. We'll corrupt you yet." As Jinx guided their guests toward the dining room, she noticed with amusement that Ned the teapot had positioned himself prominently at the center of the table, polished to a mirror shine and emanating steam in elegant curlicues. Norbert, not to be outdone, immediately scooted alongside him, puffing himself up to appear slightly larger and producing steam patterns of increasing complexity. The two teapots circled each other with obvious rivalry, occasionally bumping spouts in what appeared to be the teapot equivalent of chest thumping. "Oh dear," Bramble observed with delight, "I believe we're witnessing the beginning of a teapot duel." "A what now?" Jinx asked, watching as Ned performed what could only be described as a pirouette, trailing steam in an elaborate spiral. "Teapot duel, very old tradition," Bramble explained, settling into a chair with the air of someone preparing for excellent entertainment. "Enchanted teapots are notoriously territorial. When two strong personalities meet, they establish dominance through increasingly complex displays of steamwork and brewing prowess." "That sounds," Thorne began. "Absolutely ridiculous," Quenly supplied. "I was going to say unnecessarily dramatic, but yes." Norbert responded to this criticism by producing a steam formation that precisely mimicked Thorne's unimpressed expression, drawing surprised laughter from everyone, including, to Jinx's delight, Quenly. A timid knock at the door announced another arrival. Drixel Tapp stood nervously on the threshold, clutching an ornate box with the ministry seal. "I brought ministry-approved celebratory linens," he explained, pushing his eternally foggy glasses up his nose. "Very proper for post-trial cohabitation, acknowledgement." "How bureaucratically festive," Jinx said, accepting the box and leading Drixel to the dining room. Unfortunately, the enchanted napkins reacted poorly to the competitive magic emanating from the dueling teapots. Each time Ned produced a particularly impressive steam formation, the nearest napkin burst into brief, non-destructive flame before reforming with slightly singed edges. Drixel's attempts to apologize only worsened the situation, his anxiety causing his glasses to fog dramatically, which the teapots seemed to interpret as judgment of their performance. "I didn't realize standard issue isn't tested for..." "The form clearly states no exposure to competitive enchantments," Drixel stammered, growing more flustered as a napkin performed an elaborate combustion sequence directly in front of him. "They're not burning, they're expressing enthusiasm," Jinx assured him, guiding him to a seat. "Very spirited linens, very..." Soon the entire dining room descended into cheerful, magical chaos. The silverware began taking sides in the teapot duel, spoons lining up behind Norbert, forks rallying to Ned's cause. Bramble's mood-enhancing muffins released colorful magical mist when sliced, creating a rainbow fog that hovered near the ceiling. Quenley's clipboard abandoned professional detachment entirely to keep score of particularly impressive teapot maneuvers, floating up to display numbers after each performance. Mimsevelle, delighted by the commotion, manifested more strongly than usual, curtains billowing, lights flickering in rhythm with particularly dramatic teapot flourishes, family portraits on the walls leaning forward as if to get a better view of the proceedings. In the midst of this pandemonium, Jinx caught Thorne's eye across the room. A year ago, even months ago, this level of disorder in his carefully maintained home would have sent him retreating to the silence of his study or the controlled environment of the archives. She watched, heart swelling, as he instead reached out to steady a wildly pirouetting cake stand, calmly extracted a fork from Ned's handle where it had become lodged in a show of allegiance, and even accepted one of the rhyming tarts from Bramble with dignified curiosity. When he successfully delivered a perfectly rhymed comment about teapot etiquette that made even Quenley snort with surprised laughter, Jinx felt her magic respond with joy, not the anxious sparkles of someone trying to contain herself, but the confident glow of a familiar, truly at home. "I must concede this tart is quite delicious," Thorne announced, "though its effects are linguistically suspicious." "Did you just..." Drixel gaped at him. "Intentionally consume an experimental enchantment for humorous effect," Quenley finished. "I believe the trials have permanently altered his cognitive risk assessment." "No," Jinx said quietly, watching Thorne's cufflinks emit tiny, jubilant lightning bolts. "He's just finally letting himself play." The teapot duel reached its climactic final round, both competitors now wearing makeshift armor fashioned from butter dishes and performing increasingly elaborate steam symphonies. Ned produced a perfect replica of the Ministry of Arcane Affairs building, while Norbert countered with a steam dragon that circled the table before dissipating into the shape of a heart. Jinx made her way to Thorne's side, leaning comfortably against him, as they watched their friends debate the technical merits of each performance. "Should we intervene before they flood the dining room with competing chamomiles?" she asked. The binding pattern on her wrist glowed contentedly, occasionally sending golden threads that intertwined with similar emanations from Thorne's mark. Their magic conversing even when they were silent, a habit that had developed in the weeks since the trials concluded. Thorne surprised her by sliding an arm around her waist, a public display of affection he would once have considered inappropriate. "I believe Mimsevelle is enjoying the entertainment," he responded, nodding toward the ceiling, where the house spirit had manifested a small rain cloud that periodically dropped glitter onto whichever teapot was currently leading. "Besides," he added with a slight softening of expression she now recognized as his version of a smile, "some chaos is worth embracing." As their friends continued the heated debate, Bramble insisting Norbert's emotional expressiveness deserved extra points, while Quenley argued for Ned's technical precision. As enchanted napkins occasionally combusted and reformed, as the house itself seemed to hum with satisfaction around them, Jinx leaned her head against Thorne's shoulder and felt the truth of their accidental, chaotic, perfectly imperfect bond. She was no longer passing through, no longer temporary. She was home, gloriously, permanently, sparklingly home.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at wynnvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.